Okay. Yeah. The future. The universe ends. The heat death of the universe.
What if I told you that you could block all ads or get paid to see them? My name is Brandon Moore. I'm an engineer here at Pi.
Oh, Trump's now leading in Georgia. Gosh. Yeah. The big cities will probably flip it back to where it's supposed to be. So in 10 minutes, we'll start seeing North Carolina. No. Oh my god. Oh my god. South Carolina just started. 2 inches in the middle. Oh my gosh. Trump has an entire million above pairs in Florida. That's insane, Jack. After what is that in nature? Fucking rat. No, the heart medallion. Me eating my rat flavored food. Currently Trump is in the lead, but we'll see. Ghostbusters! Alex, I hope that you flip your state. New Hampshire's leaning more blue. Florida has a very slim chance of turning blue. Because now the lead by Trump is only 500,000. Orlando was already included in Florida's. Florida's fine. I think it's supposed to be like probably midnight in the East region. So they... No, it's all manual, I think. just search 24 collection on Google. It'll show it. Bro, Alex, why are you projecting? You got this. Come on. Come on, Slay. Slay Queen. Yeah. Of course it is.
Are you a Roblox fanatic? Microsoft Rewards has a brand new way for you to earn digital.
It's really freaking small right now. Yeah. Oh. Virginia's leaning blue again. What? The what wheels? Like, Catherine, is this a map you played? The Trump dancing event? That's amazing. That's goofy as hell. South Carolina's population's a lot higher than what you see.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Yeah, he did, I think so.
And welcome back to our NBC News election coverage. At 7:30 in the East, we've got some new results to show you. West Virginia, Donald Trump is the projected winner in West Virginia with 4 electoral votes. Here's where it puts us on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in front with 23-3 for Kamala Harris.
Polls just closed in a handful of states. Here are ones that we cannot call yet: Ohio and the battleground of North Carolina, which we've been talking about. Here's our projection at this hour. Too early to call, just not ready to release any information about that yet. Georgia is also too early to call. Polls closed about a half hour there now. And we do have a projection. This has to do with the United States Senate. West Virginia, the winner is Jim Justice. As expected, he will go to the Senate. This is a pickup for Republicans. This was a long-time held seat by Senator Joe Manchin, who was a Democrat, then an independent, but still caucused with the Democrats. Well, now the Republicans have picked up one Senate seat. As I turn to the table here, and Kristen, just so people understand, right now it's Democrats who hold a very narrow lead in the Senate, but they're looking to, the Republicans are looking to flip that tonight. They need a net pickup of 2 seats. They just got 1.
They just got 1, so it is significant. We are looking at, and this was expected, as you say, Governor Jim Justice winning that seat. So they now turn to the state of Montana. They turn to the state of Ohio. Sherrod Brown looking for a 4th term there. He has gotten a pretty fierce challenge from a Trump-backed former car dealer, Bernie Moreno. So we'll see how that pans out. But one of the things, just zooming out a little bit, a lot of these Senate races have gotten a lot closer in recent weeks. Democrats who felt somewhat comfortable as we've gotten closer to Election Day have seen that margin really narrow. And again, this brings us back to this discussion of split ticket voters. In 1988, 17 states had different people vote for president versus Senate. That was down to 1 state last year, the state of Maine, when Susan Collins won, but the state went for Joe Biden. So we'll have to watch that very closely. But again, we were expecting that result out of West Virginia.
Ticket splitting has become more rare in the Trump era. However, it's making a comeback in some of these Senate races where people might vote for a different party for president than they do for the Senate.
That's one of the things we'll be watching closely.
And how are you doing some more exit duty on North Carolina?
That's right. So now that North Carolina polls have closed, I want to talk you through some of what we're seeing from these exit polls numbers. And it is interesting here, right? First, we're going to take a look at the non-white vote in North Carolina. These are the black voters, include Latino voters that Tom was talking about in some of those key counties in North Carolina. As expected, Vice President Harris is winning non-white voters based on these early exit poll numbers. But take a look at Donald Trump here. He's got that 25% slice of the pie. Let me show you the comparison. He is outperforming where he was 4 years ago with non-white voters in North Carolina. He was at 19% in 2020. However, 2 things are also true here. Let me show you white voters here, and we can take a look at the comparison here. You can see that it is former President Trump winning with white voters at 61%, Kamala Harris at 39%. But again, take a look at the comparisons to 2020. She is actually outperforming where President Biden was back in 2020. She is doing better with white voters in North Carolina. So you might look at that and you might go, as we take a walk back to the desk here, you might go, okay, well, those 2 things, do they balance out? Not really, because white voters make up a larger share of the electorate in North Carolina than non-white voters. So she might be willing to make that trade, essentially. All
right, Hallie, thanks. I want to go back over to Tom. Tom, you've got some more information in Florida, but before you get into that, just to be clear, there's 2 poll closing times in the state of Florida.
Yeah, it's what we call a split poll closing. So on the eastern portion of the state, we have data coming in because the polls have closed there. We can tell you about the data. And some of the further parts of the panhandle, they haven't closed just yet, so we won't be giving you that data just yet. We'll probably wait another 30 minutes. I want to show you something that's somewhat surprising. It may surprise you if you watch presidential elections and you follow election nights like this one. So Donald Trump right now with 73% of the vote in is up 55% in Miami-Dade County. Again, this is where Democrats find their votes in the state of Florida. Biden won Miami-Dade County by 53. They've now flipped those numbers. This is pretty astonishing when you think where Hillary Clinton was in 2016, 63%, 53. Now tonight, 55. Again, there's still 73% of the vote left. This shouldn't be a complete shocker because Governor Ron DeSantis won Miami-Dade 2 years ago by about 11 points, which was a surprise at the time. But this shows how Republicans are expanding the map and how Florida is becoming more and more red. I do want to show you some potential good news, possibly for the Harris campaign, if they're watching tonight. So we're watching some of the vote come in Georgia. Remember, I told you more than 50% of the vote from Georgia is going to come around the Atlanta metro region. Let's take a look at some of these counties around Atlanta. 74% in Douglas County. Look at her number, 65%. Biden was at 61. So this means she's overperforming in the exact counties where she needs to find those votes. Let's look at another county here. Right now we have Gwinnett. We don't have any vote just yet in Rockdale County. This is another big one. She's at 75%. Biden was at 69. So she's overperforming right now in some of these counties in the Atlanta metro region. Again, guys, this is where she has to drive up her vote. If she can expand the map, scale the Democratic vote there, they can hold Georgia. You remember this was such a close race 4 years ago. Any votes they can find in that Atlanta region is going to help them. Guys?
All right, Tom, thank you so much. We've got guests over at our insiders desk today. And we also want to ask them what they're thinking of some of these early returns. We're starting to see some themes come out. We've got Cornell Belcher. We've got Mark Lauder. Cornell, I'll ask you what you think about what Tom just talked about. You had the story in Miami-Dade where it's potentially a big victory in that county, signs perhaps that outreach to the Hispanic vote is working for Donald Trump. And yet in Georgia, you're starting to see some of that suburban vote really being ramped up for Kamala Harris.
No, I think that's right. Look, Florida is. I think Democrats are going to look back at how we've not invested in Florida since the campaign I worked on, the Obama campaign. We've not invested in Florida well, and Florida's like a country. It's a really big, expensive state. I think we've taken those resources and we moved them more to battleground states like Georgia and North Carolina, and where you see a sort of a difference. But Florida, is a state that Democrats did not invest a lot of money in, did not run a lot of advertising in, and it shows.
Let me bring in Mark Lauder, Director of Strategic Communications in the Trump 2020 re-election campaign, former spokesperson for Vice President Pence. Mark, give us your view as we wait for a call in North Carolina. What is the Harris camp right now thinking?
Right now, they're looking at turnout. I think, and really for both sides, it's going to be all about turnout. Do you get your voters out? I've seen some, I've heard anecdotally from some of my colleagues on the campaign that turnout is not where it needs to be in the urban areas for Kamala Harris. It's overperforming in some of the rural areas, including the hurricane impacted areas. So I think that's a good sign for President Trump, but we're going to have to see how that plays out. Another thing I'm watching, and I know Tom alluded to it with Miami-Dade, but I also looked at Hillsborough County, Tampa Bay in Florida. It was both Hillary and Biden, both +7. Right now, it's only Kamala +1.
And Hillary Clinton actually did some campaigning there for this particular election as well. Mark and Cornell, thank you. We'll be back early and often as we go along here.
And we will take a break here. I think we're going to come back with more on the make or break state of Pennsylvania as the polls get ready to close there.
Forget everything you knew about war games. The large-scale action game War Thunder will bring you a storm of unforgettable experiences. Fight in the skies, assault enemy positions on the ground, or send your foes to the bottom of the ocean. All in one game. Get ready for unmatched realism. From the smallest technical details to authentic sound effects, you'll feel the heat from every explosion.
you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion, do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're back with our election night coverage and with Tom Yamas at the big board talking about the road to 270, waiting for North Carolina right now. The polls closed there. But how important is that to either candidate in terms of making their path to 270 easier or tougher?
Yeah, let's start with former President Trump because he really needs to hold North Carolina. It was the only battleground state he won in 2020. So let's give him North Carolina. If he holds North Carolina, he flips Georgia and Pennsylvania. He gets to 270. That's his easiest path. But Lester, if he can't win North Carolina, his whole map changes. And why do I say that? Because he can no longer win just 3 states. He has to win 4. He can do it by winning Pennsylvania and Georgia and keeping the blue wall, or I should say tearing down the blue wall, Michigan and Wisconsin. If he can't go there, he has to go out west and win both Nevada and Arizona. That puts him over the top. But again, without North Carolina, for his scenario, he needs 4 states.
Harris has put a lot of money and time and people on the ground in North Carolina. What does it do for her?
Well, look, if she wins these 16 electoral votes, it eases some pressure off her, right? Because her easiest path is the blue wall. If she can win Pennsylvania and North Carolina, look how close she is. She only needs 9 more electoral votes. Pretty much any other state, with the exception of Nevada, gets her there if she's able to win there. So if she can take North Carolina, the Trump team gets much more nervous and the Democrats become much more optimistic because she's won out east. If she can win in the Midwest and pick off a state out west or hold it, she's going to be the president.
All right, Tom, let's go back to Savannah.
We talk a lot about the blue wall. Wisconsin is a big part of it, and our correspondent Shaquille Brewster is in Milwaukee with some breaking news, and it's a possible issue with absentee ballot counting. Hey, Shaq, what do you know?
Hi there, Savannah. I want to first start with what we're seeing at these polling locations because locations are open for about another hour. I want to let you go inside. I can't go inside and report, so I'll let our camera go inside there now, where we've seen a steady flow of people. At this location, there was a line that went on for more than an hour this morning. You see things have slowed down a bit. The reports from around the state is that the vote process is going smoothly, but where we are seeing hiccups is with the vote counting. We just learned from the clerk in Milwaukee downtown, where they are counting all of the absentee ballots and early votes at once, that the city of Milwaukee had to restart the processing or counting of those absentee ballots. They say an observer saw that while the ballot tabulators were sealed, the door wasn't properly closed on them. And after going through with the bipartisan team and making sure that nothing was tampered with, the city, out of an abundance of caution, decided to restart counting all of those absentee ballots. What this means is that as we expect results from this battleground state of Wisconsin, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. The clerk said in the past that they weren't expecting results from this city to come until after midnight Central Time. We now believe that timeline has shifted 2 to 3 hours later into the night. There's more than 100,000 ballots that those clerks are going to have to work through. So the vote is still ongoing right now, but be prepared to wait as those results come in later tonight, guys.
All right, Shaq Brewster in Milwaukee. We're used to waiting for Milwaukee until the wee hours of the night. I want to go back to the table here. Hallie, you've been looking at some of the exit polls. I think you've got some North Carolina information and some interesting results.
So there's some conventional wisdom here, and then there's some data that flips the conventional wisdom on its head. So let's talk about that, specifically as it relates to these age groups. We know, right, the Biden coalition in 2020 that propelled him to the White House involved young voters, right? And for our purposes, young is 18 to 29. In North Carolina, and I want to show you here, you can see that for older voters, and I'm talking senior vote here, former President Trump won those older voters. That is not unexpected. His campaign has long thought that he would do well with seniors. But here's what's interesting. Look at Vice President Harris. She's got 47% of the senior vote. She's doing better than President Biden did with seniors in 2020 in North Carolina. So she is outperforming where he was 4 years ago. Then you look at that youth vote, right? Again, not unexpected that Vice President Harris would have a slight lead. And I would say this is very close. We are waiting for more numbers to come in, more of these waves, as they're called, from the exit polls, but still interesting. But again, look at 48% for former President Trump. He is outperforming among young voters in North Carolina. So you have that kind of conventional wisdom. They're overall sort of winning the groups, at least to a degree that we thought they'd win. But each of them are overperforming on the sort of flip end of that.
All right, well, Savannah Sellers is here to talk about a huge role that the youth vote could play in the outcome of this election. What have you been seeing? You've been tracking a lot of the polls leading up to tonight.
Yeah, I absolutely have. And first, I want to dig in a little further on North Carolina and what Hallie just said, because if we dig even deeper in and we talk about gender in that under 30, it's similar to the trends that we've been discussing. Trump has improved what he did with young men. Tonight, 60% in our NBC News exit poll there say they support him. That is up from 42% that voted for him in 2020. Whereas with Harris, she's performing even better than Biden did with women. 65% saying that they support Harris in this exit poll, when 58% actually supported Biden.
Is that just North Carolina, or is that a national
That's just
poll?
North Carolina. Okay. That's our North Carolina exit polling tonight. North Carolina is really interesting to me because I've been talking with college Democrat and Republican presidents on campuses there, but the college Democrats were so organized in this state. Like, what they did on these campuses was really amazing. They lobbied the state to have more polling places on campuses. They even had it be made that the student ID could be an acceptable form of ID on several campuses, which was not the case prior. We're also seeing this kind of play out to be right what we're seeing with that young men appeal for Trump seems to be working in some places. I'm interested to see if that continues throughout the night. We heard Gotti mention like those podcast appearances earlier in the night, Joe Rogan, Logan Paul, things like that. This seems to be where he is gaining that ground. I'm interested to see if it continues in other battlegrounds.
And just underscoring how important the young vote is, the Harris campaign tonight touting the fact that they have Paul Rudd, for example, out trying to energize college voters in Pennsylvania. Jennifer Garner as well.
Keep them in line.
Stay in line.
Mark Cuban is FaceTiming voters in a 4-hour line at UNC Chapel Hill right now.
It speaks to how close this race continues to be as these results come in. On the other hand, you have the Trump campaign saying, hey, we're seeing good turnout in Philadelphia, yes, in the Trump areas. We'll have to see how that actually bears out when we start to get results in Philadelphia. But it does speak to the fact that there's a real focus on this epicenter and on young voters.
And when we talk about young men in particular, and to the point that you're making here at the table, that the Trump campaign has really looked to turn those young men out, they're not typically the people who show up to the ballot box every 4 years. They're what's called those low propensity voters we've been talking about. I will tell you that the Trump campaign feels like they've been doing a pretty good job trying to turn those, not always voters into voters, at least this cycle, because for them, that's one of the big keys. If they can get this demographic out to the ballot box to actually show up, whether that was early or whether that's now, they're feeling like they're going to have some wind at their back.
It's, you take a step back, the story of this election is the gender gap. Yes. It's the battle of the sexes election. And whether you want to say it's young men or senior women, or it's men and women. If Trump turns out more men, he wins. If Kamala Harris turns out more women, she does. It's kind of as simple as that.
No doubt about it. And what's so fascinating is that the Trump campaign tried this sort of unusual, unconventional tactic to get out the vote, which was to outsource it to Elon Musk, to other outside groups. And they were quite bullish heading into tonight, saying, look, we feel good about this decision.
And remember, the Harris campaign was concerned about black men as well. That's right. They brought in President Obama to make the case. Any evidence right now how that appeal has translated into votes today?
Well, that's one of the things that she has talked about on the campaign trail. I sat down with the vice president not too long ago, and she feels like she needed to earn every single one of those black male votes just as much as Joe Biden would have. That's why you saw her. We talk about podcasts, doing like an NBA podcast, a football podcast. Sure, she did Call Her Daddy to try to reach out to those young women. That's the name of course, that very popular podcast with women. But she also was trying to extend an olive branch to men. I would just say this. Two things are true. Right? Kamala Harris, let me say it this way. Donald Trump is doing better with men based on public polling right now than Kamala Harris is doing with women, though that gap exists. But also remember that historically, women have turned out more than men in every election dating back to 1980. And so that is going to be one of the big key factors into tonight.
And that's why that moment with former President Obama was so significant when he called on them not to stay at home.
All right. Well, we're just a few minutes away now from a big batch of poll closings at 8 o'clock Eastern time, including the one that everybody's been watching, Pennsylvania. And we'll be right back.
The Harris Fight Fund program was launched to put an end to Donald Trump's lies and conspiracies about this election.
turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't see anything.
Let's respect what we know. You gotta see this. News for the generation now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our live election coverage. We're coming up on the 8 o'clock hour here in the East. You are looking at vote counting centers across the country in this historic election.
Some polls have closed, and some places people are still voting.
They are indeed. We're about 6 minutes of the next poll closing, where we'll get our first look at the real vote count from the biggest battleground of all, Pennsylvania, which we've been talking about states moving quickly.
We are moments away from the polls closing in 16 states and the District of Columbia.
171 electoral votes up for grabs in the biggest haul of the night. Florida, with its 30 electoral votes, could be one of the first big hauls of the evening.
And we'll get our first results from what may be the most important prize this election, Pennsylvania.
We love Pennsylvania.
The race all come down to the Keystone State.
Pennsylvania is extremely crucial.
If Vice President Harris loses this state,
Pennsylvania, it all comes down to this.
her path to 270 narrows significantly.
We're going to win Pennsylvania.
So, Pennsylvania, are you ready to make your voices heard?
We're standing by for the first vote count and new exit poll information from this critical battleground as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270. All right, getting ready for Pennsylvania. NBC's Stephanie Gosk is in Philadelphia. Stephanie, this is where the Harris campaign really needs to ramp up those turnout numbers. What are you seeing?
Yeah, they really do. Well, it's calming down here in Northeast Philadelphia. This is kind of a working class, diverse community. People still getting in under the wire in these last few minutes. But the big question, Savannah, afterwards is how long is it going to take to call the state of Pennsylvania? 4 years ago, it took until Saturday. I was on the phone with the former Secretary of the Commonwealth talking about the challenges they faced back then. 2.6 million mail-in ballots. That was what slowed the process down. And it was a new process for people in this state. 4 years later, they haven't changed the laws, but things are a bit better. There are fewer mail-in ballots, just under 2 million. They have new machines to process them and more people. But the optimistic outlook from election officials we have spoken to is that the majority of those mail-in ballots won't be fully processed until Wednesday night into Thursday morning. And if this race is as tight as it was 4 years ago, when Joe Biden won by about 80,000 votes, those mail-in ballots will be crucial to make the call here. So we're still talking days, Savannah.
Yeah, and in some of these big jurisdictions like Philadelphia, Stephanie, now they have election workers who are prepared to work all night and count all night. So perhaps it goes a little bit quicker. We'll check back with you a bunch. We have got Tom Yamas over at the big board, and you're still getting vote in from Georgia and North Carolina, two big pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Georgia right now because North Carolina, there's still only about 2% of votes in. Let's look at Georgia because I think what is happening here when we talk about Kamala Harris and her chances, she's overperforming Biden in some of these counties around the Atlanta metro area. I'm going to move the map over this way because I'm going to bounce around. Here on this side, the right side, this is where Biden was at 2020. Here's where Harris is tonight, 76% in. You can see she's overperforming there. We come to this other county, Clayton County. Again, these are the suburbs of Atlanta, those ring counties around Atlanta. 84% for Biden, 85% for her, so she's holding that high water mark. We move over to Rockdale. Look at this, 69% for Biden, 75% tonight for Harris. They're looking at these numbers tonight. And again, there's still a lot of vote out, but they're looking at these numbers tonight and they're telling themselves this is the kind of rhythm they want for the rest of Georgia throughout the night. Only 25% of the vote is in. Trump is way on top. But again, 25% of the vote is in. Remember, we can show you guys where the vote is out. These giant bubbles, the bigger the bubble, that's how many votes still have to be counted. So you can see a lot of the rural counties, a lot of them are coming in. There's still some in the rural county that are out, but the big area, remember, 50% of the vote is going to come around the Atlanta metro region. Let's also talk about Pennsylvania, guys, because we're getting close to getting some information in Pennsylvania. And remember this, 2020, Joe Biden wins the state. It is going to be the keystone state and the key to the election tonight. Trump won it in 2016. The difference, about 40,000 votes. In 2020, he wins by about 80,000 votes. Biden does. The interesting that has happened, and we've learned a lot about Philadelphia, the counties around Philadelphia, places like Chester, places like Montgomery County. Those people in the know call it Munco. We'll talk to Hallie about that, as well as Kristen Welker as well. Delaware County, Delco, and Philadelphia County. This area right here, this makes up about 30% of the vote for Pennsylvania. We're going to be watching what happens here. What's interesting that happened here in 2020, so Biden actually underperformed Clinton, but he overperformed in those suburbs. So we'll be watching what happens there. You also have these swing counties here, the Lehigh Valley, Monroe County, part of the Poconos, Northampton, and Lehigh. Lots of Hispanics there. We're going to see what happens, and we're so honored to have both Kristen and Hallie, people who know about Wawa. They know about Eagles fans. They know about steaks. Come on. How good is Wawa?
Phillies.
Always,
the best.
Always. But Tom, you forgot to ask them cheesesteaks, wit or wit out?
Wit.
Okay,
Whiz wit out, babe.
Okay.
Whiz wit out.
All right. Well, we have a lot of time just to do Philly talk. We won't leave Pittsburgh out, but we got we're coming up on a poll close.
Yeah,
here.
21 seconds until the top of the hour. Another poll closing. We're going to hear from about 17 states here coming up at the top of the hour, and there's our election alert as we stand by, and the drama building now because as we've been talking about, we're going to see Pennsylvania. Those are the other states that the poll closings are about to occur in fact about 1 second, and we'll be able to get some characterizations for you here in just a moment. We'll look at those 8 o'clock poll closings. Here's an NBC News projection. State of Florida, NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win Florida and take its 30 electoral votes. The state of Massachusetts, Kamala Harris, the projected winner tonight with 11 electoral votes. Donald Trump, the projected winner in Tennessee tonight, 11 electoral votes there. In the state of Maryland, NBC News projects that will go in the Kamala Harris column. We move on to the state of Missouri. NBC News projects that Donald Trump is the victor in Missouri when all the votes are counted. Here's what Alabama looks like. That will also go to Donald Trump. State of Oklahoma, this will be projected to go to Donald Trump. And in D.C., District of Columbia, 3 electoral votes at stake. NBC News projects that Kamala Harris will win there. So where does it leave us now in the road to 270? There it is, 90 for Trump right now, 27 for Harris, 270, of course, the magic number and the keys to the White House.
But we await calls in those all-important battlegrounds, and there are still outstanding states. Just as polls closed at 8 o'clock, we will wait for New Jersey, Illinois, Connecticut, and, of course, Pennsylvania as well. Let's show you what we can right now in Pennsylvania. No surprise here. It is too early to call. North Carolina, same story. They do count fast there, but not fast enough to call it. It's still too early to call. Just 5% of the vote in. And in Georgia, we're seeing a lot more of the vote, but still too early to make a projection. Let's go to Tom, who's starting to look at some of the numbers here. And I see you've got Virginia up there, which is a potential bellwether, something that might give us some indication about how this night might go.
Yeah, and it's a state that we can look at to see how the suburbs are going to perform across the country. I know a lot of you guys know the D.C. area very well. 30% of the vote is going to come from these northern suburbs. It's a good barometer to know also how Harris is doing with suburban women. So let's go to 2020 to compare here. So Prince William County, it looks like Harris is slightly down with 75% of the vote in. This one stood out to me. 95% of the vote is in Loudoun County right now. Biden was at 61%. Harris is now at 56%. Again, there's a difference of about 35,000 votes. 95% is in, and we can actually see how much of the vote is left. Only about 3,600 votes remain in Loudoun County. So she's underperforming a little bit there. As we keep going here, Fairfax County, 45% in. She's at 68%. Let's see how Biden was doing there. 69, about the same. Something else that's interesting that's happening in Virginia Beach. This is a swing county. Trump won it in 2016. Biden was able to flip it. Tonight, Trump is on top, but only about 20% of the vote is in. A lot of the western part of the state, as we know, is going to be more rural. Some of that coal mining country, it's going to resemble West Virginia. We have some of the vote in a county like over here, Wise County. This is a good Trump barometer. He's at 78%. He was at 80% in 2020, but 41% of the vote is out. He's underperforming slightly. I guess the thing that sticks out to me, which it's too early to know if it's a red flag, But Loudoun County, again, this is a place where Democrats want to run up those votes in Virginia. Not that Virginia is in danger for Democrats because they were able to run up the score in 2020. But Trump in 2016 got close. He got within 5 points. A number like this, it's going to worry them a little bit. But I know you guys know much more about that area than I do.
Well, actually, we're honored to have a resident of the Commonwealth of Virginia with us, Chuck Todd. So, I mean, you look at that, those suburban collar counties around Washington, D.C. very well. Is that a warning light if Kamala Harris is not performing as well as Biden did in some of those suburban, exurban counties?
It could be if we're going to see that if it's moving. Virginia is sort of the gateway now to the north rather than being, I always joke, it's sort of seceded from the Confederacy, right? It is the one southern state that has been consistently a Democratic state, not even a swing state anymore. So if that is consistent, yes. One thing I've learned, though, with the Northern Virginia vote, you may have 95% of the vote in, that 5% can account for a lot more uncounted vote than people realize. So, and there is a sense of that. That's a wait and see. Look, the bigger thing that I've taken away so far is we're in the middle, we've been in the middle of a political realignment for a decade. And every one of these presidential elections, we're like, hey, look at this. The fact of the matter is Donald Trump's makeup of his electorate this time is much different than it was in 2016 or 2020. And I think we're seeing it both break on ethnicity and geographically. So it looks like that Donald Trump's going to be stronger in the Southeast. Why? Because he is doing better with Hispanics.
That's right.
And there is a larger population of Hispanics in the Southeast and the Southwest than any other part of this country. The exit polls indicate that she is going to do better with older white women. I've been messing around with Indiana. Indiana's not going to, it's a red state. Donald Trump's underperforming about a point or two in almost, even in the rural counties. Indiana's a very white state. That's a tea leaf.
Yeah,
I just throw it out there. It's a tea leaf.
Where
They obviously border
where those voters go.
No, that she's performing a couple of points better. So clearly there are some older whites, and we could really see this country divided by regions where she's stronger in the north because she's improving with white voters, and he's stronger in the south because he's improving with voters of color, in particular Hispanic voters. We're not seeing as much evidence among African-American voters, but definitely Hispanic voters. It's not just Florida. I think in Georgia we're seeing it as well.
Well, we're seeing it nationally, too. And you look at some of the numbers here, he is +10 specifically with Latino men, according to our exit poll nationally, a demographic group that Joe Biden was +23 with 4 years ago. So it is definitely a shift, and it is definitely one of the headlines that we're watching as we're seeing these exit polls come in.
And we see that, I mean, the Latino vote is not just concentrated in the Southwest.
That's exactly right.
It's not just the Southeast. It's also in Pennsylvania. There's a huge Latino population in Pennsylvania.
We have been talking about the ground game quite a bit. It's been heavily focused in Pennsylvania on trying to energize Latinos on both sides. Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump really focusing on that in places like Allentown, in places like Reading, Pennsylvania, trying to make sure that they are getting them out to vote and flipping them if necessary.
And let's not forget, Kamala Harris wrapped up her campaign last night in Philadelphia, showing once again demonstrating the importance of that state, as we are going to find out here in the hours to come and perhaps days.
And Hallie, you've got some more from your exit polls.
It's interesting. Chuck's talking about the graceful removal from the chair. Thank you all for bearing with me. Chuck's talking about the realignment here and where people are sort of politically. One of the things we're watching on that front is this idea of independent voters. We know that they are going to be potentially a crucial voting bloc here. Vice President Harris had made overtures to this group in the closing weeks of her campaign, really trying to win them over, to get them over to her side. Look at how they're breaking nationally here. She is winning independent voters nationally. 51%, Donald Trump 44%. Here's the thing. Nationally is not how you win or lose the White House. You win the White House in the battleground states. And look at the state of states, Pennsylvania, right? The most key battleground this year. In Pennsylvania, it's the opposite. It's former President Trump who is actually leading with independents over Vice President Harris in this really important state where the margins could be really close here. You can see it here. He's at 50%. She's at 44%. Again, that's in Pennsylvania. So you might ask, okay, well, how does that compare to how he did 4 years ago? He is overperforming generally with independents now in Pennsylvania. You see in 2020, 44%. He's doing a bit better now in 2024, 50%. And Savannah, Lester, Chuck, Chris, and I'll toss it back to you at the table. This could be really interesting as we watch this develop throughout the course of the night, not just in Pennsylvania, but in some of these other key battlegrounds as well, like Michigan and Wisconsin, which we'll get to later.
Actually, I think Chuck wanted to weigh in.
No, I just think we are seeing something else happen, which is you have a country that's really sour about our politics, sour about the direction of the country.
very
And we now have
safe
fewer
states
people
on
identifying
your
with the
side.
two major parties, according to our exit poll. It's a huge development. Independents are the fastest growing flock. Now, it's very rational. If you don't like the direction of the country, you don't like what's happening, and you think there's a threat to democracy, you have a lot of faith in the two major parties, but the lowest share of major party people identifying with the two major parties in at least 4 elections, it means these independent votes are going to be the whole ball game. They're going to decide who's president.
We are keeping a sharp eye on the state of Georgia. We can show you where things stand, but we've just had a change of characterization here. Our characterization from the decision desk now is that this is too close to call. You can see about a 267,000 vote difference between the two, with 37% of the vote in. But again, the NBC News characterization at this point, too close to call in Georgia.
We've got a lot of contributors lined up to talk to you tonight. We've got Senator Claire McCaskill, I believe, over at our Insider's Desk. And Senator, I wonder what you thought about that. What some are seeing is something of an alarm bell. This Loudoun County, suburban Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia, where it seems that Kamala Harris is underperforming. And as you well know, the suburbs in the battleground states are key to her victory.
Yeah, listen, this is the witching hour. You know, this is when it is very early. We have exit polls. And by the way, if exit polls were correct, I would be governor and John Kerry would have been president and Hillary Clinton would have been president. Yeah. So I think we've got to take all of that with a big, giant grain of salt and wait for the actual numbers to come in. Because as we all know, these come in from different places. Typically, rural places come in before urban locations. So I think she's going to be fine in the suburbs. I think, and I don't think the exit polls will actually reflect accurately what will happen with independent voters. I'm not saying she's going to dominate independent voters, but I'll be very surprised if there aren't a whole lot of women that call themselves independents that don't vote for Donald Trump.
At what point in all this do you begin to let out a sigh of relief here?
Well, listen, I think depending on what happens in Georgia and North Carolina, if by any chance she wins those two states, then I can breathe again. If she does not, then obviously Pennsylvania becomes even bigger. And don't sleep on Nevada. I think that may be the closest margin in this race. I think it may be
Michigan's going really
literally
well for her.
maybe 500 to 2,000 votes separating the two candidates. I think it's that close in Nevada.
Well, we're waiting polls to close there in less than an hour. Nevada and Arizona, those big western battlegrounds, but we do not expect results there, frankly, for days. So I guess Senator McCaskill is going to be holding her breath for a very, very long time. We've got Sarah Fagan here, too, a veteran of Republican campaigns. And again, with all the caveats, we are reading tea leaves right now, Sarah. What are you looking at? What are you noticing? And how do you see this shaking out?
So if you look at Florida, you look at Virginia, Donald Trump is running about 4 points better than he did in 2020. But then contrast Georgia and North Carolina, where I should caveat that less of the vote is in. He's running 1 point ahead in Georgia. He's running a little behind in North Carolina, where he did in 2020. And that says to me, perhaps, that the Harris GOTV effort is quite strong, that she's pulling her votes out in places where the campaign organized. So she's holding that margin closer.
And the GOTV, for those of you just joining us on Political Nerd Fest, get out the vote, the ground game, what we're talking about it. You know, this is about when you say, you pull the bus up and you say, let's go, we're going to hold you by the hand and take you to the polls. And organizing is the key to any successful campaign.
Absolutely. And you have the Harris campaign touting the fact that, for example, they knocked on 3 million doors over the weekends. It winds up being numbers, though, until people actually go to the polls and vote. And I do think, just bouncing off something that Chuck said earlier, it's just to zoom out for a moment. Remember that one of the biggest issues of this campaign was change. What people really want is change. And so what you saw in both of their closing arguments was an attempt to argue they're the change candidate. And so what we are seeing, for example, with independents, I think is notable, because I think the person who winds up winning this race will be the person who ultimately voters say, that's the change candidate.
And like everything in this election year, it's complicated because you have a former president, so there's a certain incumbency there, and a sitting vice president, and there's certain incumbency there as well.
There's something baked into Donald Trump's call for a change here, because he was already in the White House for 4 years. Same thing for Vice President Harris, as you're looking at the popularity or favorability rating for President Biden, which is low. And so the question, is that going to be a drag on how she does. To your point on the get out the vote effort, this is why early vote was critical for both of these campaigns, with some 79 million people voting early. Better to bank those votes. What if somebody gets sick? What if somebody's kid has to stay out of school or whatever? Get those votes in now to get them locked and loaded.
Let me just change the conversation just for a moment, because we do have another call to make, and it's an NBC News projection in the state of South Carolina. South Carolina will go to Donald Trump when all the votes are counted later. And here's where the breakdown right now that Donald Trump, again, the projected winner. 24% of the vote in there, a vote difference of about 104,000. But again, Donald Trump will pick up South Carolina. Here's where it leaves us on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in front with 99. Kamala Harris, 27.
We've had a few key battlegrounds where polls have closed. They're counting, but we don't have results yet. Still either too early to call or too close to call. Let's go to NBC's Garrett Haake. He's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, and Mar-a-Lago. Tell us what the campaign is saying to you.
Well, Savannah, what seems to be calming nerves down the street at Mar-a-Lago is what they're seeing out of Georgia right now, a state you were just discussing, where their key to victory was essentially blowing the doors off in rural turnout and improving their margins among minority voters, Latino voters, black voters. The campaign is seeing, in the same exit polls we're looking at, improvement among black voters, particularly black men, who the Trump campaign has spent heavily for months and months and months to try to win over even just a few percentage points, the kind of thing that could make a difference in a state decided by fewer than 12,000 votes 4 years ago. The other thing that I think has accrued to Trump's favor in Georgia is the resumption of unity among Georgia Republicans. Remember, there was a huge fallout with Brian Kemp, the popular Republican governor there, after 2020. Trump and Kemp made amends, although they rarely appeared together on the campaign trail. The two singing from the same hymnal in the race's closing weeks, along with a lot of these other Trump candidates, could be helpful to Trump in that state.
All right, Garrett, we have a call to make. This is North Carolina, the governor's race there. Josh Stein, the Democrat, takes the race there. He faced off against the Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, a very controversial candidate, and the polls have shown, well, we talked about ticket splitting, where perhaps the vote for the presidency might be different than the vote down ballot. This perhaps will be an indication of that. Josh Stein, the winner of the governor's race in North Carolina. Just a brief word about this controversial lieutenant governor candidate. You both are jumping to tell me who wants to take.
Let me just say one
we got 9 minutes to go here.
One small thing, which is this, because Kristen will get into, I think, how controversial this Republican gubernatorial candidate was. But just remember the ticket splitting piece. This is a state that has ticket split president, governor before. That's it, right? So this, I think,
they have a Democratic governor right now.
That's exactly right. So if somebody's looking at this going, well, the Democratic governor won in North Carolina, doesn't that mean maybe that Vice President Harris is a lock? It does not. And just to throw that out there, this is a state that where Republicans know how to check a Republican for president and a Democrat for governor.
But this was a campaign on Mark Robinson's behalf. It was beset by problems.
Beset by problems because he was determined that he posted some highly controversial comments on an adult website. And so the backlash was massive. This result was expected. The question is, that was, by the way, one of the controversies. I'm giving you the biggest one. The question is, will he drag down support for former President Trump? We don't know the answer, but we do know that in 2020, President Biden was not able to win this state because there was, in part, it's believed, a controversial Democratic candidate for Senate, and that did sink his chances. Now, just to zoom out a little bit, a Democrat hasn't won the state of North Carolina since 2008, when Barack Obama did it. Trump added 3 campaign stops in these closing days of the race.
But the whole weekend there, 3 days straight in North Carolina.
How important this state is to his path.
Also a sense that it might have been slipping away and trying to shore up that.
Absolutely.
North Carolina was very, very tight in 2022. Trump won it, but it was right up there in terms of narrow margins.
Absolutely. And it's a good reminder that even if the electoral vote count ultimately has a pretty wide gap, these margins can be very tight, and those electoral votes, listen, they all go to the winner, right? So that's what matters here in a state like North Carolina.
Well, we already talked to Garrett Haake, who was in West Palm at Trump headquarters. Let's go over to Peter Alexander. He's at the Harris headquarters in Washington.
Hey, Savannah, you just heard from Garrett a moment ago talking about how Donald Trump's team seems to be satisfied that he is doing a bit better with those black and Latino voters right now. Similarly, the Harris campaign feels good that she is outperforming with white voters over Joe Biden's performance with them in some of our early exit poll indications in parts of the country right now. One thing they're keeping an eye on. Another thing I'm hearing from senior officials within the campaign as they get ready to start the program here is that they are seeing really good enthusiasm among those youngest voters, those college students in particular right now. They're talking about long lines. You know what? Let me do this. They're starting the Star Spangled Banner. I'll give it back to you with respect to our country, then we'll come back in a moment.
Yeah, 9
All right, Peter, that is Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. We've got Tom Yamas over at the big board.
Yeah, we're talking Georgia, right? Because it is so close. A reminder here, we're talking about Democrats feeling a little hopeful in North Carolina, Republicans feeling a little better about Georgia. If they swap, right, if Democrats win North Carolina and Republicans win Georgia, they're both 16 electoral votes. We're back to square one where we were in 2020. Let's talk about Georgia tonight, because what we're seeing is both camps are overperforming. So it's going to be a nail biter. Remember, in 2020, it came down to about 12,000 votes, a little under that. Let's start in Atlanta, the metro region. Cobb County, we have 57% of the vote in. And let's see how Biden did, 56%. This is actually, Cobb County tells the story of the Atlanta metro region. Newt Gingrich represented Cobb County, and look how Democrats have been able to run up the score. From Romney in 2012, Clinton flips it, and look how they're growing the margins. And tonight, that's exactly what Kamala Harris is doing. She's growing the margins in Cobb County. Let's go around. Let's see what we have in Fulton. Fulton, 53%. Let's see how that compares to Biden, 72. She's holding her own around the Atlanta metro region. Let's see over here. Gwinnett, we only have about 1% in. Not really worth a discussion there. Clayton County, 70% in. Slightly overperforming Biden. That's pretty good. We'll keep moving. Henry County, 1% in. This is one of those swing counties we can talk about. 1% in. I don't know how much we're going to be able to say there. Rockdale County, again, those Atlanta suburbs, 77% of the vote in. She's overperforming there. Okay, that's Harris. That's the Democrats. Let's go to these rural regions. Rayburn, 95% in. Trump at 78 in 2020. He's at 78 right now. You can see he's holding his marks. Union County, a little bit lower, but again, he's around the 80% mark where he should be, and overperforming in White County. Again, those are the rural counties. Let's go to Georgia's Black Belt, where they have counties with lots of African-American voters. Here in Doherty, this is about 70% African-American here, slightly overperforming Biden. So again, guys, what I'm trying to say here is that right now, it's very similar to what we saw in 2020. Trump seems to be hitting his marks where he was in the rural counties, in those African-American counties and around the Atlanta region. Democrats are hitting those marks. It's going to be very close. It's one of the reasons why when we click on Georgia right here, it is literally just too close to call, guys.
All right, Tom, we got a lot ahead here. We're going to take a break, and then another state closing its polls. Which candidate will it bring closer to those crucial 270 electoral college votes? We will be right back.
I'm Drew Duz. I make videos about the weirdest hotels in the world. Spotter Studio just makes planning my videos so much easier. I can literally...
Holy moly. What's not real? Found sleep bean. Bro, that's actually Joe Biden's Twitter.
Nice to have you along with us, whether you're at home or on our plaza. We're just glad you're with us this morning.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
This monster and historic storm is set to make landfall.
Now is raw.
What was your initial reaction?
Devastating. Now is real.
Voters are voting. It's here. It's happening.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
8:20 in the east, 5:20 in the west. We've got some major battlegrounds close their polls, and the votes are being counted as we speak. That's the road to 270, filling out a bit with some predictable wins and losses in this country. But let's go to the battlegrounds. Virginia is too early to call, just 33% of the vote in. We'll continue to watch it. Ohio, the polls have closed there. It is too early to call, although that once battleground is now more a reliably red state. We'll see how that shakes out. Pennsylvania, stop me if you've heard Pennsylvania very much during this campaign season. It may all hinge on the Commonwealth. Too early to call there. And in Georgia, we have characterized this as too close to call. So we are about halfway through the vote counting there, 50% in. And though you see that margin, depending on where the votes are coming from, it is our expectation that right now this vote in Georgia's 16 electoral votes just too close to call.
All right, let's go over to Hallie Jackson with some new exit polling information on the gender gap.
So this has been a storyline we're talking about all night, right? We say it, Savannah, Lester, you both said it, the battle of the sexes, men versus women. It gets a little bit more complicated at that, but let's start with the gender gap nationally here. And you can see it absolutely still exists. So these are our exit polls nationally based on gender. You can see, obviously, this is just the vote here. Women, 53%, 47% men. Typically what we might see. When you get into vote break, I'm going to ask our team to pull that up. You are seeing that more women are backing Vice President Harris. More men are backing former President Trump. More women, 55% for Harris. Trump, 43%. Will go to men. And you'll see it flips, right? That red slice of the pie gets a little bit bigger for Donald Trump when it comes to men nationally. And we'll pull that up so you can see it. The other piece of this, though, there's more to it, right? And when you get a little bit deeper in race and education, that is where this gets really key. And for that, you look at white college-educated women. We've been talking about this demographic a lot here in some of these key swing states. She is doing better with white college-educated women. Donald Trump is doing better with non-college educated white women, and that is another piece of the gender gap dynamic that's at play here.
Well, actually, we have a historic gender gap potentially, and we have a historic education gap potentially. And I want to bring in our panel. We've got Sarah Fagan, who is here. She was a veteran of the Bush White House, George W. Bush, the political director there, and Senator Claire McCaskill of the great state of Missouri that was once a swing state as well. You were a Democratic senator.
Way back when.
Way back when. So we've talked a lot about the gender gap, but I think the education gap is key here, too, when you hear what Hallie says. Senator, what's your take?
I think, we have so many divides at this point. We have urban, rural. We have college educated, non-college educated. But the big one this election are women and men. And yes, there is a difference between college educated women and non-college educated women. But the support for Harris is so big among college educated women. And the key in this election, I think, is are they going to drag their husbands, their sons, their uncles with them over to the Trump side? Because these are my peeps, right?
Are those the shy Harris voters?
College educated older women. Yes. I live in that place.
Is this the battle of the sexes, or is that being overplayed?
Well, I do think that college educated women are a critical, if not the critical voting bloc in this election. And, Hallie, you pointed out that according to the exit polls, it's 53% of the electorate. In 2020, it was 52. Now, 1 point doesn't seem like a lot, but, if Kamala Harris drives up her results among women, in these close contests like Georgia and Pennsylvania, that could be a deciding factor.
I can't believe we haven't actually talked about it yet tonight. Reproductive rights. This is the first presidential election post-Dobbs, the decision that overturned Roe versus Wade. We've seen the potency of that issue. Abortion rights measures have passed every time they've been on the ballot since the Dobbs decision, but we haven't yet had a presidential election. Do you think that issue still has its potency and is a weak spot for Republicans?
I think it has its potency for sure. It definitely cuts both ways, meaning, you see about 10% of the electorate on both sides of the issue for whom that is the most important issue. But there's no question among younger voters, especially younger women, that's an issue that is driving them out. And so the question is, you know, really is that the main issue they're voting on, or is that one of many issues they're voting on?
Yeah, and I think, frankly, when we look at this, if Kamala Harris wins the presidency, we're going to talk a lot about how the women got her there, but I don't think we should ignore the fact that college students are playing a big role today. The lines, the overperformance at college campuses right now, whether you're in North Carolina or Pennsylvania or Wisconsin or Nevada, on the ground, I've talked to the team that's running the ground game in all of these states. They have never seen this kind of response on college campuses. So we may have a divide there between kids in college that are voting age and kids who aren't in college that are voting.
Is that playing out just in a few states or across all states?
In all of the states, they're seeing they're exceeding their model on how many people are voting at these college at places that are primarily college campuses.
We can put up the Florida abortion ban. Remember, there are 10 states with abortion on the ballot tonight, and we can show you how Florida Amendment 4. This, by the way, requires a 60% to reach the 60% level. So right now, not there yet. We're not making a call, but that's.
It's been interesting to see these ballot measures. We have one in Florida. You mentioned their abortion's on the ballot literally in 10 states, 2 of them battlegrounds, Nevada and Arizona. Some of the battlegrounds, Michigan, for example, had abortion on the ballot 2 years ago, lifted Democrats' prospects in Michigan. Now, is there a question in your mind, Senator McCaskill, whether or not Democrats who might have been motivated to go to the polls on the abortion issue feel like, oh, well, it's already taken care of. People are kind of in the middle thinking, I can vote for Trump even because I think I've already taken care of this abortion question with regard to the ballot measure in a battleground like Michigan.
I don't know. I think ProPublica has done such an amazing job of publicizing the deaths to women because of Trump really extreme abortion bans that are in many, many states. And Texas isn't a battleground state. But there's a Senate race out there that I've got a half an eye on tonight. And I think when you have women dying who want to have the children, who are suffering a miscarriage and can't get the health care they need, that takes it to a different level. And I don't think we had very many of those stories out there in 2022 like we have in 2024. And I think the campaign has certainly emphasized those stories and the brave women telling them.
And I also think that this is an issue that Republicans have struggled to find their footing on. Sarah and I have talked quite a bit.
Let me pick up that thought in a moment. We have an election alert now. This is a poll closing here at the 8:30 hour in the East. Arkansas will be closing here momentarily. We'll perhaps get a characterization. That's the only one at 8:30 we're going to see. And here's the projection. NBC News can project that Donald Trump will win in the state of Arkansas when all the votes are counted. 6 electoral votes. Here's where we are on the map to 270. That leaves Donald Trump at 99 electoral votes, 27 for Harris. Again, the goal, 270.
All right, let's go to the battlegrounds. Georgia's race for president too close to call at this hour. 53% of the vote in, just too close to make a prediction there. Pennsylvania, too early to call. They're just getting started in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And North Carolina also too early to call. We do have more vote there, but we're just not in a position yet to call those races. However, Tom, as I go to you, these are some of the races. Georgia and North Carolina, these are fast counters. And we may be able to make a call by the middle of the night or in the early hours this morning, and that would be quite telling.
Yeah, our decision desk guidance is that Georgia and North Carolina both improving the way they tabulate votes. We should have a projected winner some point tonight. Those will be the 2 first battlegrounds that we hope to project and we hope to call at some point earlier tonight. But we'll have to wait and see. We're ready for anything. We could be surprised by anything. I want to talk about Virginia for a little bit, and a caveat here. As Chuck Todd reminded us, Northern Virginia, the suburbs, they do sort of report late. That vote is still coming in, but we still see some troubling signs for Kamala Harris, at least in some of these counties. So Biden was at 61%. 95% of the vote is in, and I just want to highlight this. There's only about 2,800 votes remaining, so not a lot of votes going to come in. She's at 56%, 57%. 61% was where Biden was. As we keep going around, my team flagged another county. Fairfax County, she's doing fine. Prince William, though, underperforming here as well. 80% of the vote is in. Biden was at 62. She's at 58. Again, these are suburban women, highly educated. educated, college degrees, sort of your establishment Democrats, and a growing area of Virginia as well. A lot of people move here for the jobs, to work in government as well. Again, it's still very early. We're still waiting for all the votes to be called in Virginia. An area we watch too is Chesterfield. This is just south of Richmond. African Americans who originally lived in Richmond moved out to places like Chesterfield and Henrico as well. It's one of those swing counties. Biden won in 2020. Trump won it in 2016. So we're keeping an eye on it. And you see, this is where Biden was in 2020. This is where Kamala Harris is tonight, 49.4. But there's only 35% of the vote in. So still a lot of vote to be counted there. So we're going to stay and watch that. As we move further west, we have some counties out here, rural counties. This is Wise County. This is Trump country near West Virginia. You can see 94% in. He was at 80.4 in 2020. He's at 81.6. Again, how does he win states like Virginia? They're going to run up the votes in the suburban areas, the Democrats. He runs up the votes in the rural areas. So that's going to be good there for the Republicans if they want to hold those marks. Virginia Beach, this is another area we're going to be watching. Again, an area that sometimes tends to swing. Trump with 48% in 2016. Biden was able to flip it 30% in. Again, still early, but Trump is ahead there. So we're watching Virginia, guys, and we'll see what happens. We're still waiting for some of the vote to come in here, but some signs that, maybe trouble Democrats, maybe they trouble Republicans as well. We're going to have to wait. Back to you guys.
All right, we shall wait. We do have a key projection right now. The state of Delaware, the home state of the sitting president, Joe Biden, will go for Kamala Harris as expected. Here's how the vote shook out. Just 48% in, but this is an easy projection with the margins as they are expected to be. So here's where we fill out our map. At 8:30 on the East Coast, Delaware being added to the tally for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump leading as some of these big states in the South, which are expected to go his way, are starting to report in. Speaking of the South, we've got NBC News correspondent Allison Barber. She's in the key county of Gwinnett County, Georgia. First of all, starting to come in there. And what are you hearing? We've got both campaigns really laser focused on this area.
Yeah, they care a lot about this county, Savannah. Let me just show you, because we've just started to see precinct captains coming in with their memory cards with the votes that happened in person on Election Day. You see this line that goes out the door around. What you're looking at are all of the precinct captains from Gwinnett County. Ultimately, what they're doing is they're coming in here. They have with them little bags that are secured with the official election seal on the top of the envelope and memory cards, and at least 2 from each precinct that have the total of votes for today. So they come in here, they check in with these folks, and then they ultimately take their memory cards to the different election workers that are sitting around here, and they open up, they look at those envelopes, make sure they're sealed properly, make sure it has everything necessary by Georgia law inside of it, and then they send them back into this room here, where we start to see those votes processed and then sent out to the public. In addition to all that's happening on here, back here, and come with me, we'll weave a little through everyone here, there's more counting going on in the back. You mentioned this county is really important to both political campaigns. I'll tell you why. This is a rapidly growing county in the state of Georgia. It's also incredibly diverse. It leans blue, but back in 2020, Donald Trump carried about 40% of the vote in Gwinnett County. And ultimately, what Republicans in the Trump campaign were looking for tonight is to see if they could increase turnout just enough where they run up the margins by a few percentage points and hold on to Republican strongholds in the state, and then are maybe well positioned to carry the state. Democrats, the Harris campaign, they were also hoping to up their turnout here so they could create that blue wall Tom has been talking so much about in Metro Atlanta. And a lot of it has been happening in here tonight. Keep coming a little this way, because one of the most significant aspects of tonight that we've watched in here are the early votes, early in-person voting numbers in this county. Over 50% of active voters in Gwinnett County alone voted early. That's either by mail-in ballots or early in person. Back over here, you see all these things? I've been describing them today almost as like trash cans, but what's inside of them? All of the in-person early votes, about 300,000 of them. There was a team of election workers here who had been sequestered since 9 a.m., prepping all of these so they could process and get the early numbers out quickly. Every election official and the supervisor of Gwinnett County elections has told us they've been on track to hit all of their markers to have results in on the earlier side, and they're still working over here tonight. This is where the mail-in ballots will come through and are coming through, and they're sorting all of those. Ultimately, we're going to see more ballots coming from the individual precincts from Election Day to the other side here, where they'll count and go through all of that. The big question here is going to be, what does turnout look like? For the Republicans and Trump, did they nudge up? What what they did in 2020 a little better this year, enough to possibly chip away at Harris's margins and then maybe take the state along with keeping Republican strongholds. And for Harris and Democrats, were they able to reach out to people they described as likely Harris voters who were hard to reach, people who would probably vote Democrat, but maybe hadn't voted in past elections. The local county Democrats, they told us they spent a lot of time trying to reach those voters, canvassing, directly targeting ads to them, and sending a lot of mailers in more than a dozen languages to try to get them out. So far, we're told, and you can just see the scale of everything here, the supervisor for Gwinnett County elections, he told us that they are on target right now to surpass voter turnout compared to 2020 by 6:30 today. They had 70% voter turnout roughly in this county. That's exactly what they had back in 2020. So they think they are going to have more turnout in this county. And for both Republicans and Democrats, that's exactly what they were hoping to see. But the big question is, how do those votes fall? And remember, 2020, we saw in the midterms a lot of split ticket voters, Republicans who voted for Republican Governor Brian Kemp, despite Trump saying, hey, that's not somebody I support, and him coming out against him in the midterms, and then voting for the Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock. The question tonight in this county is, could that happen again? And the numbers, at least in terms of the totality, are inching up past what both campaigns were hoping to see tonight. Savannah?
All right, Ellison, thank you. Gwinnett County's late rallies by Donald Trump there in that county and neighboring Cobb County. And you got to hand it to the election workers. They're so focused.
That's what I was thinking as I was watching that.
She walks right by you. They don't even look up. They don't even look up. They're counting the votes. It makes you feel good about democracy
These
at
are the
work.
heroes of the night.
Yes, absolutely.
There's also a storyline in Georgia about election workers, of course, right? And the threats that election workers have faced in so many of these battleground states. And you look at Georgia, that is the home, of course, of Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, who were two elections workers who came under fire, faced death threats, faced severe hardship in their lives because of those election fraud lies from former President Trump. So these election workers, man, are they doing a civic duty for everybody?
My favorite part of voting is when I walk in and see the smiley faces. They've got this great task in front of them, and it's
true. Hug an election worker if they consent.
Yeah.
And it's part of the story of tonight, though, and tomorrow morning, because they've brought on more election workers in all of these states to make sure that they can count more quickly. I do think Ellison's report was fascinating. Gwinnett County, it went for Clinton by 6 points, for Biden by 18 points. So this is a county that Democrats have been increasingly eyeing, as have Republicans.
Well, we talk about the gender gap as I go to Senator McCaskill and Sarah Fagan. I mean, I mentioned there were Trump rallies in Gwinnett County. One of them was the one where Tucker Carlson, the former Fox News host, talked about daddy's coming home and going to give a little girl a spanking, like, the sheriff's come into town, which is a message that, if you're trying to reach female voters, I don't know how the females on this panel feel about that, but that's where that happened.
Not good. Don't feel good about that.
Yeah.
I think most women don't feel good about that. But, I come from a state that is very Trump heavy. So I certainly know that there are women out there that have bought what he's selling. I like to say I think there's about a third of the Trump voters that don't believe a word he says, but they really like the idea that their tax cut's going to stay in place, and they think their business interests are going to be better protected with less regulation. And then 2/3 of the Trump voters who believe every word he says and like it just fine.
So I want to get your thought on something at work right now. And there was a bit of a mixed message in the campaign, the Donald Trump's campaign, about early voting. Yes, do it, don't do it. How do you think that is playing out tonight?
Well, if you look at some of the early vote returns, certainly we saw higher numbers of Republicans voting early. It looks to me like a lot of those were election day voters previously who voted early. Okay, great for the Trump campaign. They banked votes. They can focus on those who haven't voted. So to me, what I'm going to be looking for is his share of the early vote higher than it was in 2020? Democrats dominated the early vote totals in 2020. And, Donald Trump in most of these states was doing 35, not even higher than 40% in any of those states, these target states we've been talking about all night. So does he do 42, 43, 44%?
I mean, in 2020, we were in the midst of a pandemic. Donald Trump was actively telling people not to vote early or not vote by mail, saying he was suspicious of it. To Lester's point, he changed that too. Now they're actively encouraging Republican voters to go in and early vote, and Republican voters seem to have answered that call.
That's right. It was a huge strategic blunder in 2020 to have done that, particularly in a close race. Had he not done that, perhaps he would have won. So I think he learned that lesson. And also, if you just look at the trends in early voting and the trends in absentee by states, it's a prudent thing to do.
To be clear, the Republican apparatus absolutely made a big push this cycle to get voters out to vote early. Donald Trump himself was all over the map on that. You see it at his rallies. He talks about at one rally, he would say, go out and do it. At another rally, he would cast doubt on the validity of ballots that were put in through the mail, et cetera. Some of that likely seeped down to some of his voters in some of these key battleground states, as we heard from talking to voters in some of these battlegrounds. Remember that this is a former president who, over the summer, you look at, let's say, 20 rallies. At 5 of them, he cast doubt on the results of the election even before votes were counted. That ramped up in just the last month. At 14 of 20 rallies, he did the same thing. So he has not been super consistent on this.
Let's go to Tom Yamas right now. Tom, as we speak, North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania are counting votes right now.
Yeah, and we're getting ready for poll closings in places like Nebraska, and Nebraska could be the key to it all. And I know what you're saying, Nebraska, yes. So when you look at our beautiful map here, you see the maps, the states that are red, the states that are blue, and our battlegrounds here that aren't colored in. And then Nebraska and Maine, they have this kind of Where's Waldo effect. When we hit it, here's why. Nebraska and Maine, they both give out their electors a little differently, their electoral votes. If you win the popular vote, you get 2 in Nebraska, and then they give them by congressional district as well. Trump is going to win 2 of the congressional districts, most likely, in the popular vote. But Congressional District 2, CD2 in Nebraska, is a battleground district. And the entire election, I say, could come down to this. Let me explain why. So let's take you to Nebraska and show you where CD2 is. It's essentially the city of Omaha, right? I'm going to draw it for you and then show you the congressional district. It's the city of Omaha, a little bit of Saunders, and then a little bit of Sarpy as well. I should say all of Saunders as well. That's essentially the way it looks, right? I'm going to give you the congressional map so we can cut it out a little more. So this right here, that's Congressional District 2. It's a swing district, as I said. 2016, Trump wins by 6,000 votes. In 2020, Biden wins by 20,000 votes. So why is it important? Because if we come down to that scenario where it's 269, 269, Savannah, I gamed that out. It's going to come down to Nebraska, too. So every vote does matter. It matters so much that we spoke to people in Omaha, asking them about what this campaign was like. They say they've never seen anything like it. They've been inundated with ads saying on the television, on the radio, people calling them, unlike anything they've ever seen before. Again, it likely won't come down to Nebraska, too, but it might, and that's why every vote matters. Again, Omaha, the biggest area of Nebraska, fastest growing area, and tonight we'll be watching it.
Tom, you promised me you would not raise the specter of the 269 to 269.
It could happen. We're ready for it.
It could happen. The Constitution has provisions for it, but can we just all agree? Let's hope we don't get there.
Is that Chuck Todd's?
Yes, no, is that Chuck Todd's head exploding? Yes, perhaps it is. But it's interesting to see these are such contested races, and it's actually nice to see. I think we've divided our country so much into red and blue. It's nice to see that once you get at a county by county level, all of these states they're not monolithic. There's more to it, and we still do live right next to each other. And Nebraska, too, is a very good example of that.
Yeah, but I would say you're right. We live right next to each other. But the folks that live in Omaha, I guarantee you, some of the folks that live out in a very sparsely populated rural county don't relate to some of the same issues that the people in Omaha think are important. It's much more of an urban area.
There's also a hot Senate race there right now where the Republican was expected, you would think, would just cruise to re-election there, but there's an independent candidate, Dan Osborne, who's really giving a run for her money for Deb Fischer.
Yeah, and I will say that one of the things about the urban-rural issue is when you think about the ground game, I don't think we talk about this enough. The ground game for the Republican Party is much harder. Going door to door in rural communities is a much different operation than going door to door in a densely populated area. It's not as efficient. It's more difficult. Frankly, a lot of folks out in the rural area don't want strangers knocking on their door. They're not used to having people they don't recognize coming up the driveway 2 miles down from their nearest neighbor. So it is harder for the Republican Party to do the ground game, the GOTV, as you talked about earlier, than it is for the Republican Party. But it'll be interesting to see how this independent does in Nebraska. He says he's going to be independent. He won't caucus with either party. He won't vote for either leader. He says his job would be to try to bring the two parties together. It's probably a winning message right now. I just don't know if Nebraska's pretty red.
All right, well, the drama is continuing to build. 3 big battlegrounds closing at the top of the next hour. Don't go away. We'll be right back as we count down the road to 270. story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Welcome back. It's election night in America, and we're just getting started. Almost 9 o'clock here in the East. We're going to have a bunch of poll closings, 3 big battlegrounds that will close. They are make or break races on the road to 270. We're talking about the presidential race a lot for good reason. As I turn to Kristen Walker and Hallie Jackson, there is also hanging in the balance tonight the balance of power. Who controls Congress? Who controls the Senate? Who controls the House? And we've got some results there.
That's right. And Republicans need 2 seats to win control of the Senate. So far, they have 1 pickup. So let's go to the board. We'll show you where things stand right now. In West Virginia, as we have already reported, Jim Justice has won this seat after Senator Joe Manchin, who was a Democrat, who then switched to an independent, announced he was not running for re-election. This is expected. It is the first Republican pickup, so that makes this significant. We can call that Rick Scott has held on to his Senate seat in Florida handily. He first won this seat back in 2018. This was one of these races where reproductive rights was a big issue. Former Congresswoman Debbie Mucarsel-Powell trying to make that the big focus of the race, but it was not enough to get her over the finish line. We're watching this very closely. The Senate race in Ohio, too early to call. Senator Sherrod Brown looking for a 4th term against former car dealer, Trump-backed businessman Bernie Moreno. So we'll watch that closely. Pennsylvania, another big battleground. Senator Bob Casey with 67% of the vote. Dave McCormick with 30.4% of the vote. Too early to call with just 13% in. Let's take a look at the big picture here. Again, Republicans have now picked up 1 seat for the Senate at this hour, 42 to 33. We'll continue to watch this
very quickly. Hallie, taking a step back, the Republicans need 2 seats, and this is a map that is very difficult for Democrats to hold on to their Senate races. They're on defense in a lot of these states.
Yeah, and the reason for that is likely Montana. This is the other pickup that Republicans feel very confident about. They think they'll be able to get. I will tell you that Ohio Senate race being too early to call is interesting. I talked with one Senate Republican source who said, you know, they would have loved to see that call an hour ago, right? They would have loved to have had that in the bag, these 2-seat pickups earlier in the night, Savannah. But we'll wait and see how this one goes.
Okay, we are just coming up the top of the hour. We're going to have some major battleground poll closings coming up. And we
Michigan
continue to
and Wisconsin, Arizona, all coming up. So this is the drama beginning to clearly build right now. The votes are being counted. And again, we'll get those closings here very shortly. Let's check back into the presidential race and the road to 270. All right, it is 8:51 in the East, and here is where we stand right now on the road to 270. And it has been a night of big surprises so far, with more to come. We're now just minutes away from additional closings.
Yeah, we are, and we see that map starting to fill out, so we will watch for those next poll closings. It's in all corners of the country now, almost at 9 o'clock in the East Coast, and they're some of the biggest states to close yet.
At the top of the hour, a major round of poll closings with the most battleground states of the entire night.
15 states and 163 electoral college votes up for grabs, including 3 critical swing states.
Will Vice President Kamala Harris hold on to the blue wall that cuts through Wisconsin?
Good evening, Wisconsin!
And Michigan?
Michigan, we are not going back!
Or will former President Trump break through like he did in 2016?
We're going to win Wisconsin.
Plus, the first Western battleground, Arizona, moments away from closing.
A very big hello, Arizona. We love you, Arizona.
Arizona, we need to fight this battle on every front.
We are standing by for our first vote count in from these make-or-break states as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270.
Many votes to be counted, battlegrounds all coming in. Michigan has 15 electoral votes up for grabs, a key state, and Jesse Kirsch in Detroit for us today. Jesse, the polls are just about to close, moments away. What do you expect? What are you hearing?
Yeah, so Savannah, statewide, they close at 9 p.m. Eastern, but here in Detroit, in the East Coast time zone, the polls have been closed for almost an hour. You can see this ballot drop box is sealed off here. However, despite all of that, we're going to move down the block here. This is the city elections office, and what we've got going on here is people who have been in line well past when the polls officially closed to continue registering to vote. And inside, it appears we do still have some people in that line. We had people telling us they'd waited in line for around 4 hours. One young woman told us that she almost got out of line because of that duration, dealing with logistics as well as just waiting to be able to register to vote, but was ultimately able to do so. Someone else told us that they got out of line because of the wait. If people got in line by 8 p.m. Eastern time and they closed the doors here at that time, people were going to be allowed to go through the registration process. And it seems people are still going through that at this hour. This is a traditional Democratic stronghold, the city of Detroit. However, when we've spoken to GOP operatives in the state, they tell us that they see Vice President Harris's base as, quote, crumbling because of various headwinds. However, there are other potential headwinds that could send traditionally Republican voters toward the vice president. We will have a clearer answer as those results start coming in at 9 p.m. Eastern. Savannah, back to you.
And we'll get a better idea about turnout, too, which is all important for the Harris campaign in Detroit and also those collar counties. Well, we want to switch over. Let's go to Arizona, the Mountain West. Polls closed. Gotti Schwartz, they're outside a polling place. Have you seen a lot of crowds?
Yeah, polls close in about 6 minutes here. This is the end of the line, and this is about a 60 to 70 minute wait here. So you got the people that are at the end of the line right now, probably about 300 to 400 people in front of them. You're noticing a lot of MAGA hats here talking about the gender divide. Gender divide is very much in play here at Arizona State University, and there's been so much talk about low propensity voters. One of the things that we've been noticing here and talking to students about is the involvement of fraternities. Normally, fraternities, they may not be organizing and may not be turning out to vote as much as you'd expect, but here at the ASU campus, it does seem like the fraternities have been involved in turning out the vote, and those that we've been talking to say that they are turning out for former President Donald Trump. We've also talked to a lot of other students that have been coming out for policy issues. There are several props. The issue of abortion is extremely important in turning out the vote. Immigration is also important, but I gotta say, just eavesdropping what people have been talking about in line, it's been surprising how often the topic of the Joe Rogan podcast keeps coming up. We've talked to several students now who say that they listened to that Joe Rogan podcast with the former president, and that was the deciding factor for them. And they've also said that if the Kamala Harris, the vice president of the United States, would have appeared on that podcast, they may have had their vote skewed. It's really interesting because, you know, some people are talking about policy. Others are talking more about kind of like vibes. Well, I like the vibe of Trump, or I like the vibe of Kamala Harris, but it's not so policy specific. But that's just some of what we've seen. We're almost to the end of the line. We just wrap around this corner. But again, right now we're in Maricopa County. This is a county with 2 point something million voters. ASU has 74,000 students here, most of them voting age. So what we see here at Arizona is going to be very important in this election. Back to you guys.
All right, Gotti, thank you so much. Abortion on the ballot in Arizona, also Florida. Lester, I know you got a key call here.
Yeah, we do have a call here in the state of Florida that abortion, that would restore the constitutional right to an abortion there, but had a 60% threshold. It will not clear it. So amendment for right to abortion will go down in defeat. 86% of the vote in there. Let's
This is super interesting. I'll just drop in here to say this. Okay, it was yes to protect in Florida, but you were seeing it needed a 60% threshold, as you said, Lester. This would be the first ballot initiative that we've seen anywhere in the country since the overturning of Roe versus Wade that has failed. However,
but it had a higher bar.
The other ballot initiatives were not this high of a threshold here. And I see you want to jump in.
No, it's just the same number. Right, it was 57-58 in Ohio, 57-58 in Kansas. I mean, I think we know what the number is. Ironically, I've talked to some Florida Republicans who secretly had hoped this would pass, because now Florida elected officials in 2026, which is their big election year, they will have to face the voters on a 6-week ban. And then suddenly that will sort of upend just the state's politics.
Yeah.
But
Ron
there's clearly
DeSantis actively campaigned against this amendment which is
and he used the government power. It's going to create an interesting, there's going to be a fascinating if the Democratic Party ever wants to have a chance in Florida again, they're going to get an opportunity, ironically, because this thing went down tonight.
Think about how complicated this was for former President Trump. I asked him about this. He said it went too far. And then he was asked about it repeatedly throughout the course of this campaign. Well, how are you going to vote on this? And he was shifting his positions in the weeks leading up to this very vote. So it sort of underscores the point that Chuck's making. This is a very complicated
issue. This issue has Republicans in knots, and Donald Trump in knots, and now it lives to see another day in Florida.
And this is why the vice president and her team have been pushing on this issue. It is on the ballot as well in Arizona and Nevada. Trump orbit folks that I'm talking to think that there is a likelihood of perhaps ticket splitters in those states, people who will back these abortion ballot initiatives, but who will also back former President Trump. But you have seen the vice president hammer this in the state of Georgia. She went to the state of Texas, which nobody really thinks is going to flip blue on the presidential race, but she wanted to use it as a stage to highlight that state's controversial restrictive abortion law. She did it in Georgia with Amber Thurman, and in Florida, she talks about it as a place that she is concerned about.
We don't have a ton of time because we're coming up on a poll closing. But in Iowa, whose polls are going to close, there was a late election poll. Iowa just had a very restrictive abortion ban passed. And this shock poll on the eve of the election had Kamala Harris carrying a red state. So it's just a very potent issue.
Not to overread into it, but it is an indicator perhaps. And the pollster there, Gold Standard pollster, thought perhaps the abortion issue was motivating these older white women, right? A demographic we've been watching tonight.
And Chuck, well, let's go to the election and we'll move right here. As we get some more poll closings here, we can give a few more characterizations. In just 3 seconds, all of these states will see their polls closed, and we'll begin counting the votes. Here is state of Texas, which we were just talking about. Donald Trump will win in the state of Texas when all the votes are counted. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will also win in North Dakota tonight. South Dakota, same story. That will also go into the Donald Trump column this evening. We move to the state of Wyoming. In 3 electoral votes at stake, Donald Trump, the projected winner in Wyoming. Here's the map. The road to 270 now getting interesting. 154 for Donald Trump, 30 for Kamala Harris.
All right, let's go to the uncalled races just from those 9 o'clock poll closings, including New York, Colorado, Minnesota. So we still await results there. But let's go to Michigan. That's the biggie at this hour. Polls closing in Michigan, and it is, wait for it, too early to call. We will be waiting for it perhaps into the wee hours tonight. Arizona also too early to call. 7 o'clock in the Mountain West, 9 o'clock on the East Coast. Polls just closed there. Let's go to Wisconsin, the other of the blue wall states, along with Michigan and Pennsylvania, too early to call. And speaking of Pennsylvania, too early to call. Starting to see more vote come in, but we could be waiting a bit for that. And same with North Carolina. They're counting more quickly, but it's still too early for us to make a projection. And in Georgia, it's not too early. It's just too close. We are starting to see the vote come in. We've got 66% counted right now. And yet, despite the margin that you see there, we project not only what the margin is right now, but where we expect the vote to come in, whether it's coming from a Republican stronghold or a Democratic stronghold. So when you see that disparity and then you see us say it's too close to call, there's a method to that madness, Tom, and you've got Georgia up there.
And I'm going to explain the method to the madness, right? The difference right now, 220,000 votes. Trump on top with 66% of the vote in. But Republicans, it can't even get close to celebrating just yet. These sort of UFO objects we have circling Georgia right now, this is the remaining vote. And the bigger that bubble, that means the more vote that is out. And the more vote that is out right now is in the Atlanta metro region. Remember, I told you guys earlier that about 50% of the vote is going to come from this area right here. The election is essentially won or lost in the Atlanta metro region because the margins are so close. Every vote matters, but because the margins are so close, Trump runs up that rural vote. The Democrats run up the urban vote. They run up the suburban counties around Atlanta as well. Let's take a look. Let's see how Atlanta and the surrounding counties are looking, the ring counties. Cobb County, 77% of the vote is in. Harris slightly overperforming where Biden was in 2020. Let's go over to Fulton County. This is where Atlanta is, a huge county for Democrats here. She's about where Biden was, 72% of the vote in. She can catch up and bring that up. Gwinnett County, again, these are the counties that Clinton flipped in 2016, and they just got bluer and bluer. And you can see what's happening here. 16% of the vote is in, but she's at 60. Biden was at 58. Let's keep going around here. Douglas County, 84% in. Here we go. Harris overperforming in that county. We'll come a little further out. Rockdale County will kind of move a little out the suburbs, the exurbs, if you will. 69%. Look at where Harris is tonight. 74%. She's running up that vote in the Atlanta metro region. If she can keep that momentum going, she could possibly take the state of Georgia. But again, we got to wait and see. I want to see how Trump is doing in some of his rural counties. 78%, 95% of the vote is in. So 78% in 2020. He's at 78 right now. Let me go to neighboring Towns County right here, 81-80, and then in Union, 81-80. He seems to be hitting his marks, too. I want to hit some sort of swing counties, if you will. Dooley is one of these. Trump won it in 2016, but if we go back, Obama had it in 2012. Tonight, Trump is up. He's building on his margins from 2020. That's a good sign for him. Let me see if Peach County is in. Peach County is another one that now no vote is in. This is one of those swing counties, not a whole lot of voters, but it usually sort of picks the winner. We like to watch it as we go around. Muskogee, this is 72%. This is one of the ones we're watching, too, to see if Trump could make inroads with black voters here. Harris seems to be comfortable. She seems to be at the same watermark where Biden was in 2020. So guys, still very close in Georgia. As we said, too close to call. It was about 12,000 votes that separated this in 2020. Trump won this state by about 5 percentage points in 2016. The state is definitely changing, and the reason why it's changing, it's in this Atlanta metro region.
Yeah.
Go
North Carolina, I'd love to see some North Carolina numbers. I mean, these numbers are coming in as we speak.
Yeah,
let's hit North Carolina. Again, we're going to look at all the state. I'm going to be looking at Mecklenburg County. This is where Democrats have to drive up the vote. Only 6% is in, but we can see how she's performing here. You know, 6% is in. I'm not going to really draw too much from there, but she's overperforming Biden. We go to the research triangle here. Wake County, 76% of the vote is in. We compare her to Biden, 62-63. She's doing better. I know a lot of the vote is in. Over here in Orange County. This is UNC, Chapel Hill, the research triangle. You have medical research jobs, high-tech research jobs, affluent suburbs, highly educated Democratic voters. 86% of the vote is in. Let's see how she compares to Biden. Slightly overperforming Biden, not by much, but look, any little increment makes a difference when you're talking about a 10,000 vote difference at the end of the day. Right now, the difference is about 41,000 in that county. Trump is on top right now. He's going to run up the rural vote. We can check out some of his counties over here in western North Carolina, Graham County. These are some of the counties that were affected by Hurricane Helene and all that devastating flooding. 95% in, 81%. In 2020, he was at 79, so kind of overperforming. The big unknown was how many people were going to actually vote in here. And one of the great researchers, Dr. Chris Cooper of North Carolina, political scientist, pointed out to us. He said, listen, this is Trump's area that was affected by those floods. You can have 9 MAGA hats in your house. But if you no longer have a house, trying to get your vote, trying to get your voting location is going to be difficult. They were so concerned about this area that election officials actually changed the rules so you could actually vote in other counties if you couldn't vote in your own county. It looks like turnout's okay. We heard that from Sam Brock. Asheville is that blue dot in the sea of red in North Carolina. Again, affected by Hurricane Helene, 55% of the vote there in Buncombe County. Biden was at 59. Harris is overperforming. Again, any advantage she has in the counties where Biden was doing well or won, and she's hitting higher marks, Democrats are going to love that news. But there's still a lot of the vote is out, 76% in Wake, like we said. Let me see where else in the state that we're still waiting on vote, because there are a lot of rural counties. Listen, if right now, let me go to the entire state. So 41% of the vote is in. Look at this giant circle around Charlotte. I mean, Charlotte, a lot of that vote, Mecklenburg County, it's a county that is majority minority, right? Mostly black and Hispanic. And they're still winning a lot of the vote there. That could be a very good sign for Democrats tonight. But some of the vote is out, like in these rural counties right here. If we check out Johnson County, just outside of Raleigh, connected to that, I'm actually kind of curious, even though only 8% is in here. This was a county that they were looking at to see if Democrats could make inroads there. It looks to be about the same, only 8% in, guys. But we're going to keep a close eye on North Carolina as more of this map gets filled out.
All right, so here's where we are, 7 minutes after 9 o'clock in the East Coast. 6 polls have closed now of 6 of 7 battleground states, still waiting, obviously, for the 7th. Hallie, you heard the numbers. Break it down how we're viewing it through the lens of through
the exit polls, which are coming in. And I got to give the grain of salt caveat, which is these numbers don't get finalized until closer to Thanksgiving, right? So we don't want to overread into them, but they are an indication of where things stand. And what I'm looking at, given that polls have just closed now in the rest of the blue wall states, Michigan and Wisconsin, here's something interesting. Look at the youth vote here. This is a little tricky to look at, but I'm going to walk you through it. Look at Vice President Kamala Harris. She is winning younger voters under the age of 30 in Wisconsin, but Donald Trump is right on her heels there with 47%. He is actually winning winning younger voters in Michigan, 51% to 46%. And if you take a look even further into this, you can see that he is overperforming where he was among young voters in the state of Wisconsin, 47% now. That's a double-digit increase from where he was 4 years ago. It's a similar story in Michigan. And I will also tell you it is a similar story in Pennsylvania as well. You see the Michigan numbers here. Similar story in Pennsylvania as well when it comes to young voters. Now, we've been doing a lot of counterpoint tonight, so let me fill you in as I walk back to the desk. One of the counterpoints here is in Michigan and Wisconsin, Vice President Harris is doing better with older voters than she was relative to 2020. So there's some interesting dynamics at play here.
Well, it's interesting because we saw Gotti Schwartz in Arizona on the campus of Arizona State University, which gives me personal pain as a graduate of the University of Arizona. But I mean, he may be in ground zero of this very thing that exit poll is showing, which is young voters, young male voters, which the Trump campaign worked very hard to turn out, are responding accordingly. Some of them are talking about this Joe Rogan podcast. Can't say I'm a regular listener to it, but he endorsed on the eve of the election, and that was extremely influential.
It could be very influential. And remember, in some of these states, you have same-day voter registration, and who takes the most advantage of it? Younger voters.
That's right.
You know, it was interesting. A lot of Democrats were very optimistic about some of their chances in some of the big Midwestern states for House, Senate, and the presidency, because unlike 2020. The Ann Arbor kids are going to vote in Michigan this time. In 2020, they voted in their home state. The Iowa City kids in Iowa, the Madison kids, and that this time they were all going to actually be in the battleground states.
Because of the pandemic, they were home.
The pandemic, they were home and more dispersed. Obviously, a big chunk of Michigan voters are from Michigan. University of Michigan folks are from Michigan, but there's quite a few that aren't. And Democrats thought that could be a secret weapon for them. If the young men are pulling for Trump, then it's not as much of an impact. Still, there's a massive gender gap among young folks. Let's not. In fact, it may be bigger among young voters
young
than
men
any
young
other
women.
age group.
And then we've seen as Laura Jarrett joins the table here, and I know you're looking into some of the legal issues, but also following these ballot referenda, including the abortion measure that needed a 60% approval, didn't quite get there, 57%, so it went down to defeat in Florida. But to carry on this conversation, young women have been highly motivated by this issue of reproductive rights.
Women of all ages motivated, young and old, and obviously it didn't work in Florida, but the threshold was higher there, and we are still looking at a number of states, including places like Arizona, Missouri, Nebraska, South Dakota, all of which would change the right to an abortion to be enshrined in the Constitution, not something that you could take away easily. Once it's there, it can't just be wiped away when the change of legislature happens. And in those cases, it's a much different situation where you have to just get over a 50% threshold. And so it'll be interesting to see whether they can carry the ballot initiatives in those states, even if the former president is going to win in some of those states.
We've seen these ballot measures, pro-abortion ballot measures, even in very red states, pass, and sometimes pass with 56, 57% of the vote, which, by the way, is what they got in Florida.
There has been a significant shift in the electorate, if these exit polls bear out to what we see right now, into how people feel about abortion rights and abortion access since 4 years ago. I would suspect it is entirely probably because of the overturning of Roe versus Wade. In 2020, 51% of people felt that abortion should be legal in all or most cases. You know what it is now? 66%. That is a significant jump.
Let me just quickly interrupt and go back to this a second, but I believe we have another call to make, and this is in the state of Mississippi. NBC News now projects that Donald Trump will take all 6 electoral votes and will win in Mississippi. There is the breakdown right now, 21,000 vote difference, 10% in. But again, Donald Trump, the projected winner in Mississippi. Here's the map. Here's where it leaves us in the road to 270. Donald Trump well out in front with 160. Kamala Harris now with 30.
Let's expand the conversation. Simone Sanders Townsend, former spokesperson to Kamala Harris. I wonder what you're seeing in these numbers. I assume you have good sources inside the campaign. What are you hearing?
Greetings, everyone. It's good to see you. So what I am hearing is that Democrats writ large in all of the battleground states, and I've been talking to party chairs, folks within the campaigns, but also the organizers on the ground, they're feeling encouraged by what they're seeing from college campuses specifically. In Wisconsin, for example, in the 3rd Congressional District, there are 2 large college campuses in that state, and as one individual in Wisconsin told me, that they could flip a House district seat. In Philadelphia, the turnout in Philly specifically has surprised some Democrats. From in Baltimore, D.C., New York, there were buses that left early this morning of strategists, organizers, even some donors, and they all went down and knocked doors in Pennsylvania, in the Philadelphia area and Philadelphia suburbs. Well, the numbers coming out of places like Temple University, where the lines were so long, people were standing in lines for 3 hours, college campus, they had to add more voting machines. They were not expecting that, Democrats particularly in Pennsylvania, so they're encouraged, what I'm told, by the raw data, emphasis on the raw data they're seeing. So they don't want to speak out of turn, but they feel all right.
Yeah, Simone, what is worrying the Harris camp right now, looking at it from the other end of the glass?
Well, the lines are very long, and they want people to stay in line, Lester. I'm told that actually in Pennsylvania specifically, celebrities are FaceTiming in to the people who are in line, encouraging them to stay in line. So the organizers are out there with the phones saying, hey, so-and-so is on the line. There are concerts actually happening. They are looking at Pennsylvania very closely. And as the time that the vice president spent in the state, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, I think is also indicative of where they see some gaps. Also, obviously, DeKalb County, in Georgia, the lines, the polling locations were staying open longer because of the bomb threats that were happening there and the evacuations that had to happen, encouraging people to know that it is safe to vote, stay in line, make your voice count. I think they want to ensure, they feel like that they can eke it out if people turn out to vote and stay in line.
All right. Simone, thanks very much.
We want to turn now to Garrett Hake. He's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. And we just got the inside scoop from the Harris campaign. So what are you hearing from the Trump campaign about what they're seeing in these battleground states in the early going?
Savannah, the Trump campaign is very buoyed by what they've seen out of Wisconsin, specifically among black voters. They're pointing to our exit poll, which shows Donald Trump more than doubling his support among African Americans in Wisconsin. I cannot emphasize enough how much this has been an emphasis for the Trump campaign to try to improve their margins. So they got blown out with African American voters in 2020. If they were able to move the percentage that they got from 8% to 10, 12, 15, in this case, based on these early exit polls, getting 20% in Wisconsin, that's the kind of thing that could make a huge difference in a race that might be decided by 15 or 20,000 votes in those states. They spent heavily on television, they spent heavily on African-American media, trying to find celebrity validators for Donald Trump, and particularly to reach out to young men. If Trump pulls this off tonight or in the days that come, those small changes at the margins among African-American men, I think, will be a huge part of this story.
All right, Garrett, thank you. I want to go over to Peter Alexander at Harris headquarters, Washington, D.C. And how's the feeling there? What's the vibe?
Well, there's still a celebratory feel here right now. They're waiting for any particular data points that they can know if it's a good indication or not. The Harris campaign individuals still watching behind closed doors. The vice president watching alongside family and friends tonight. A lot of the donors and other big supporters of the vice president's at a hotel here in Washington, D.C. watching as well before they arrive here a little bit later this evening. I'll tell you some of the data points that they are pointing to right now as potentially some good indicators. One comes out of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, specifically as it relates to those 3 wards with the largest densities of Puerto Rican voters right now, that they say in those particular wards that they saw as of 5 o'clock, 3 hours before the polls closed, they had already reached the same number in terms of turnout as they had 4 years ago, which is to say that they believe that they are exceeding the numbers in the past. They think that's a good indication there. I'll punctuate a thought that Simone Sanders was just sharing a short time ago. I am hearing again about those college campuses right now, everywhere from Nevada, UNLV, all the way to a series of separate campuses in Philadelphia itself. Temple, one of them that they named Lehigh, Lafayette, elsewhere in the state as well. And she was talking about what is really key to the campaign right now in these sort of late evening hours, even after the polls have closed. They don't close if you were already in line. It's a message that they're sharing right now, FaceTiming in Jennifer Garner and Demi Moore, among others, to keep those folks in line.
All right,
Yeah.
Peter.
Simone was making that point a moment ago about if they can keep them in line. You can
You can keep them in line if Jennifer Garner's on the other line. calling, talking to your mom or call Red, and that's the strategy there. We've got a race to call here. Louisiana, no big surprise, but if you're filling out your map at home, you can add Louisiana there. Just 22% of the vote counted, but again, the margin expected to be rather large. So here's the map for those watching at home. The South, of course, reliably red for Donald Trump, and at this early hour, he is far out in front, but we await those key battleground states. And I think we've got Tom over there talking the great state of Ohio, a former battleground.
Semi-battleground, right? We got exit poll data out of Ohio as well. 17 electoral votes, about 55% of the vote is in. Trump is on top by about 266,000 votes. I want you to remember that number. Write it down if you can. I know it's kind of a big number, 266,000. The reason why I want to highlight that difference, because when we punch up Ohio here, so that's the spread, 287. It just changed. That's how fast voting data is coming in. Again, you know, I love going to this. The remaining vote that's there. Again, here's the issue. The remaining votes in the Democratic counties like Franklin, which is Columbus, Cuyahoga, Cleveland. Look at the numbers here. In Cuyahoga, look how many votes are still out. 377,000. She's on top by 71%. Let's see how she did compared to Biden 4 years ago. 66%. So she's overperforming in Cuyahoga, and there's still a lot of that vote that's out. Let's go down to Franklin County. It holds the capital of Ohio, Columbus, 68%. Overperforming there with about 60% of the vote that's in. And then again, 266,000 remaining. So just those two counties, we're talking about more than 500,000 votes. And that's way bigger than the spread for the entire state.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, when you talk about some of her overperforming in those areas, the reason we expect Ohio likely goes red, but let's talk about the Senate race there. Yeah, because we have the control of Senate hanging in the balance right now, and it hangs on this Senate race.
Yeah.
Bernie Moreno, the car dealer, versus Sherrod Brown, the incumbent. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so look at this, neck and neck. The difference here, only 74,000. So what does that mean? That means the Republican in this race is underperforming Trump. There could be a split ticket issue here. Again, way too early, 56% of the vote in. But look, the difference here is 74,000. Remember that number I was telling you to remember? It was over 200,000. So that means that Trump is overperforming right now. Bernie Moreno is underperforming the Republican candidate. The incumbent is still down. But again, remember what I told you. There's a lot of that vote that's out in Cleveland, in Columbus. I'm going to look in one more spot here. Let's get back to the president's race in Hamilton County, which is Cincinnati. She's at 62%. Biden was at 57. Again, look, this could be some of the early vote that's come in. It could be some of that blue mirage. Again, we're prefacing this is all early, but I'm going to get back over to you guys because there's a projection.
Yeah, Tom, we got a projection in the state of Rhode Island. NBC News projects that Kamala Harris will win in Rhode Island when all the votes are counted. 4 electoral votes for her. Here's where the breakdown is. 31,000 vote difference, 74% of the vote in, but again, Kamala Harris, the projected winner there. Let's pull up the map. The road to 270. That brings Harris now to 34 electoral votes. Donald Trump still well out in front with 168. Remember, 270 is the prize that we're working our way toward. We'll take a break here. It's 9:30 in the East. The vote counting coming in. Our decision desk standing by to make more projections just ahead.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Nice to have you along with us, whether you're at home or on our plaza. We're just glad you're with us this morning.
Welcome back on this election night. The road to 270. You can see Donald Trump out front with 168 to 34 for Kamala Harris. Let's show you how we can characterize some of the states right now. These are states that haven't been called. Virginia, our characterization on that is it's too early to call. More than half the vote in there as well. Let's look at Ohio. We were speaking that a moment ago. 17 electoral votes, not considered to be a battleground nonetheless. We look at it, that's too early to call right now. Also, Colorado, too early to call. Kamala Harris leading now with over 100,000 votes. In Iowa, Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, that is too early to call as well. Let's go over to Tom Yamas right now, who can give us a little bit breakdown on the path to 270. Clearly, at this point, they're both wide open.
Yeah, still very early so far. No big surprises. If you're watching at home, you can find your state here. We've already given some. We've projected some states for former President Trump, some for the vice president, and still so many, the bulk of states right there in the middle, and still so many people still voting along the West Coast in places like Hawaii and Alaska as well. Let's remind you and walk you through the paths that each candidate hopes to take to get to the White House. Let's start with Vice President Kamala Harris. We'll click her in here, get to 2024. This is the predetermined map of how the states voted in 2020 and then the 7 battlegrounds that will be decided tonight. So her easiest path is Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. She holds that blue wall. If she can do that, she gets to 270. If she's having a very rough night and she loses Pennsylvania, loses Michigan, loses Wisconsin, she has other paths, but she does have a Sun Belt path where if she can flip North Carolina, hold Georgia, hold Arizona, and get Nevada, hold it once again, she gets there as well. That path, though, would give Democrats heart palpitations. As far as former President Trump, his easiest route, just think of the east side. He holds Pennsylvania. Flips Pennsylvania. He holds North Carolina. He flips Georgia back. He gets to 270. But if he can't win Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the blue wall. He has to break through the blue wall. That's the main difference between his path and the vice president's path. There's a path for her, even though she doesn't win any of these three Midwest states. But for him, he has to win one of them. If he wins Michigan and he flips North Carolina, holds Georgia, he can win any of these two out west, either Nevada or Arizona, put him over the top. But if he can only win Wisconsin, I'm going to take Nevada away. He has to win Arizona to get to 272. So you can see it's going to be a long night for us. But every state sort of leads to a domino effect, if you will. And that's one of the reasons why we're watching Ohio. Because if he were not to win a state like Ohio, which he won the last two presidential elections, his whole map changes. Guys, back to you.
Well, right now, so far tonight, we haven't had any big shockers. But let's talk about Pennsylvania. There's a reason that the campaign spent more money there, spent more time there. It may well, at the end of this night, or perhaps it will be Saturday morning, like 2020, it will all come down to Pennsylvania.
Very well come down to Pennsylvania. 19 electoral votes. It is the biggest battleground prize out there. And part of why we're watching states like Ohio, so closely, like North Carolina as well, particularly in the suburbs, is to test how those counties in those color counties in Pennsylvania might go. Remember, President Biden won Pennsylvania not because he won the Philadelphia County area, but because he was able to really drive up the vote among white working-class voters in those collar counties. One more point, just to mention, as we watch all of these returns come in. When President Biden was at the top of the ticket, a state like North Carolina was out of reach for Democrats. The fact that we're talking about it right now, the fact that there's been so much play in North Carolina that former President Trump spent so much time there in recent days underscores the fact that they have tried to open up more paths, and we'll have to see if that was effective.
I want to ask a little bit about Michigan. We haven't really talked much about the Gaza war in Gaza and that might affect the vote. in Detroit, in parts of Michigan. Are we getting any read there at all?
Well, listen, it's going to be something that matters, right? Because we saw that a minute ago, we know that there's an Arab American population in largely Wayne County. It's only about 2% of the population, but it could be potentially significant here. You saw Vice President Harris, as she was on the campaign trail just in the last few days here, begin her rally speech, one of them in Michigan, by referencing, of course, Israel, Gaza, what was happening. She doesn't typically start off her campaign speeches or some speech that way.
That's
right. She has, again and again, she has faced down protesters who typically says something along the lines of, you have a right to be heard, so do I, and I'm speaking now, which is a line that she's become sort of known for at this point. But the other piece of this, too, when you look at this, Michigan is a place that's going to be critical for her, as Tom just laid out on the map. It is also the place where she started this shift in the last few days on her closing argument, moving away from this idea that Donald Trump was sort of looming large as this threat to democracy, this ominous shadow hanging over America, and shifting away from saying his name at all, calling him the other guy, trying to make him seem small, unserious, Lester.
All right, we have another call to make, and this is a pretty big one. The state of New York, and not necessarily a surprise, but NBC News projects that New York Kamala Harris is the projected winner. I'll get this out. Projected winner in New York, and there you see the vote difference: 845,000, 33% in. Here's the map to show us where we are on that road to 270. That puts Donald Trump out front with 168. Harris with 62 now.
Let's continue this conversation about Michigan, about young voters, because this issue that you raised, Gaza, Israel, this is a very potent issue with young voters, with the many students. And we see Kamala Harris struggling with that. We've seen ads by third-party groups in Michigan trying to bring up that kind of dissent that is going on. It's very interesting. In the primary, there was an uncommitted vote, sort of a protest vote against President Biden. 100,000 people voted uncommitted in the primary. The margin in 2020 was 154,000. So this is a constituency that very much matters.
Absolutely. And with young voters right now, we just had Hallie, you brought this up on the data wall a little bit ago. Trump is leading young voters. And again, that gender gap is playing out right here. It's large with voters under 30. Of men, 59% going for Trump, 39% going for Harris. Women, 54% Harris, 44% Trump. He's continuing to close those margins. The other thing that's interesting about Michigan, of course, there's a 52,000 person campus, University of Michigan. Back in 2016, Trump only won by about 11,000 votes. On that campus, I actually anecdotally heard students energizing other students by saying, if only a fifth more of this campus were to have come out, it could have made a difference. So what does that look like right now? Who does that mean did better on those campuses if we start to see those margins be eat away at?
And you'll recall back in 2016, sorry, Hallie, you'll recall in 2016, Hillary Clinton, when she did the postmortem of her campaign, the criticism was she didn't spend enough time in Michigan. And so what we've seen from the Harris campaign is she has been there. And Trump has certainly been there as well. He closed out his campaign there. And so the Democrats have tried to learn from the mistakes of the past. Trump has been very focused on that area as well because he knows he's got to.
Well, just to demonstrate how complicated politics is, Harris is on defense to a certain extent over her stance with Gaza and Israel, the Biden administration stance in Michigan, but then also losing some of the Jewish vote, for example, in Pennsylvania and Florida. We've heard about that anecdotally as well. It's about the bottom of the hour. We can do some race checks here. You mentioned Michigan. Well, let's put it up there. Let's see what we've got in terms of results, and the votes are being counted in Michigan, one of those key Midwest battlegrounds. It is too early to call. That's just about a little over 10% of the vote, but now you've got an eye on what we've got there. Arizona polls just closed a half hour ago. Way too early to call there. It may well be days before we're able to call that one. Wisconsin, another in the industrial Midwest, too early to call. Just starting to get the votes counted. Pennsylvania, stop me if you've heard it before. It may all come down to Pennsylvania, and it is too early to call, but we're about 30% of the vote there. North Carolina, also too early to call at this hour. And staying down south in the Sunbelt state of Georgia, which President Biden carried 4 years ago, and former President Trump badly wants to get back into that red column. That is too close to call at this hour. So here is the road to 270. That is the magic number that a candidate needs to win the White House, and that is where we are in the early going at this hour.
I always wonder what it looks like from the other side, from the candidates, when they're doing the same thing we are, essentially, pulling up these numbers, trying to weed through them, trying to figure out where you can be optimistic. you know, when you don't have the pressure of people looking at you.
You want a fun fact? Fun fact alert?
We love it.
The last election was decided in 4 states by approximately 79, 80,000 voters. You could fit those voters into Cowboy Stadium.
Wow.
That's
You've
what we're
done your
talking
homework,
about.
girl. Let me
We're
tell
talking
you,
about
Savannah,
budget. And believe
that's
me,
a good
my husband's
nugget.
going to be very mad at me that I didn't
brought up
say
the
Eagles
Cowboys.
Stadium, but it wasn't the right number for the stadium. I tried.
You stick with any stadium you want.
Yeah, you got next to polls?
He's sad about the link. Yeah, I do. And this is a more broad look at the issues that voters say are important to them. As we're talking about some of these issues in these key battleground states, nationally, we saw something really interesting here, right? We saw consistently in public polling over the course of months, it's economy, inflation, cost of living that voters said over and over again was the most important issue to them. But look at this electorate. From our exit polls that we're seeing now, and again, this could shift a little bit. These numbers could still change a bit as more waves of information come in. But look at what's number one. 34% of voters say the state of democracy is the most important issue to them. Put a little asterisk next to that. We're going to talk about that more in just a second. Second here, 31% of voters say the economy is the most important issue to them. That is typically what we would see in other elections. It's what we've seen in the past. I would also note that just because a candidate leads on the top issue doesn't mean that they would win the election. Abortion is right there at 14%. Immigration trailing at 11%. And why do I bring that up? That was key to former President Trump's close. When you look at the vote breaks for this, which just means who people supported when they said this was their top issue, on state of democracy, voters broke for Kamala Harris. So she leads on that issue. More people who said that democracy was their most important thing backed Kamala Harris than did Donald Trump. She is also leading on abortion as well. It's the flip when you look at economy and immigration. More people who said that the economy or immigration were their most important issue backed former President Trump. That is not altogether shocking, right? Those issues, economy, inflation, immigration, it largely tracks with what we had been seeing over the course of many months since Kamala Harris got into this race in public polling. But here's what's interesting, and let me walk back to the desk with you to talk through some of these democracy issues here. This is a funny question, state of democracy, because there are Republicans who believe that the state of democracy is an existential threat, largely because of the election fraud lies that Donald Trump talks about. There are Democrats who believe that the state of democracy is under threat because of former President Trump himself if he were to be back in office. So this is a tricky one. It's not like it cuts obviously one way or the other. So there's some unpacking to do.
It's a Rorschach test. What is the state of democracy?
That's exactly right.
It would probably be better framed as what do you think the state of the country is? Do you think that this is a high-stakes election? Do you think it's a do or die? Is it existential? I think that's what people are responding to, and perhaps why we see that being the top issue.
Well, and it's so mirrored in what we saw in the closing arguments of both of these campaigns. You saw Vice President Kamala Harris try to argue that Donald Trump was a threat to democracy. You saw Donald Trump make arguments that his political rivals were the quote-unquote enemy from within. And so it is a Rorschach test, and it also just speaks to why, as we watch these states come in, the battlegrounds seem to be very sharply divided, as our polls indicate.
Right track, wrong track always kind of leaves you with that question is, are we judging a president or are we judging just the overall sense of life these days?
Absolutely. And the fact that you have this significant majority saying that the country's headed in the wrong direction.
You know what it is?
A challenge.
It's interesting because we haven't talked that much about that thing that happened this summer where Joe Biden had a terrible debate and he was expected for 18 months to be the candidate and then he wasn't. Do we have any indication in any of these early numbers how Kamala Harris is performing compared to how he may have performed? I mean, it's a hypothetical.
I was going to say favorability is probably what gets us there most closely. I don't think we have those graphics ready to pull up, but Joe Biden, if my memory serves, is something at like 41% favorable based in exit polls, which was a question that was asked. She is at something like, I want to say 48%. So she is, or 49%. She's outpacing where both Joe Biden and Donald Trump were. But Savannah, I'm so glad you brought this up. We called Delaware like an hour ago, right? Joe Biden's home state. And it made me think about what a different race this would look like, how different tonight would look if Joe Biden were still on the ticket. Vice President Harris has done this thing where she's tried to both distance herself from President Biden. She told me in our interview just a couple of weeks ago, Joe Biden is not on the ticket. Like, I am the one who is running on the Democratic ticket, which she's right. She is on the top of the ticket. But at the same time, she has not distanced herself in a super clear way from a lot of his various policies. She has said that she feels some loyalty to him, of course.
Well, the ads that have been run to great effect in a lot of these battleground states tie Kamala Harris directly to Joe Biden. The Trump campaign thinks that Biden is a clear drag on the Harris ticket.
It's been one of the biggest challenges of her entire entire campaign, including in her interview with Hallie, has been asked over and over again, how will you govern differently than President Joe Biden? She struggled to answer that, in part, I'm told, because personally she did not want to betray him, but it has been something that's been a challenge for her.
She also cited, I think it was your interview, she cited history, the fact that typically vice presidents, don't.
Yeah, that's right. That was our colleague Peter
Yeah.
Alexander, I think, if I'm remembering that one correctly, in a pull aside with her several weeks ago. But she said, listen, typically vice presidents don't go after, their boss, if you will, their president. She talked about this issue of loyalty, but at the same time, she also says, my presidency will not be a continuation of the Biden administration.
The problem that she had was when asked specifically, I believe on an ABC program, what would you do differently? She said nothing comes to mind. And boy, that Trump
Keeping in mind, her campaign's been, 108?
Well, right, but that's about,
yeah.
that question's coming when you have an unpopular incumbent. We want to go to NBC's Sam Brock. He's in Asheville, North Carolina, where I understand the counting is wrapping up. What are you hearing?
Savannah, it's done. Look, I have it fresh off the presses right here from Buncombe County. The official results are in. First of all, they had a 73.69% turnout, which is almost their record high. It was 78 back in 2020. But considering everything that happened in Western North Carolina about a month ago, this is extraordinary. And the results are almost exactly the same as they were 4 years ago as well. It was 60-38 in favor of Kamala Harris for this county, which is about 140,000 votes. It was 59-38 back in 2020. This was not, however, your grandmother's democracy process being sort of a fly on the wall to watch all this happen. Walk with me here for a second. So these are the tabulations that came out. These receipts, guys, were so long, they were strewn across this entire table. I watched as the board went through line item by line item to authenticate it for the unofficial results. There's basically a caravan of cars that comes in. They're all holding from each of the 80 precincts these thick orange cases that have flash drives in them. Bobby, who I'm told has been here with Buncombe County for generations, a 70-something-year-old woman, takes the flash drive out, comes in here and brings it into this room. In the room, it's unencrypted, and so they actually get the data up there and they upload it directly to the county site and then to the state site from this room, and then all the day of votes get tabulated over in these machines. Fascinating to watch. It is actually now done. Let me send it back to you.
All right, Sam, thank you very much. Got a projection to tell you about. The state of Illinois, Kamala Harris, as expected, takes it. So that's a Midwest hold for Kamala Harris and the Democrats. Let's look at the breakdown here. Half the vote in, and it looks like it will be an easy victory as expected. And so we can fill out one more state on our road to 270 map, the state of Illinois going to Kamala Harris. Let's go to Tom Yamas. You're in North Carolina, where we just heard straight from the horse's mouth. Buncombe County right there, Asheville. It's been through so much with Hurricane Helene, and Sam Brock had the poll results in his hot little hands.
But were you calling him a horse? That's like, I'm not sure if you were or not. Sam's a tall drink of water, but he's no horse. He's a handsome man. So listen, along the lines of from what he was reporting, and I just checked out those Hurricane Helene counties, we can show you the ones that were affected by the floods. Let me go, hold on one second. Here we go. So these were all the counties, the 13 counties that were affected by the floods, where people could vote in other parts of the state if they weren't able to vote in their home county. It's interesting. I was going through the numbers. It doesn't look like there's any kind of drop-off there. That's actually better news for the president, because there are more Trump voters out there in the western part of the state, with the exception of the blue dots like Asheville, places like that. Here's where a lot of the vote is still out: Charlotte, Mecklenburg. Look, Trump is on top right now statewide. Mecklenburg is the place where Democrats, I'm going to keep going back to Mecklenburg when we talk about North Carolina. This is Charlotte and then the surrounding suburbs. They need to drive up the vote here. It is a majority-minority county. Hispanics and African Americans, they have to drive up the numbers here. When they lose races like Senate races, it's because the turnout is not where it needs to be in Charlotte. So not enough vote there. But the good news is there is vote in other places. Wake County, this is the capital. Raleigh, part of the Research Triangle. You can see Kamala Harris slightly overperforming President Biden with 76% of the vote. Whoops, that was a mistake. Let me go back to North Carolina here. Here we go. Okay. Right over here, Durham, this is where Duke University is. 85% of the vote is in. 81%. Let's see how she did compared to Biden. Slightly overperforming there, and just over where UNC Chapel Hill is. Slightly overperforming there. Here's one thing, though, that Republicans have something to possibly celebrate. This is Nash County. This is Governor Roy Cooper's county. This is where he's from. It's sandwiched between Raleigh, Wake County, and the North Carolina Black Belt, where you have those counties with high percentages of African-American voters. It usually, almost always in the last few elections, has picked the winner. 2012 Obama, Trump flips it. Biden, it went with Biden in 2020. That wasn't a correct pick. But today, Trump is on top. And you can see that's good news for him, considering that Biden took it in in 2020. We're also watching New Hanover. This is Wilmington. You have a lot of people who have moved to the east coast of North Carolina, the coastal communities here. Only 5% in, but this is also one of those counties that has always picked the winner, North Carolina. Not enough vote in to even compare it. I do want to talk about the Triad. This is, again, sometimes the forgotten metro area, but huge population center for North Carolina. A lot of the historically black universities are here as well. Greensboro, Guilford County, 55% in. Let's see how she's doing compared to Biden. Look, she's holding her marks, so this is pretty good. I want to see how Trump's doing, though, in some of the rural counties where he has to drive up the vote. Robeson, look, only 23% in. He's overperforming there. I want to go a little closer to Charlotte. Union County seems to be doing okay. Again, this is along the southern border, right above South Carolina. Seems to be holding his own. Anson, 92% in. This is actually a big flip. Let me see what this looked like in 2016. So this is interesting. Clinton won in 16, Biden won in 2020 with 92% of the vote in. Trump is on top right now. Again, not a large county you're going to see. There's only about 10,000 votes here, but we're kind of reading the tea leaves and seeing where everything's at so far. Again, statewide, 63% in. This is the only battleground state that Trump won in 2020. That's why we're watching it so close. It was very close. It was his slimmest margin. 63% of the vote is in. We're still watching and waiting here in North Carolina. As soon as we can make a call, again, too early, you know we're going to project it, guys.
Tom, you had a little something for everybody in that, no matter who you're rooting for. We got a couple of results to read to you right now. These are ballot measures. We saw the abortion measure go down to defeat in Florida. It had a 60% threshold in New York. It passes easily. 71% of the vote is the margin there. We'll go to Maryland. There was also an abortion rights measure, and that easily passes as well. Both of those blue states. I'll bring Laura Jarrett into this conversation because we do have 10 states that have these ballot measures, and obviously Democrats have hoped that that would help their fortunes, and especially in these battleground states.
New York, obviously not a place where people think of abortion rights under threat, but the initiative there was broader than just about abortion. It had to do with anti-discrimination principles more generally. Reproductive health care are part of that, but it was also about pregnancy and the like. And so that's why it was even on the ballot in a place like New York. When you think about a place like South Dakota, a completely different story. We still have to wait to see what happens there. Arizona, a different story. Missouri, we still don't have enough in to be able to make a call on that.
Forgive me. Let's see if the brain's still working here at 9:45.
You got a big set of cards there,
this is a late night for the Today Show. But Nebraska has two measures, doesn't it?
It does.
1 for, 1 against?
1 for, 1 against. And so we'll see how that
so
one
shakes out. So which one wins? The one with the raw vote?
The one that
majority?
has the one that has the majority. But we don't have enough in to make a call on that.
And of course,
one
there have been other states that went this road prior to tonight.
Many states that had went this road and had been able to reach the threshold to pass it, Lester. That's why the Florida situation was interesting, obviously, as we've been discussing, different because of the threshold there. But you think about a place like Michigan, places like Ohio had managed to get it through in the past.
We have another presidential projection here we can put up on the screen here and walk you through it. I see it as you see it. NBC News projects Donald Trump will take the state of Ohio with 17 electoral votes. There's the breakdown of 441,000 vote difference now. 64% of the vote in Ohio. And again, Donald Trump is the winner there. And there's where it takes us on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in front with 185 electoral votes. Harris with 81.
All right, let's go to Savannah Sellers. We always need not one, but two Savannahs sitting at the desk at any time, if possible. Exactly. Savannah, I mean, you've been looking a lot into the youth vote, and we were just talking about abortion. And for young women, that obviously is a galvanizing issue for many of them.
It certainly is. For young women, it is their top issue. And that's where we're really seeing a huge gender divide also. For young women, 42% saying it is their top issue to just 10% of men saying that it's their top issue. When you talk about men, it's what you guys were mentioning earlier. The threats to democracy is up there, as well as the economy. There are certain states, too, where we are seeing, I know we were talking about North Carolina a moment ago, where we are seeing Trump improve specifically with that young men, the under 30. In North Carolina, when I came to set just a little bit ago, 60% said they supported him. That's up from 42% that voted for him back in 2020. So continuing to watch that. Abortion was also one where I saw a lot of activation on those college campuses all over the state of North Carolina, just talking about getting out to vote for the presidential ticket with that being attached to it. Of course, with the issue being attached to Harris and within Michigan, as well as in Arizona. Arizona's an interesting one, though, because, of course, as I'm talking to the expert when it comes to Arizona, but the state of ASU.
We're going to check into the blue wall here, and we have a new characterization in the state of Wisconsin. Our decision desk now calling it too close to call. You can see Kamala Harris out front right now. 23% of the vote in there, but again, too close to call in Wisconsin. Our election night coverage continues next with another batch of poll closings, including a critical swing state. We hope you can stay with us.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a single integrated platform. Add products, showcase them dynamically, and seamlessly track your inventory. Accept multiple secure payments, and design your storefront down to the very last detail. Get all the tools you need. Drive more sales with customizable gift cards and flexible product subscriptions. Retain customers with a point-based loyalty program, email automations, and reach millions with sales channel integrations. Complete your setup with a personalized analytics dashboard. Make smart business decisions and shape the next phase of your business. Build, manage, and grow from one place. Go to Wix and launch your online business today.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
All right, as we come out of the commercial break, a new characterization here in Pennsylvania. Our decision desk now calling this race too close to call. Kamala Harris leading right now with 34% in, but again, too close to call. We also have a new characterization on the state of Michigan with 15 electoral votes. That will also go down to the too close to call column. These aren't surprises. These are states that we thought would keep us up late, and they will.
They will. They'll live up to their billing. We're also watching key Senate races, key House races. The balance of power in both houses of Congress are hanging in the balance. We've got Kristen Walker keeping her eye on some of those results.
Yeah, Savannah, and some of these races are incredibly close as well. Let's take a look. We're going to start in Wisconsin. This is one of those races where Senator Tammy Baldwin, looking for a third term, was out front several weeks ago, but the polls really narrowed, and here we are. This race, too close to call. She's running against Eric Hovde, who is a real estate executive and bank CEO. Let's go to Pennsylvania now. The Pennsylvania Senate race, incredibly competitive. Senator Bob Casey looking for a fourth term against Trump-backed businessman Dave McCormick. Again, this race still too close to call with 34% of the vote in. Let's head to Texas now. Colin Allred, former NFL star, making this a more competitive race than anticipated in red Texas. Senator Ted Cruz looking for re-election there. We'll continue to watch that. And the Senate race in Ohio, too early to call. Again, this is too early to call. Senator Sherrod Brown looking for a fourth term against Bernie Moreno. Let's take a look at how the spread is in the Senate. Republicans, again, have picked up one seat, with Governor Jim Justice winning that Senate seat there after Senator Joe Manchin announced he wasn't running for re-election. The Ohio Senate race, really significant, guys, and one to watch.
All right, we've got a call in the Kansas presidential race. Donald Trump is the projected winner in Kansas now. NBC News can project. Let's see where that brings us. Here's the breakdown right now. 31,000 vote difference, but again, Donald Trump will win there. Let's take you to the map and see where we are on the road to 270. Donald Trump with 191, Kamala Harris 81 electoral votes. And we also want to go back and revisit, I think we have Michigan and Pennsylvania, I think, both too early to call.
Too close to call at this hour.
There we go.
Yeah, we'll pause there and let some of our other stations catch up with us as we show you the road to 270. The map filling out, but we got a lot of work to do.
All right, welcome back. Here is where we stand right now on the road to 270. The map is slowly filling in. I think we're still at 6 of 7 battlegrounds. We've seen the polls close right now, so we were kind of in a waiting game. Actually, we have Kansas now. I believe we can make a call on. NBC News projects the state of Kansas will go to Donald Trump with 6 electoral votes. Here's the map now to 270 as we add that to the group. And Donald Trump out with 191 now to Harris's 81.
You mentioned we have 6 of 7 presidential battlegrounds to get to. Nevada will close here at the top of the hour, but let's look at Michigan. Too close to call right now, just 15% in. We could be up all night and perhaps beyond. Michigan didn't get called till late the next day in 2020. Pennsylvania, need I remind you, we were here till Saturday waiting for its results, but officials think they will be able to move a little bit more quickly, but at this hour, it's much too close to call. A tight race there, difference of 48,000 votes, so we'll see how that.
Everyone who hates ads will be using this Chrome extension by 2025. I feel like I just found a Google cheat code. It's a Chrome extension called Pod.
I think she's going to win Pennsylvania, but...
Yeah, me too.
Nevada. In Pennsylvania.
Say it again.
What percentage of the vote is in Pennsylvania?
37.
Philadelphia is only at 32. Oops. Montgomery is only at 29. Berks, the big county for Trump, is 62.
Yeah. I think she's going to win Pennsylvania.
And I don't see how they... Cumberland, another big county for Trump, is 63%. Bucks, a big county for Harris, is 22.
Yeah, I think she's going to win Pennsylvania.
I do too. Lycoming, the biggest county for Trump, is 95% plus in.
There you go.
Franklin, another big county for Trump, is 67% in. Check Bucks County for 2020.
No, not Berks. Bucks. There we go. It was 51 to 47.
Well, Biden was up 14. She's up 17.
Yeah.
I don't see how she doesn't win Pennsylvania.
I agree.
Because she won Pennsylvania and she's doing better.
Don't get too wrapped up in the New York Times projection. I don't even know if they're mathematically sound. Don't get too wrapped up in them.
Yeah, check Berks. That's the biggest county right now for Trump, 62% in already.
Berks, he was 53 to 45.
7. He's now up 9, so it's pretty close.
So he's winning higher in Berks than he did in 2020.
Trump is up 9, he was up 7.
Right.
Check Cumberland, 63% in, another big county.
Where is that?
Trump.
Do you know where Cumberland County is?
No, I don't know where any of these things are.
In the state, both seem to think that they have a Trojan horse. Of course, Democrats seem to think that nonpartisans are younger, a little more racially diverse. Republicans seem to think that they're going to skew more conservative. And so we will see. But unfortunately, I think not anytime soon. It could be a minute before we get any sort of results here in Silver State.
He was up 9.
Well, Steve, stand by. Nobody sleeps in
5.
Las Vegas, maybe not in Reno either. We know you won't be sleeping tonight.
Butler.
Tom, let's look at Nevada.
Also
This is a state
Most of the
where
Trump
Republican
counties are
fortunes
in.
have risen since the last presidential election.
Yeah, you are completely right. They have a Republican governor there. Let's talk about Nevada here. Right now, no vote in. Obviously, it's still too early for us to even start to get data in right here. But let's go to 2020. Both elections, both in 2020 and 2016, the winner were Democrats. Clinton in 2016, obviously, and Biden
in 2020. The spread, though, was only 2 percentage points, a little over 2 percentage points. That's why it's a battleground for us. It's one of the reasons why we're watching tonight. I'm going to give you a primer on Nevada. What you have to understand is a lot of Nevada is Clark County. It's Las Vegas here. This is 3/4 of the electorate here. If Democrats can turn out their voters here, there is no way that Republicans can catch up. Between Las Vegas and Reno, which is Washoe County, this is the battleground county here. About 15% of the vote here. The vote in Washoe actually is more reflective of the entire state, much more than Las Vegas is. It's reflective because it's a mix of both Republicans and Democrats. Democrats have been able to hold Washoe County for a couple of elections now. If they can hold it tonight and do well in Las Vegas, it's game over there. But look at all of this Trump country in the middle. It's not a lot of people. With the exception of Elko, you have some population centers there. And this is where Trump hopes to run up the score. Something else we have to understand, I'm going to zoom out a little bit about Nevada, is that you have people from Northern California who have been moving since the pandemic into Reno, right? And then Southern California moving to Las Vegas. People from California find it more affordable. They find it that they can get more for their money. Because of that, housing prices have gone up. So the economy and housing prices are a huge issue in Nevada. And finally, the last point I want to bring up here is that the unemployment rate right now in Nevada is over 5%. It's the highest of any state in the entire country. So the economy is going to be huge here. And you got to remember, Trump came out with his plan about no tax on tips. You have all those service workers and the service unions in Las Vegas. Democrats quickly adopted that plan because they knew it was a good idea. Unclear if it's ever going to become law or if they can even do that. But it was a plan that caught a lot of attention in Nevada, guys.
And a populist appeal, definitely.
And I think I'm glad Tom was talking through those points here because I think of Nevada and I think economy, right? You talked about the Republican governor, that largely driven by anger over pandemic shutdowns on the Strip, et cetera. No tax on tips. I'll also tell you another number. I think it's $3.80, just about $3.79. That's the price of a gallon of gas in Nevada, the highest of any battleground state. The economy is a big factor in this state, as are the Latino population, of course, and that's another factor.
Democrats for a long time had a big registration advantage, but that's all but disappeared. And as you mentioned, a Republican won statewide office, the governor's race in 2022.
It's also one of these states with an abortion ballot initiative as well, and a state that the Trump campaign believes you could see some ticket splitters on that.
And it's a competitive Senate race in Nevada as well. We talked about the fact that some of these Senate races, if you rewind about a month ago, weren't so competitive. It is incredibly tight.
We saw a lot of the Trump counties heavily in.
If the way so far that Donald Trump's performing tonight versus Harris, this really is an indictment of the Democratic Party for the last 3 years. Because you want to talk about Nevada, you talk about the voter registration advantage. Republicans, basically, for the first 3 years of this presidential cycle, just destroyed the Democrats in voter registration. All across the country in the battleground states, Republican registration advantage. The last 3 months, Democrats have done well. 3 years versus 3 months.
49%.
So far, the 3 years is paying some dividends for
Trump.
All right, there's the countdown. We are waiting for another batch of closings, and this will bring us to Battleground Nevada, which is our last battleground state we've not heard from, or the last to close the polls. NBC News can make a projection on the state of Utah. NBC projects that Donald Trump will win in Utah and take those 7 electoral votes. And we go further into the west into Montana. 4 electoral votes. Donald Trump, the projected winner in Montana tonight. Here's the map. The road to 270. Donald Trump now with 201. Harris with 81. That's the road to 270.
Well, let's put Nevada up on the map here. It is, as you might expect, too early to call. And if you remember, in 2020, we didn't get a result in Nevada until Saturday, so we could be waiting a while.
Oh, yes, we remember.
Oh, I think don't even bring it up. Everyone's triggered here. Okay, Pennsylvania, too close to call. Got to say, that was a Saturday call as well in 2020. Michigan, too close to call there. Let's see how much vote we've gotten, though, at this hour. Just 16%, so there's a lot of vote to be counted there. We'll move over to the state just nearby, Wisconsin, the other industrial Midwest battleground. 35% in. They are making some progress, but too close to call. Georgia, too close to call, but we are getting to a much higher number. We can get down into the counties in just a bit with Tom Yamas. He's right over there. North Carolina as well, starting to count more votes. Too close to call. And finally, out west, the great battleground state of Arizona. Too close to call. That's another one that may take several days before we get results. So let's go to Tom. And I mean, Pennsylvania, we cannot talk about it enough. It may all hinge on Pennsylvania just as it did in 2020.
Yeah, and earlier I was talking about Eastern PA, guys. Now I have to talk about Western PA. Go Steelers fans. Let's start in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County here. 66% of the vote, and let's compare it to 2020. Slightly overperforming. That's good news for Harris because that's what she needs to do there if she wants to win the state of Pennsylvania. And look at this, Butler County. You remember that's where that first assassination attempt took place, just miles from Pittsburgh. Look what a different place this is. Trump is on top. 71% of the vote is in. He got 65 in 2020, 65%. He's now at 64. He's essentially performing where he needs to be. I also want to see how the vote is in these Western communities, Western PA communities, because fracking was a big issue here. Vice President Harris had to change her position on that. Washington County, right here on the border, Trump with 60% of the vote. Let's see how he did compared to 2020. It's about the same. Westmoreland right next to here. It butts up against Allegheny County. 47% of the vote is in. He's at 65. So he's kind of where his marks were in 2020. Remember, he has to do a little bit better. Erie's the one that we're going to be watching. This is the big swing county. We only have 1% in. The reason why we're watching this is because Erie almost always picks the winner of the election here. But we only have 1% in Erie County. But we'll be watching that. Let's move east now because I know we have a lot of people from the Philadelphia area on the anchor desk tonight. See what's happening over there. Let's start in Chester County. Okay, so I'm going to give a quick whip around here. 2020, remember. So Harris has to drive up the vote in the suburbs just like Biden did and try to turn out that vote in Philadelphia County. So Chester's one of those ring counties. Let's move over to Delaware County here. She's overperforming there. Only a quarter of the votes in. Let's get to Philadelphia County here. 79%. She's going to want to increase those numbers. Again, we're still waiting on a lot of the vote. It's still very early. Remember, some of these counties are going to report late. Monco, 28% in. 69% overperforming there. This is where Governor Shapiro is. You may remember that. She closed out her final ad sitting right next to Governor Shapiro, making sure the people of Pennsylvania saw that. And then I want to park on Bucks for a while, and I want you guys to talk a little bit about Bucks. 24% in, but this is the county, the ring county around Philadelphia, one of those collar counties that Republicans thought they could make some inroads here. More working class than some of those neighboring suburb areas, counties. They say Southern Bucks might be a little bit more Trump country. That may have changed this election. We're going to have to wait and see. But you can see here the numbers aren't as high as they were. With 24% in, 56% of the vote. Trump's going to have to try to run up the vote a little bit here if he wants to do better. I'm going to look at one minute to you guys. This is the swing here. Northampton almost always picks the winner in Pennsylvania. This is Easton. This is Bethlehem. That's that whole Lehigh Valley area there. Biden was at 49. Harris was right there. Look, guys, it's tough to draw any kind of information on who's on top or who's lower right now. Still too close to call. Trump's on top at only about 17,000 votes. You remember the spread in 2020 was about 80,000 votes. So a lot of votes still out here. One thing I do want to mention, there was an exit poll out of Pennsylvania on Latino voters, and they broke for Trump in a major way. That could possibly be a deciding effect here in Pennsylvania because you're talking about 600,000 Latinos that are registered to vote. Guys, back to you.
Can we talk a minute about the amount of money that is spent in some of these races? Looking here, Pennsylvania, Biden, Harris plus the DNC, $131.7 million.
Yeah, $314 million, I think, overall when you add both campaigns together.
$1 billion if you throw in the Senate race.
That's right. That's right.
No, on one state. I remember making a big deal like 12 years ago. We had $1 billion presidential campaign. One state.
Isn't that so funny? Because it started out as a tie, and now tonight we're ending up, and it's a tie right now. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we're going to be living and breathing Pennsylvania.
That's interesting, though, what Tom just mentioned about the exit poll. And again, do your caveats. But for Trump to win the Hispanic vote in Pennsylvania would be pretty huge because there's a big Hispanic population in Pennsylvania, especially at Lehigh Valley.
That's right. There's a big Puerto Rican population in Pennsylvania too, the most of any battleground. So let's talk about where that is. And I want to start with the national Latino vote here. And Savannah, love you for the grain of salt caveat. We know that these exit polls can shift a little bit. But here's what's so interesting here. It is Kamala Harris, of course, the vice president, who is winning the Latino vote over former President Trump, 53% to 45%. This is nationwide. But the number that you want to look at is this 45%. That is because of the overperformance of former President Trump nationally among the Latino vote. And you can see it here. He's 45% this year. 2020, I mean, this is a double-digit plus overperformance from where he was just 4 years ago. And if you get into some of these key battlegrounds, Tom mentioned Pennsylvania. We were just talking about Nevada. looking at my cover, the polls closed like 7 minutes ago. It is a similar story here. If you can pull up Nevada, you can see Latino voters, about 17% of the electorate there, broke for Kamala Harris, 48% to Trump, Donald Trump, 46%. But again, it's about the overperformance. He is doing better with this group than he did 4 years ago, again, by a double-digit margin over the course of 4 years. So as I walk back to the desk, I will tell you, this is something, and Chris and I know will back me up on this, as we've been talking to our sources around the Trump campaign. What did we hear again and again? That they thought they were going to overperform with Black and Latino voters, Latino men. An interesting and important story here tonight, guys.
I want to bring in someone from our insider's desk right now. Jim Messina was campaign manager for President Obama's re-election in 2012. Jim, what are you seeing here right now? What are the and what are each of the sides telling themselves based on this data?
Yeah, it's a great question. So Tom just showed the most important two counties that I'm following in Pennsylvania. The early vote in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, better for Harris than expected. Then you look at Bucks County. When I was Obama's campaign manager, I was obsessed with Bucks County. And so far, it's looking like very early numbers, but she's doing really well. We've talked about the Latino vote. That is a very scary number for the Harris campaign. They're going to want to do better. But the thing around the exits that we haven't talked enough about is really the senior vote. Kamala Harris is doing better with white seniors in the exit polls and some of the early results than expected, than a little bit better than even Joe Biden. You'd rather have those much more high propensity voters and a lot of a bigger overall number with those seniors. So those are three things that I'm seeing very early that make her campaign pretty happy. But in general, Trump is running up numbers in rural better than he did in 2020, which has to concern the Harris campaign. And we talked a lot about young men who are breaking for Trump. We saw the MAGA hats and some of the long lines at the universities. Is that unexpected to the level of the lines you're seeing? I think both sides have a little bit of excitement here. I've talked to Harris officials in the last hour who said, look at the lines in Penn State, look at the lines in Arizona, look at the lines in the Philly college campuses. They feel really good about their ground operation. They have the best ground operation person in American politics, and Jen O'Malley Dillon is the chair, who has built a billion-dollar field campaign for this moment, and they're really going for it on the college campuses, and they kind of need it right now.
Jim Messina, good to see you. Thank you.
All right, we've got a winner to announce. Kamala Harris takes Colorado as expected. It used to be a battleground years and years ago, but has really trended to the Democrats in the last couple of presidential cycles. And here's how it shakes out. With 54% of the vote counted in Colorado, they vote by mail, and those ballots get to be counted quite quickly. So we see that Kamala Harris will take Colorado, so we can fill out the map just a little bit more as we lay out the road to 270, but those big battleground states, we have yet to call one of the battleground states for Kamala Harris. Right now, her best path remains those three industrial Midwest states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Donald Trump flirting with Georgia and North Carolina, and perhaps Arizona and Nevada. It'll be a while before we get results there. We've got Garrett Hake, who is at Trump headquarters in West Palm. And Garrett, what's the mood there? What are you hearing?
Sven, I've been talking to Trump campaign officials, and look, we all know the cliche on election days where you hear campaign sources say they're feeling cautiously optimistic. What has happened in the last half hour is my sources have stopped using the word cautious to describe their optimism. They are feeling increasingly confident as more and more votes come in, despite the fact that no battlegrounds have been called, that their theory of the case is being proven correct. And what I mean by that is the Trump campaign set out at the beginning of this race to expand the Republican Party. They knew they couldn't win with their old coalition. They had to get more younger voters, more black voters, more Latino voters, even by small amounts to join their coalition. In the battleground states, they are seeing that happen. And if it does happen, it would be a historic realignment of the parties. Now, again, none of these battlegrounds have been called, but with all the battleground states now closed, the voting is done, except for the folks who are waiting in line. They feel like there's not much else left for them to do but watch and wait in an increasingly optimistic atmosphere both here at West Palm Beach and at Mar-a-Lago, where Trump and his closest allies, friends, and family are watching the results come in.
All right, thank you, Garrett.
All right, let's go with Peter Alexander now. He's with the Harris campaign in Washington, D.C. What's the optimism level there tonight?
Well, I think there's certainly a level of anxiety, at least according to some of the Harris allies with whom I've been speaking to over the course of the last hour or so. One ally telling me that, just look at the state of North Carolina, Josh Stein, the Democrat winning his effort to become the state's governor. That we were able to project a while back, but obviously not the same for Kamala Harris, at least not yet. That indicates that there's clearly some split ticket voters there. Some folks who will be voting for Josh Stein as governor, but then Donald Trump as president. Otherwise, we would have a projection already in that state right now. They say that is an indicator that gives some anxiety right now going forward that North Carolina may not be a state that they're able to win. If that happens, and these are all ifs, it's all very early here, that does again shrink their path to victory to 270. They really are relying heavily on those blue wall states right now. And one of those key states, obviously, is Pennsylvania, the biggest prize of them all with 19 electoral votes. I spent many of the last several days up there, and I was in the urban centers where the Harris campaign put a lot of its energy, including in Philadelphia, and particularly in places like Philadelphia, where they were sending buses up there to knock on doors to help swell the number. They're really relying on big Pennsylvania, in places like Philadelphia and the collar counties that surround it. They need to run up the numbers among some there, and I was those suburban women in particular, the suburbs more broadly right now, and in Philadelphia. So that's where a lot of them are hanging their hat, at least according to the allies I'm speaking to right now. We're going to keep a close eye on that as this night progresses.
All right, Peter Alexander, thanks very much. I think we have a call now in the Texas Senate race. NBC News projects that Ted Cruz will retain his seat again in Texas. Democrats have taken some big swings in recent years in Texas, but unable to land a haymaker. Colin Allred will come up short tonight in his bid to unseat Ted Cruz.
Let's go to Chuck on this because, Texas is the white whale for Democrats. Chuck Schumer, the Democratic campaign committee, threw money in Texas. It's late in the game, thinking maybe there was something going on there. Texas has a very restrictive abortion ban, as we know.
The Democratic Party went way late into both of those two races. They were sending a signal to donors for years. We're not going to bother with Texas and Florida. They're too expensive to do. And then they come and defend Ohio, Pennsylvania, all of that. Then already just kept hanging around. So they thought maybe late money. But this is, you don't just flip this. Notice we haven't seen any big flips tonight in general. You don't just flip the state 3 weeks. You don't just show up every week thinking magically things are going to happen. Not with how embedded, not how nationalized our conversation is, not with how polarized we are. And this is a case where at some point the Democratic Party, if they're serious about Texas, they got 4 years there. You can't just do it in 4 weeks. And it's the same story we just talked about in Florida. And this is the difference. Again, I go back. The Republican Party for the last 4 years has been much more aggressive. You hear Garrett talk about it, and the Trump campaign is flexing its muscles because it worked. They had massive voter registration campaigns for the last 3 years, and it has padded them. It's what Texas. Republicans got stronger in Texas. I mean, that Latino vote in Texas, when you've got over 60% Latino men moving in Texas towards the Republicans. That's realignment. I don't know. That is realignment that's happening.
And I think we have another Senate call to make now in the state of Maryland. NBC News projects that in Maryland, Angela also Brooks will win.
Not at all, man.
And there's against Larry Hogan, former governor. Difference 171,000 votes there.
So here's the Senate at this hour. The Republicans have picked up 1 seat. They need to pick up 2 to take control of the Senate. And the ones hanging in the balance right now in terms of that are Ohio, Sherrod Brown in the fight for his political career in Ohio. We've got Michigan we're watching. Alyssa Slotkin trying to hold on to that seat after her retirement there.
And Montana, if it flips, that would give Republicans control of the Senate.
Absolutely. I think Montana and Ohio are the two, if you are Republicans, that you're watching quite closely to see if they can flip those states. I do think it's notable when you think about the realignment that Chuck is talking about. You think about the state of Pennsylvania, the Latino voters, the split there. The fact that what Trump is running on, remember, is his first day in office to start a mass deportation plan. A lot of folks have asked him for details about what would that actually look like. He has not given them, but it is notable that he's increased his support based on what we're seeing so far amongst Latino voters, that is something that has resonated with them. Democrats making that late play to try to win them back, and so far, based on what we're seeing, didn't work.
And yet the exit polling also shows that more people do not want to see immigrants deported if they are here illegally here. They want to see a pathway to legal immigration here, which is another nugget we got from the exit poll. So interesting dynamics at play on this issue.
All right, let's go over to Tom Yamas. He's got the big board going, and the state of Iowa, which has been intrigue since a Saturday night surprise at the poll.
It was a huge question mark. If you woke up on Sunday and you watched Meet the Press with Kristen Welker, it was a huge headline, right? People woke up on Sunday, and according to the Des Moines Register poll, Harris was up by 3 points within the margin of error. The politics desk just pointed this out to me. Let's dig in because we have some voting data now. 45% of the vote is in, but let's look at Polk County. This is the biggest county, the most people. This is Des Moines, the capital here. So she's on top, 55% to 43%, 94% of the votes in. But look at Trump's margins. Trump's actually doing better than he did in 2020. Let's go over here to another county, Dubuque County, 94% of the votes in. Trump's at 52. Trump was at 50. So he's growing in both those districts, in both those counties, I should say. For Democrats to flip Iowa, he has to be doing worse in those counties. Again, look, there's still a lot of vote out. A lot of vote has to come in. But this would be a shocker if Republicans lost Iowa. Remember, Trump won 98 of the 99 counties in the primary. And when you go back to elections past, he won by 8 points in 2020 and won by 9 points in 2016. So my point here being that if the trend was Iowa was going to turn blue, she has to be turning out the votes in Des Moines and in other places, and right now that's not happening.
We actually have a call right now. Let's play the music here. Projection, and Iowa will go red, as was widely expected until that poll. Right there, Trump wins the 6 electoral votes of Iowa, and so we can see the breakdown there with about half the vote counted there. So there was this thought that perhaps because of his restrictive abortion ban that just went into effect in July, and this highly respected pollster coming out, that perhaps there was going to be a wave of independent women who could somehow turn this red state blue, but this was not to be, Chuck.
No, I mean, look, this is a miss because this looks exactly the way Iowa looked 4 years ago. You know, we're in margin of error range there. So, look, she thought she'd found something with
the pollster that we're talking about, yeah.
Independent women looking like they were choosing, and certainly we've seen some evidence of it in national polls, a point or two here or there. And look, I've seen it throughout the Midwest, but it's a point here or a point there. I don't know if it's enough to make up for the loss of voters of color that have cleared. I mean, that continues to me to be the big story of the night, is the shift among Hispanics. Look, Hispanic voters are swing voters, and I think, you know, what's interesting here is the Republican Party treated them the same way they treated white working class voters. They courted them the same way they treated white working class voters. The Democratic Party has spent a lot of time treating it as an identity group, you know, and whether it's Latinx, which sort of fell flat. And so there's been a lot of hand-wringing about this inside Democratic circles, a real split. Like, you know, it was a total misread sort of by the coastal strategists when it comes to how to target working class voters of color. And I think we're starting to see sort of a working class coalition start to drift to the right. You know, before Donald Trump had working class whites. Now he's adding working class Hispanics and working class, not necessarily seeing evidence of working class African Americans, but adding working class Hispanics, that becomes a very durable majority.
Well, another way of saying that is the education gap.
Well, it's the same thing.
College educated or non-college educated.
It doesn't matter your ethnicity. It matters your education.
Is it Donald Trump or is it the Republican Party?
Or is it the Democratic Party? Okay, meaning like I don't, you know, it's the Democrat. It is, first of all, Latino voters in many ways are driven by the same issues. And there's one issue in particular, actually, that Republicans align closer with Latino voters, or Latino voters align more closely with conservative party, and that's school choice. And that has been, and you can't help but wonder, both Florida and Texas have been very aggressive about expanding school choice. Where have Republicans made the greatest gains among Hispanic voters? Florida and Texas. So education, the economy, those issues, bread and butter issues, and that is how they talk to them. I'm not saying Democrats weren't, but for the sort of the cultural issues don't play as well with Hispanic voters as they may with college-educated whites or even African.
And we saw the Trump campaign hammer some of those issues
Over
in
and over.
ads over and over again. Let's take a break right here. Coming up next, things are heating up. The votes are rolling in. We've got the latest on the battleground states, and we're inching closer to that 270 mark. Stay with us. Election night rolls on.
No, 17.8. And it's exactly 17 points now.
Ищите в своем городе наш автобус. Но он не везде, кстати, будет, но где-то будет.
63.9 to 34.6.
So 29, he's up by 30, the same. Mojave,
75 to 23.7.
52, he's up by 52. Coco Nino,
61 to 37.
25, she's up by 27. Really hard to tell.
It's hard to tell, yeah.
It's going to be a nail
Apparently,
biter.
there's going to be about a 300,000 vote release from Gwinnett County in a moment. So that might tell us something. I mean, we already called Georgia, but
yeah.
Shout out to Papa Secco. Papa Secco, shout out. She would have to, so if the margins hold in Gwinnett County, she's winning 60, so she would win 60% of 300,000 votes. Let's see.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters.
So she'd win 180,000 of those, which would be a good jump for her for sure. It's still not enough for her to win the state, though.
No, I don't see it.
No, what is in the drug supply?
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health. Big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
Pennsylvania.
The generation of now is NBC News Now. Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to NBC News coverage of the road to 270 now. There's where things stand. Donald Trump out with 207. And we're able to make a
50% in, and Montgomery 39% in. Whereas the big Trump County is a 70%, 86%, and 61%, 86%, 70%.
Still a ways to go there. We move to Minnesota. And Donald Trump and Kamala Harris right now, that's too early to call. Trump out so an early
31%
Pennsylvania.
Check out Bucks County from 2020.
Biggest 19 electoral votes, too close to call the characterization. Wisconsin, another battleground. Here's where it looks right now.
51.6 to 47.29.
Biden was up 4.
Yeah.
Harris is up 11, with only 31% of the vote in.
Yeah, I think she's going to win PA. I wouldn't worry too much about PA.
Like the New York Times saying he's going to win.
What?
The New York Times is saying Trump is going to win.
Dad, why do you keep obsessing about the New York Times projection? Just forget it.
In 2020, right now,
Somebody commented in the chat, I forgot what they said, but they said that those projections are not very accurate.
No, I don't think they are.
So just forget them. We can do the math in our head. It's not that complicated.
4 years ago, she's down about 3 points, 3 or 4
Not in our head, but I got a calculator,
points,
folks.
actually, we should say. But we're still
It's
winning.
2024, Dad. There's
We're still in
calculators.
Madison. This is Dane County. This is where the University of Wisconsin is. This is one of the fastest growing areas of the state here. 75% for Biden in 2020. She's 2 points down, but again, 75% of the vote is still out. Let's talk about the Republicans now. We talk about the WOW counties. These are the counties.
Marginal lead of Wisconsin
here.
with 48% of the vote in.
77% of the vote is in. He's slightly underperforming by a percentage point or two.
Dane is 72%.
55.
And the big Trump county is 82%.
Almost around the same margins. And then
Milwaukee is only 48%. Kenosha, another big Trump county, is 78. Rock is 61.
The other part of the state in Green Bay, it's called the BOW. So yes, it's the BOW counties and the WOW. Bow wow. I know that's pretty funny, but
Very hard to tell.
Anyways,
Yeah.
Brown is Green Bay.
Trump is now ahead in Iowa.
He's up.
Who is?
Trump
big time
with
here, but again, only
49%.
33% of the vote is in, and there are a lot of Democratic votes in Green Bay as well. We're going to come down
Should
here
we
to
call
the
it?
Owen Bow Outagamie.
Yeah.
54-57. Again, he's overperforming there. Then finally in Winnebago, 36%. I want to show two more counties you guys may have heard of. You may not have. Racine, these are
It's all right.
suburbs of Milwaukee,
Very
getting closer
scary.
to Chicago.
It's
These
pretty
were counties
scary,
that Trump
yeah.
flipped from Obama, and then he held them 4 years later. 15% in. Trump was at 51-68. That's a strong number
Someone
for
just
him
sent,
to go to Kenosha,
Jake
which
just
is in
sent me
the
this now.
headlines,
He said,
especially after the
just
George
remember the
Floyd
New York
protests.
Times Nito was
50% in
pointing
2020, 73% in.
Trump past
He's
midnight
overperforming
2020
there.
and
So if
favored
you look at
Hillary
Wisconsin
until
right
11
now,
p.m.
I mean, the Republicans have
I'm sorry, what's
some
that?
sort of
It says,
positivity
just
that they're
remember that
looking
the
at.
New York Times
Sauk County
needle
is one
was
of these counties
pointing
that we've
Trump
watched that usually
past
takes the winner of
midnight in
Wisconsin.
2020
Sauk is
and
one,
favored
and
Hillary
the other
until
one,
11 p.m. in
If you've been
2016.
following the political
There you
headlines
go.
lately,
There you go.
our data
Just
at a door
for,
is a little skewed
let's
right now,
just,
so we're gonna wait till
it's starting to give me a
numbers
headache. Just
correct
forget
it
the New
for
York
right
Times
now.
projection
But
for
Sauk
now.
County, we can look at 48%
Okay.
is in. Biden won this in 2020. Trump won it in 2016. 47-50. You can see Trump's overperforming there. But again, still a lot of the vote is out. We're going to have to wait and see and what happens. And in case you were wondering, Sauk County, home of the International Clown Hall of
Virginia
Fame.
is
So if you ever
70%
wanna go
in,
down
and
there,
she's
you're
winning by
near
0.3.
Madison, drive over to Sauk.
We're getting to the witching hour.
Wow.
Fun fact alert from Tom.
No, she's not. She's winning by 1.4.
Yes, exactly. Let's go to Stephanie. Gosh, she's in
Oh.
Philadelphia and Pennsylvania.
I think she'll
riding on
3
Pennsylvania
points.
for the Harris campaign.
Yeah, same. That's what we said like an hour ago. All right, should we call Virginia?
We are here in
Yeah.
Philadelphia
All right,
at the
Virginia's
tabulation
called.
center. This is where they're going through all those mail-in ballots. And
Impossible. She could net 200,000 votes. But virtually impossible.
4 years ago. And
Of
this
course, it's not
place is a
impossible,
perfect
but
example
yeah,
of
it's
some of the
very
lessons that we've
unlikely.
learned. You may remember in 2020, the tabulation
Dad,
of
we got
mail-in
40,000
ballots in
people
Philadelphia
watching.
took place in downtown
How many?
Philadelphia,
40,000.
and it
Wow.
was basically chaos.
Thank you to our
Now,
sponsor today,
they're
Aura.
in this
Check out the link in the
entirely new
description
building.
for
It's
more
secured
information.
by a fence with barbed wire, and they are doing tabulation inside here. We're actually not allowed inside, but it's going on as we speak right now. And one of the unknowns back
Trump
in
took the lead in
2020 at the
Arizona,
end of the night was, well, just how
but
many
barely.
mail-in ballots are there out there? We don't know. Well, tonight, right before midnight, we're going to get a briefing here from the city commissioner, from Seth Bluestein. He's going to tell us how many of those mail-in ballots from Philadelphia have been processed and how
Nothing
many
from
they
Nevada
have
yet.
to process, to give an idea of how much more time
Mom says
it is
Gwinnett
going to
is
take.
about to-
All of that, more transparency.
That already
this,
happened, I
more
think.
security, so
They already
things go
gave their
much
300,000
more
votes.
smoothly. Savannah?
All right, thank you, Stephanie.
Back with our panel and guests for
And they've got 72% reporting. How could there be 300,000 votes left in Gwinnett
Strategic
County?
Communications for the Trump
It
2020
can't be if
Can't
it's
be.
70%.
Right. So I don't know what all these people are saying about Georgia.
100,000 votes left.
The math just isn't mathing in Georgia, guys. He's 153,000 votes ahead.
She
Yeah.
did not get it right. It looks like the pollsters got it right.
Here's some nice words of
in this
encouragement for you,
election
Dad, from Daniel
because
Greaves. They say,
I'm looking at
Lickman
these
men,
going, well,
regardless
look
of the
at
outcome,
Berks
thank you for your
County,
support and wisdom. You have been a beacon of hope and joy this
Look at
past year.
Lancaster
You have meant the
County,
world
she's
to us. Thank you,
overperforming.
Daniel.
It's
Wow,
gonna be
that's
razor
nice.
close.
Thank
I
you.
don't think there's any question.
Yeah.
Now, what we're
You
going to
can
have
say
to
if I'm
figure out
wrong.
is,
What's
do we
that?
have a country where an election can
Yeah,
be
don't say
close
anything.
and people can accept the
86%
results?
of the vote is
That's the
in
question that I
Georgia.
begin to worry about. That if these are all really
85%
close
in Fulton
and they
County.
go the way of Donald Trump, I don't think there'll be any problem.
Well, Mark, we live in a 50-50 world. I mean, we do. I mean,
We really do.
It's not going to stop after Wednesday or beyond.
No, and one of the
votes
things
left
I'm
there.
looking at right
Right,
now
and
is Philadelphia.
she's only gonna win, what?
Itself, because while
How far ahead is he?
has her margin,
He's
the numbers
153,000
aren't
votes
there.
ahead.
She's about 2 points behind right now.
It's not
where
impossible,
Biden
but
was,
very
but there's a
close.
471,000 vote difference.
The only hope would
to
be
offset
if
the
there's a
rule.
huge
And right now, with
overseas
50% of the
and
vote in
provisional
Ohio,
ballot vote for her.
she's on
That's what I just
pace
said, right? If there's
for maybe 390,
if there's some giant
400
Who's
or so
counted?
thousand.
right,
If
that's what I
the
just said.
current
If we're
margin
underestimating the
holds, then
voter
that's,
turnout, that's the
projection,
only way
she's
that she
about
can win in
450.
Georgia at this point.
And if we're down there in that right, because right now it's about 190,000 votes.
Oh, let's check out some of the
difference
Senate races. Then.
with 50% in.
It's early, but I mean, it seems like what we're
with
gleaning from
79%
exit polls
reporting,
and data is that
Sherrod
the Trump
Brown is
campaign
down 5
overperforming,
percentage
doing
points.
very
So
well with
that's
Hispanic
pretty
voters.
What state is
much.
that?
And young men.
Ohio Senate.
That
Yeah.
Joe
That's
Rogan
gone.
army
Now,
appears to be
Sherrod
real
Brown
in a
is
lot of these places.
down how much?
Mark?
No,
5%.
absolutely. I think they're very excited by that.
Oh, he's going to
They
lose.
also see that they're
Angela
overperforming in
also
rural
broke one in
areas. I think
Maryland.
they're trying to cut their losses in the urban areas and in some
Yeah.
of the suburbs. It's not always working, but I think in some of these key battleground
The Independent in
states,
Nebraska
really
is still winning 52 to
Claire, what are you hearing
47.
from the Democratic side?
First of
Ted
all, I think
Cruz is winning
there's a lot of people on
53
the
to
Democratic side that are paying
44
a lot of attention
with
to what's happening
70%
with Sherrod
reporting
Brown and
in
Santos.
Texas.
So right now,
What about Maryland?
Also Brooks
because
won.
the fact that it's been called for Trump in Montana and it hasn't been called for
In
the Senate
Montana,
race
only
gives you an
2%
indication.
reporting.
Same thing in Ohio. And I think everybody needs
So
to
it looks
remember
like
what Lester just said is
Republicans
true.
are going to win the
country.
Senate for sure.
Let's
Can we
assume
project
for
that,
purposes of
Dad?
this conversation
Not a big surprise.
that in
Yeah.
fact they take the Senate. And let's assume for purposes
Stick
that
in the
Trump
House.
wins the presidency.
Still
They're
a
not going
lot
to
to
have
go
more
in the
than
House.
51 votes in the Senate, maybe 52. And you have a couple of Republicans
41,000
that are
people
not
watching,
all on
Dad.
board
That's our
with
highest
Trump
viewership
stuff,
ever.
like Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski. You could actually have a situation where the Senate is frozen in either administration, depending on how it goes. So now's the time that I think that
Now the New York
regardless of
Times
this
is saying
Dad,
Michigan.
this country needs to realize it's time to quit dividing. And
We
try to
don't
unite
know the
and
answer.
combat
It's too
Of
close
course
to
they don't
call.
know the
We've
answer.
been divided
Nobody knows the
Senate,
answer.
I mean, already. The status quo is,
Um,
essentially tied with Democrats.
If you're just tuning in, this is our current Lichtman Line projection map. The highest in front projection map, I think, in the country right now.
But Democrats are hoping to
We've
take back
got
control.
Trump
They
at
only need to
223
have 4 seats, so
and
those
Kamala at
races will go. But
129.
once again, I mean, you just look at a country, to Lester's
Based on
point,
the Lichtman
that
Live
is
projections.
very divided, and this is what the pollsters were showing, and right now, so far, that is what the results are bearing out.
And I will say, we're sitting here, it's 10:30 Eastern time. This is kind of a little bit of a strange moment. We have some data
On election
in, but
night,
not
I
all.
thought Trump was going to win.
Right.
A vote count yet. We still have
And
a
then all
race,
those
we haven't
other
won the
votes
single
came in.
battleground state yet. So this is an interesting
That was so
moment
heavily
in
Biden.
the
I don't know if
debate.
that's going to
There's
happen this
happening
time
It's
or
not going
not.
to happen
when you
this
look at the
time. It's
strategies
not
from
going to
each of
happen
these
this time.
campaigns, the vice president did something very specific. She looked to once she got into the race not too long
So
ago.
what do you
she looked
think's
to
going to
cast Donald
happen in
Trump
the
as a
three
danger to
critical
democracy,
states?
but she also looked
I
to make the
think
positive
she's going
case
to
for
win.
herself
I
and why
still
she
think she's
should
going to
get
win the
another
3
4
critical
years.
states.
Her
Then
campaign
she wins.
so
Right.
much time.
I haven't lost hope that she's going to win yet. I've definitely lost hope that she's going to win in a landslide, but I have not lost hope that she's going to win.
Knows who the Cheney
Right.
family is, trying to reach out to this tiny
North
slice of
Carolina
people
is
who aren't quite
83%
totally
in,
in their tribal corners.
50%
Former President Trump looked to supercharge his
to
base.
So it's so interesting
47%.
because you say it's a tiny number.
With how much
and
in?
it is, but these were Haley voters. A lot of them. I
83.
mean, Kamala
Doesn't
Harris
look
went
good.
around with
No.
Liz Cheney. They went to the
Not impossible. It's only 140,000 votes, but
Jimmy
doesn't look good.
McCain and some of these big names, former Republicans, Jeff Flake, who are out there. She was trying to find those moms.
Yeah, the big
suburban
population
women who
centers
just
are
had
all
enough
in.
with
Oh
Donald
no,
Trump.
well,
Let me just pause the conversation very quickly.
there's one blue county that's not completely in yet, but she's not going to make up 100,000 votes there.
Nebraska. Okay, this is.
All right, I think we
NBC
can
News
call it
projects that
in North
3
Carolina,
of 5
Dad.
electoral
It's over.
votes will go to Donald Trump. 3
Yep.
of 5, you ask? That takes me to Tom. I'll let you explain it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Again, so Nebraska, remember, they gave
All right, I need to get some water. I'll be right back.
popular vote.
Trump
whoever
is
wins the state
pulled out
is
to
driven
a
by congressional
lead in
districts.
Pennsylvania
What you just reported there, projecting one of the
by
congressional
3
districts.
points.
It's going to be
Yeah,
District
I'll be right
3 is
back.
gonna
I have
go
to
Trump.
keep
There are
talking,
2
but I have
other
to get
congressional
some
districts,
water.
1 and 2, that we're still watching. Nebraska District 2, this is the big one that we've been watching. It's the swing district. The other one, Nebraska 1, usually goes red. We're still waiting on some vote there. It hasn't been called yet. But again, Nebraska 2 is the big one because if it came down to that 269 scenario, we would come here to Omaha.
I don't
Nebraska
see where
District
any
2
more
is
Trump votes are
Omaha,
coming
is
from.
Douglas County. It's also a neighboring conservative county, Saunders, and a little bit of Sarpy as well. I think we just can't call it. The difference is 22,000 votes. That's what the difference was in 2020 when Biden won the state. So Democrats are in good shape right now. It's unclear how much of the vote is out. Let me see if I can come back and see if we can get how much the remaining vote is out in this state. We can't check it just yet. As soon as we have a call on Nebraska 2, we'll bring it to you. It's one electoral vote.
All right, I'm back,
in
Dad.
a razor-tight election, each electoral vote is important, guys.
That's like the bellwether county in Pennsylvania.
And the East 735
Okay, let me
in the
check
West,
it.
and we've
For
got all
2020?
battlegrounds closed right now.
2020.
Votes being counted.
It's only 30% in.
Something you're going to hear me say
I don't know why you're
moments. That's the story in
you
Pennsylvania.
keep cutting out. I don't know why.
in there.
Erie County
In
was
Michigan, also
a
too
1
close
point
to
win
call.
for Biden.
Battleground state where both candidates
She's
have
up 28
a ton of
points.
time
What?
Wisconsin as well, too close to call.
With only
At this hour,
32% of the vote
about
in.
half the vote in there. Let's go down south, the Sun Belt path.
That could win her the
Georgia,
state.
too close to call. Biden won it by a
That
hair.
county, that
In
or that
2020,
differential in
Donald
that
Trump
county.
Let
trying
me
to
check
get back
Montgomery.
too
We checked
close to call.
Montgomery already,
In
didn't we?
North Carolina, we're still
Yeah,
calling
I think
it
we
too
did.
early
I don't remember.
so we're waiting for more vote
That's so many.
Also,
62 to
26. She's up 37 with only 39% of the vote in.
They can even start counting votes there. And St.
Philadelphia is only 56% in.
She's gonna win PA.
She's only 45% in. I think she's going to win Pennsylvania.
I do too. She's gonna win PA.
So here's the road to 270. It's being filled out along the.
He's only up by 100,000 votes.
So familiar with over these last couple of presidential cycles with those big question marks. Tom, let's go to Pennsylvania because I think this is. We've often said this will be the ball game, and we're starting to get more vote, and maybe we can look at some of those bellwethers, like in Erie County, for example, or Lackawanna County. What are you seeing?
Yeah, we're also seeing some outliers as well, Savannah. I want to show you what I'm talking about. Center County, it's in the center of the state. This is red right now. 68% of the vote is in. Biden won this in 2020. Hillary Clinton won this in 2016. Why am I highlighting this county? Let me move the map over again.
Yeah,
Center
Wisconsin
County,
is very
this
close.
Is Penn State.
Who votes Trump is ahead.
Dad, can you do me a favor? Can you just turn your mic, like just turn on the dial on your mic, just turn it a little bit, like a tiny bit up and then back. I don't know what's going on, but
Eastern PA again, which just changed
there, is that better?
From New York and New Jersey.
I don't know. We'll see. It just keeps coming in and
We're
out.
talking about Northampton.
Yeah, I have the internet on hardwire.
Yeah, it's not you. It's not the internet. Don't worry about it. It's good.
Right now, Trump's on top. 73% of the vote is in, so there's still vote out. Those things could change. Again, it's still early. We're not calling these counties as well. I want to zoom in here. This is Berks County. I'm going to zoom in. Reading, PA. This is a city where Hispanics are the majority here. 92% of the vote is in. Trump is up at 56. It's not a huge surprise, but what it shows is that he's overperforming. He won this county in 2016 and 2020, and tonight he's overperforming. Again, some of that.
It's like a tie in Wisconsin right now.
Finally, I want to look at
Yeah, I
right
see.
here. Okay, Lackawanna County.
It's a real nail biter.
Thought they maybe had a chance in Scranton at least to peel away some of the votes there. Again, this is where Joe Biden was from. People wondered if he got the friends and family discount there with voters. She's underperforming.
The percentage of the vote that's in Wisconsin is 52.
In a state where it could be
Milwaukee's only in 51.
Votes, every little bit matters. If they're looking at the map right
The
now,
three big Trump counties are 86, 84, and 78.
Right.
93.
And there's still a lot of vote out. Philadelphia County, just because this was brought up on the set earlier, 62% of the vote is
Monkey's
in.
texting me.
Biden
Can
was
you
at
review
81.
the states
She's at
that each
77.
presidential
A lot of those
candidate
still out.
has in
But
the
again,
column right
she
now?
wants to be in the same
This
high
is
water marks
it.
for Biden
This is
as
the
guys.
states
Mark
that we
Lauder was
called.
just here, your staff Vice President Pence, and you're obviously a longtime Republican.
I've shown this many
You think
times.
there's not enough vote for her to make up that margin?
Well, there's still a lot out there. I'm
Yeah.
just saying, all of these things start to add up. It's like death by 1,000
Try
cuts.
moving your mic a little
And
bit
so
closer
we
to you,
dropped
Dad, if you
40,000
can.
votes in this state.
Well,
maybe
if I
6,000
can,
in
I'll
County,
try.
6,000
Not the
in another.
computer, the
Next thing
microphone.
you know, you run out.
No, I
of
understand,
options.
but I have to
I'll
move
leave
my
it to the
computer to
brilliant
get the
minds of
microphone
decision
closer.
to figure it out.
Trump is winning 51% of the Hispanic
It's
vote
starting
in
to look
Pennsylvania.
a little more encouraging.
What?
And when you see the
That's what
Latino
CNN
vote
is
come in,
showing
you see
right
some
now.
of the
Was that
closing of the
possible?
gap with the young voters. It's starting to add up.
Well, let me just jump in on that because there
The
are
world
some
is turned
things
upside down.
now
That's all I
just
can
when
say. Is that better?
administrations across battlegrounds
I don't know.
when it comes
We'll
to
see.
exit
Don't worry
poll
about it.
with all
Just
the
You
necessary
got the
I'll let you
precautions
know.
you have heard by
right up
now.
in front of
And
me
there's a
now.
few places
Okay,
where former
cool. Thank
President
you.
Trump is making improvements from his performance 4 years ago.
Um,
It is Latino voters, as you talk about, Mark. It is voters under 30, as you talk about. It is independents. He doesn't mean he's winning them, but he's doing
Let's
better than he was 4
see.
years ago. Here's where her improvement is, and this is interesting. It's with seniors. It's with voters over the age of 65. and we're starting to see that trend for her.
Shout out to Joe Reed.
We talked about it in the commercial break like 2 hours ago, so it was more of a callback to something that I forgot.
Let's see where we're at, folks.
Constantly, but the seniors piece of it is interesting.
60% of the vote. How could he be winning 51% of the vote in Pennsylvania? The Hispanic vote in Pennsylvania. That's wild.
Fascinating dynamics at play.
I don't get that either.
The Hispanic vote overwhelmingly in Pennsylvania.
I know.
As we watch these results come in, it's
It's
so
bizarre.
Think about how close, what a tough slog Pennsylvania is as we watch this come in, and you think about that decision that she made.
Michigan 26% in.
As
Wisconsin 52% in. I mean, it's a tie basically.
And even on the day that she made that announcement, a lot of people questioned what would Pennsylvania look like with Shapiro on the
CNN just predicted Iowa and Kansas. We've already predicted that, folks. We're way ahead of CNN.
Yep.
They're more careful than us to give them the benefit of the doubt, but we're not careful.
He is, but so is Tim Walz in the Midwest. And I think what her decision was, one of judgment, where she looked at somebody who had a resume just like hers, and she looked at someone who was much different. He wasn't Ivy League. He wasn't all smooth. He was relatable and a coach and somebody who really kind of oozed Midwestern relatability.
In Arizona, 51% of the vote is in, and it's a tie.
Of who she was. And, I don't know if it was the right call or not.
More closely at Arizona.
People. Either way, they're going to be around. Shapiro's not going anywhere.
I know, I just said that.
On a ballot in the future.
I'm just going to call it out. You sound like you see the end here.
I don't. I do think that, obviously we're disappointed about North Carolina and Georgia because there was a real feeling that there was such a good ground game compared to what the Trump
And to be clear, we haven't called those.
All right, quick review of the states that we have called here on Lickman Live. Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Utah, Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, West Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida for Trump, Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, New York, Maryland, Virginia, Illinois, Colorado for Harris. It's right here.
Georgia, Ellison, how are things
So,
Can you
stop
check
texting me.
Arizona? Apache County
From 2020.
that has no votes in.
Apache County. The nice thing about Arizona, they got these nice big counties. 66 to 32.
Oh, and that has 0. Cochise. These are the ones with 0.
58 Trump to 39 Biden.
It's not good. La Paz.
People coming in, they're all people who have come from the different precincts in this county. There are 156 precincts in Gwinnett County. What they're dropping off right now, you see
68 Trump to 29 Biden.
No votes there. So Apache and Cochise kind of cancel each other. Boy, a real nail biter.
Yeah.
Coming in waves. The first wave of stuff that was brought in from precinct captains on were the memory cards with the vote.
To the
That's something that
wire,
election workers tell
to
me
the
is a wave.
minutes, to
I think
the
that's changed over the years. They said they used to get everything, the election materials that had to be returned.
Everybody in the chat is dooming and saying Trump's won, Trump's won. That's not true, guys. He has not won. He needs to win one of these 3 states, or else
They're actually in
he loses,
these little
basically.
bags. You see them unzipping there.
So he has not won
156
yet.
different precincts. Each precinct has at least 2 memory cards that have the vote count from today on them.
Dad, you know who Sarah McBride is? She was an AU
They're
student.
still deep in that process right now. But let's go
Dad,
again to the back because this is where
you know who Sarah McBride is? She was an AU student.
No.
She just won a House seat in Delaware.
Nice.
She's the first trans member of Congress.
Ballots being opened and sorted or
for provisional ballots being reviewed. So
I think she was a year above me at AU.
was what would the margins be like, because it leans Democrat. We expected Democrats to carry this county, but ultimately back in 2020, Donald Trump got 40% of the vote in Gwinnett County. And what Republicans were hoping was if they could notch that up by a couple percentage points, they could cut in to Harris's margins. And then if they also did well in Republican strongholds, could potentially carry the state. What we're seeing in turnout is turnout so far has exceeded the turnout numbers in 2020. And right now, based on what has been entered, Trump is holding at about 40%. So right now, those extra percentage points haven't come. Could that change? Yes, that's Tom Yanison's.
43,000 people watching that.
Here, though, is
Wow.
we're going through some of the different
But
elections.
they won't be
Also
disappointed.
been sorting provisional ballots. You can see
Don't
them
worry, Dad.
in the back here, Savannah and Lester. They're just busy working. They will be here late at night.
You're
They
still
expected the
optimistic,
last
huh?
bit of stuff to come
I'm
from
still
the precinct to
optimistic,
get here
yes.
at 11:30. Savannah.
All right, Allison, thank you
It's a
so
long
much.
night.
We're going to take a short break right here. Many more poll closings coming up at the top of this hour, including California and its whopping 54 electoral.
I'm not feeling as good as I did when I first sat down in this chair 4 hours, 3 hours, however long we started ago. But I still believe she's going to win.
CNN says the 3 battlegrounds are still too early to call.
Yeah. All right, let's call New Mexico, Dad. It's 65% in, and she's up by like 9 points.
Yeah, you can call that.
So Nebraska 3 is solidly red, I think, already.
Closer to the Gaza border. The story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself.
So according to Decision Desk HQ, Harris has just jumped back out ahead in Arizona.
Wow.
They've got an additional 3% reporting, 2 to 3% reporting.
Barely.
Election night. The big prize, of course, the presidency, but also the balance of power in Congress. Kristen Wilker's here with more on that.
Hey, Lester. Well, again, just to recap for everyone, Republicans do have one pickup so far tonight. That's in West Virginia. No surprise there. Let's take a look at Arizona. Ruben Gallego, Carrie Lake, too early to call right now with 51% of the vote in. Let's head over to Pennsylvania now. One of the most competitive Senate races. This race.
Ted Cruz is the projected winner in Texas.
49% of the vote. Senator Casey trailing there at this current point. Too early to call right now in Montana. One of the biggest potential pickup opportunities for Republicans there, so we watch that closely. We're watching Ohio closely as well. This race too early to call. Senator Sherrod Brown looking for a 4th term against Bernie Moreno. Let's take a look at the Senate map now. Take a look at where things stand. Again, as you can see, Lester, Republicans with one pickup, but we continue to watch Montana and Ohio so closely. Again, could Ohio be a state where we see a split ticket? Split tickets, as we've been saying throughout the course of this evening, have been diminishing.
Democrats came in with a tough map to defend.
Very tough map to defend, bracing for potential losses. And again, Republicans don't need many pickups.
Yeah, we're way ahead of everyone in our calls.
If Vice President Harris wins the White House, they really need
Yeah.
one seat if Donald Trump wins. So right now
They have more to lose, you know, if they predict something wrong and then go back. You know, if we had to go back, no one would care, you know. But
right? That's a huge storyline of the night.
they want to be 100% certain, you know, in a place like Georgia, we're 90% certain, but you know,
we're waiting on these two outstanding
it's good
states.
enough for
they're
us to
already
call.
part of the way there. They already have this pickup in West Virginia. We cannot stress enough, if Vice President Harris were to win the White House, it would be incredibly challenging for her to get judicial nominees confirmed, to get her cabinet confirmed with the Republican Senate.
So here we are, we're nearing the top of the hour, but we're still no calls in any of the battleground states. Are you surprised we are where we are right now?
No, because as Claire McCaskill has said so accurately, what we are seeing has been reflected in the polls.
The polls maybe were right.
Leading up to this evening, it looks like the polls were right. This is a 50-50 race, and so this
Bob
is going to go down to
Casey's
wire
losing
all
in
of this battle.
Pennsylvania.
Close race means
Wow.
a long time. We can put it that way, right? I
The
think
senator,
that's generally the vibe.
incumbent
We'll
senator.
see how it goes. I think everybody's looking
These are
towards
not
Pennsylvania.
very good results so far.
Let's check back into the presidential race, and we'll take a look at the road.
Nope,
to
there has not been any good surprise if you're a Harris supporter, that's for sure.
It is 10:51 in the east.
For Harris, yeah.
Right now on the road
Nothing
to
positive for
270
Harris yet.
Electoral votes. Those will be the keys to get into the White House in the next year. Right now, we want to go to Peter Alexander at Harris headquarters to really gauge the temperature of the room. Peter?
Well, we're outside, and it's a loud one here, but I can tell you, if you get into the crowd here, it's particularly quiet in terms of their sense of optimism right now. That's how one Harris ally just described it to me a short time ago. I ran into a longtime Democratic source, a person who was close to the Harris campaign, and I asked them what they make of the results they've seen so far. They said, honestly, this is not looking so good for us, but then they quickly put on a smile and said, but you know what? We just got to keep smiling for the night. That may give you a better understanding of where they feel like things may be going right now. It remains early. A lot of votes still to count, but I'll tell you what I just heard from a Democratic lawmaker right now who just wrote me.
Republicans already have one pickup in the Senate
It's pretty
races.
concerning. I just keep reminding myself that
And
8 years
obviously
ago,
Dems have
all
one
the trends
loss.
of the first few hours showed Hillary winning.
Is that
and
West
maybe she
Virginia that they
didn't.
lost?
But obviously this is not
Yep.
the
See,
return
yeah.
we were looking for. It gives you a little sense of the way that some of those people supporting Kamala Harris are feeling.
Ruben
this
Gallego,
evening
Ruben
right now.
Gallego's
Again,
beating Carrie
a lot of
Lake. That's
numbers,
good
a lot of data
in the
still to be
Senate.
counted right now, but as,
What does Montana look like in the Senate?
Only 5% reporting,
some of those places, North
but
Carolina, Georgia, are not
yeah,
looking as positive as the Harris
56 to
campaign had been
42
hoping. It doesn't mean that they
for
still
Tim
have a
Sheehy, the
path,
Republican.
but it does certainly increasingly mean that they'd have to succeed in holding on to that blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and frankly, speaking to some people in some of those states that are involved with the Harris campaign, they said that's where they are seeing some concern that that's going to be a tightrope that they have to still try to walk tonight. Buster?
Yep.
Substantially.
But only 28% reporting.
Yeah.
Wisconsin.
What we're watching?
57% reporting. That's basically a tie.
nationally,
0.3 percentage points difference.
divided country,
Thousand
right? So the
difference.
idea that our last poll
Pennsylvania.
49 is sort of overall popular
66% reporting,
pretty close to where this thing
and
ends up. But remember,
she's
for the
down
Democrats to win the electoral
500,000.
college, they generally have to have a better advantage as it relates to the popular
Not good.
vote. So if the country's
I'm not worried about PA yet. There's still a lot of votes here.
A lot of votes to come.
Obviously, nobody here is
I'm not
leaving.
worried
We're still
about
waiting to
PA.
hear from the vice president. They recognize this may be not just
Well, she still has a path.
days right now, and they're
Oh, yeah,
still hopeful
definitely.
that people are waiting
Absolutely.
in line, including on those college campuses. They point to campuses in Pennsylvania in particular, some of the campuses out west in Nevada. Nevada, they're still circling on the map as a place they think that they're have the ability to perform well in.
Don't forget,
you know,
2016, 2020, at this time in the election night, we were also confused about what the hell was about to happen. So
As of yet, so we continue to watch.
But they're as close as they can be. Let's go to Battleground, Wisconsin. Shaquille Brewster in Milwaukee for us. Hi, Shaq.
Hi there, Savannah. And you know, one thing that we're hearing is that just heard from the Milwaukee elections clerk, and they're saying that they are processing
Keeks,
these
what you doing?
absentee ballots. All of the early vote, all of the mail-in vote is counted here in this
Pennsylvania.
warehouse. And this
What?
update is
Bunch
despite
of
the fact that there was a
Harris
little bit
counties
that
with
we saw
very
earlier.
few
And
votes
I'll show
in.
you what
Say that one more time.
49.
Wait, Dad, listen for a second. What did you say in the beginning of that? You said you do think she's going to win, or you don't?
She'll win Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I agree. We've been saying that all night.
Opens up, it was not completely locked. So what they did is they got a bipartisan group together. They went through to all of the 13 tabulators, high-speed tabulators in this entire facility. And they went through
Harris
and
counties.
out and restarted the
There's
count.
a lot of votes to come. Montgomery at 49, Philadelphia at 67, Bucks at 42, Chester at 48, Delaware at 41.
I just said that like 2 seconds ago. Were you not listening?
Yeah, I don't see any much margin left for Trump there.
No, Trump's maxed out.
These counties are 80, 92, 84, 87, 95, 95, 71, 85.
Yeah, I think he's maxed out.
Easily she can make up 100,000 votes.
Oh, yeah. No, I think she's going to win PA.
When you look at the amount of vote that's here,
She can make them up in Philadelphia alone.
Yeah.
There's still 3% to go there.
Yeah, exactly.
For the public to see.
I agree with you, sir.
There's still 200,000 plus votes to go.
Shaq, thanks very much.
Let's go over to Tom now.
And in Montgomery, there's still 250,000 votes to go.
Still too early to
Yeah.
call. And how about Virginia? The blue state haven't called it yet.
Yeah, I think I still believe she's going to win Pennsylvania.
So first off,
And in Delaware, 150,000.
Yeah.
I don't see any big caches of votes for Trump.
There's
I agree.
still 875,000 votes that are out, so we're going to wait till we can make a
biggest
clear
county
projection
is
there.
Westmoreland.
I do want to highlight some things.
84% in. His next big,
all night long. This is where Democrats had to turn out to
92%
vote.
in.
This is
His next
the race
biggest
of
is
one of the North
Lancaster,
Carolina,
80%
is in
in.
Charlotte. Clinton at 62. Biden
Next
at
one is
66.
Northampton, 87. Cumberland, 95. Butler, 95.
4 years ago, she
Yeah,
had
he's maxed out.
And
He's
now I
maxed
think of the
out.
Black Belt,
He's
again,
maxed
those are
out.
the counties that there's not a ton of people, but they're
I don't see
mostly
a
African-American
place where
counties. And I'm
he
gonna
has
say,
a big cache of votes coming
I
in.
want you guys to
We got
watch these numbers.
42,000 people watching. Thank you all for watching. If you want to join our Discord or our Reddit, the link to both of those are in the description of this video. You can follow him at Alan Lichtman on X and TikTok at Alan_Lichtman on Instagram. If you feel like following me, I'm at Sammy Licht on YouTube and Instagram. John King is still pointing to Atlanta and saying there's still a shit ton of votes in Atlanta. But
I know you were asking about
I
Virginia.
don't know.
Savannah, let's take a look at Virginia. We haven't called Virginia yet. You know, and
She's
if we
got
just
to
give you
make up
context, the last two
this
elections,
point.
It came kind of close to 2016, about
136,000 votes
2020,
in
Biden
Atlanta.
grew that lead much more. It was about
Or in
10
Georgia,
points
I
there.
mean.
Tonight, here's where it's
Yeah,
at.
it's not enough.
77% of
Not
the votes
enough.
in. There's about a 2% spread. I'm being told by our politics desk, a lot of the vote that is out is still in the Northern Virginia suburbs. This is the Democrats' sort of there's a sweet spot where they're going to drive up the votes. Also, Richmond County, a lot of African-American voters there, too, that could possibly vote Democratic. But listen, Republicans have been making inroads in there as well. We can take a quick gander. How much time we have? About a minute? 2 minutes? No, we're going to say goodbye. We'll come back. We'll dig into those northern suburbs in just a minute, Savannah.
Let's do, because,
Yeah.
northern suburb resident Chuck Todd said you can't count.
We're waiting on that vote.
You're waiting on that vote, but I want to go to Mark Lauder on this. Also, I think a Washington, D.C. former area resident, so you get to weigh in on this too, and you too, Senator. I mean, would you have expected that Virginia would take this long to call? I mean, is this concerning? Does it give you any other trend lines?
No, I mean, I saw a lot of energy, and I live in Northern Virginia as well. I've seen a lot more Trump signs in people's yards where 4 years ago, 8 years ago, you would have never dared put one up there. So I think there was a little more of an emboldened activity, but you know you're not going to win that area. But I think this does point to what we were talking about we see going on in Philadelphia, which we see going on in some of the other Charlotte areas. She's underperforming in the metro areas, which is where she needs to overperform.
Ben Death says check out
counted,
Chatham County in
in
Georgia.
Northern Virginia.
Let's check out
Chuck's
Chatham. I
not
think
here,
we
so I'm a
already
little
did.
nervous.
I think we did.
But I think she'll end up winning Virginia by a comfortable margin. And I think when you actually analyze the data, what you're going to see
got so many
is
tabs
there
open.
was more enthusiasm in the rural areas of Virginia.
Only
than there
36%
there was
in
for
Chatham, but
Biden.
guys, you have to
I mean, I think
understand.
we need to start saying
She's
that
only
out
her
loud.
net
But,
votes is
what
only
different between
10,000.
Joe Biden and Kamala
So
Harris?
even
Everybody
if
thinks
there's
they're exactly
another,
the same on
she can
policies.
maybe get another
One is a woman of
20,000
color, and the
votes
other is
there.
a
She needs, don't forget, she needs 140,000 more votes. An extra 20,000 more votes here is not going to do it.
I think you're seeing more Trump support in some of the areas where Biden could cut in, and you're not. But Virginia's going to be fine. She's going to win Virginia.
Bilal Nadem says Arizona, she has a good shot. Yeah, she still has a shot in Arizona, no doubt. Thank you, Tim Bear.
Shall see. Okay.
David K says, great job, guys. Right or wrong, at very least you'll be close. Ted Cruz is a funny guy. He said 100 million was wasted in Texas. Thank you, Teresa King. Thank you, Alex Mamet.
There'll be some biggies out there to talk about.
You see California, I know Oregon, Washington, those will all be closing here in about 10 seconds. And then, of course, we'll have the latest characterizations. We're going to pause for a moment while some of our East Coast stations go to their local news now.
Aha says, remember the red Mirage and blue shift of 2020 after midnight and the days following the election shifted in Biden's favor once mail-in ballots were counted? But it's, correct me if I'm wrong, Dad, it's totally different this time. One, they're counting a lot of states because of the fiasco of 2020.
Ballots, yeah.
Right, like I got a notification that my mail-in ballot was counted like 2 days ago. So it's not the same as 20. I understand what happened in 2020, but that's not what's happening in this election, unfortunately.
Becoming a little more interesting as the evening progresses.
Okay, for the
Thank you, Ty H.
Poll closings, we have a couple of uncalled races, Oregon and Wisconsin. We just called California. Now let's go to our battlegrounds. Pennsylvania too close to call, 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock in the West. Same story in Michigan.
Thank you, Janice G, for your donation. Mark K. Dad says, we love you, Alan, and appreciate your work.
It is too close to call.
What's that?
They said, we love you, Alan, and appreciate your work.
Thank you.
60% of the votes there in Georgia.
Majority, Andrew Torres says, majority of votes outstanding in PA are in the Philly area. FoxyBot says, keep faith, Professor, we love you.
Too early to call. We are still awaiting vote there. Arizona, let's go out west. We've got two battlegrounds.
Thank you,
west.
Joe
Arizona,
Casara.
Nevada. Polls closed there about a couple of hours ago. Well, 2 hours for Arizona, last hour for Nevada. Both of these too early to call. And Tom Yamas over
Anita Loves Peaches says, I had heard that there was a recount in Wisconsin, and they wouldn't know the total amounts of votes until 5 a.m.
And to give some credit to Arizona,
Wow.
50% of the vote is in. I mean, they're doing their job there, so congrats.
And in Michigan,
County, this is the big swing
Wayne County, which has over 800,000 votes,
in the state of
was
Arizona.
30% for
If you
Biden,
want to win Arizona,
and
you gotta
it's
win
only
Arizona.
1% in.
2016.
Guys, so many trolls donating and being like, the keys are wrong. Guys, the election is, you realize the election's not over, right? Just want to put that out there. Thank you, Personal, John Cole. Sean MC says, remind you all that it's not over till it's over. Exactly, Sean. Exactly.
We're going to go to this other county here, Pima County. Part of this county, maybe not. 50% of it is in. This is Tucson. This is a Democratic stronghold.
Wow, there's a lot of troll donations. I mean, thank you guys for paying us, I guess. It's funny that you're paying us saying that the keys are wrong when the election's not even over yet, so.
I know.
I don't get why you would waste your money like that, but I guess live your life. All right, we've got some more states to call, Pops.
Trump overperforming right now, only 35% of the vote is
Let's check in with Arizona. That was a really close too, wasn't it?
Yeah, it hasn't changed at all. 51% in. It's a tie. Yeah.
All right.
California has gone blue.
Chuck, what are you making
Obviously,
of
in
what we're
Washington
seeing, what the
State.
trend lines are?
No.
There's a
Yeah,
reason why
California and Washington State have gone blue.
The Harris camp and growing enthusiasm.
I'm sure Oregon will too.
Right. And there's no votes in yet, but that's based off of what
Than
you
it
call
does
it.
2020, and you're seeing whether it's rural turnout.
What am I thinking about? I can't think of the
projection
word.
Of total turnout in Georgia than what we saw.
Exit
and as
polling,
we've been
exit polling.
saying, and we've seen this, higher turnout was always going to be better for Trump. Not, there's always been this pre-Trump era conventional wisdom used to be Democrats would perform better.
Did they call Oregon?
He has the sort of the
Not
occasional.
yet. They
And
call
looks
it
like,
Idaho.
and we're
though.
actually even seeing evidence of what I call these shotgun Trump voters. They come in, they vote Trump, and they leave. Because there's about 100,000.
Our map is getting pretty filled in here, Dad.
The Democratic Senate candidates in the blue wall.
soon as they call Oregon, which I'm willing to call right now,
Yeah, I mean, we don't need to call it.
all the obvious states are in.
What about, hasn't anyone called Minnesota yet?
Well, one might argue now, if you look at the three Trump
No,
elections.
I don't know what's going on in
One,
Minnesota right now.
he obsessively made sure
Only
people
12% in Minnesota.
Two, he didn't.
No.
And I haven't seen the breakdown in Nebraska
you may be
yet.
onto something, but
I've
I
only
do think the bigger
seen.
story is their ability to expand the electorate. He used to have a ceiling of about 47, 48.
Seems like Harris
That's not the case
won
tonight. He
Nebraska
expanded
1
it
and
another
2
point
and
or two.
lost 3.
That's
Does that seem
significant,
right?
as we know, in a razor-thin
Yeah.
environment.
Yeah.
Even if you're just
Harris should win Nebraska
50,000 to your
too.
voter rolls, well, that's the difference between winning and losing. Half the blue wall. I heard your Dallas Cowboys thing. You know, I mean, there you go.
Yeah, I'm
right?
confused
I mean,
now.
Again?
yeah, I mean,
It also works for Lambeau Field. That's the
And
last
Trump won the state, so it's like this.
a better
It's
stadium
3-2 in Nebraska. I'm confused.
Yeah, oh my God. Here we go. No, just that our elections, our last election was decided by 80,000 voters in 4 states that would fill it.
No votes from Minnesota yet?
No.
Because this is, she was trying
That's
to do
weird.
something as a sitting vice president that had never been done before. Succeed an unpopular president. Okay? Hubert Humphrey tried to do this.
But it's a lot closer than you would think. He won it by like 15.
Dad, can you clarify so?
They came up short. Al Gore tried to do this while Bill Clinton's presidency was popular. Bill Clinton.
So in the presidential race,
we all know he came up 537 votes.
Decision Desk is saying Harris is winning, Nebraska 1. Harris is winning, Nebraska 2. Trump 1, Nebraska 3.
60+ approval rating. He was at 41%.
So
I mean, that is.
I'm confused. There's 2, 1. There's
overperform in a way
5
may
points
have-
up for
we
grabs,
may
but there's
find
only
out was
3
political.
projections on
This
there.
sounds a little bit like a postmortem, so I want to make sure we
Do you get that or no?
Let me give you the view from the Harris campaign.
And by the way, they know if they win, it's going to be like
Did
this.
you hear me,
Their path
Dad?
is razor thin.
That's exactly what they're saying. There's this new memo that is out now from the
having a
Harris
lot of
campaign.
trouble
It was
hearing
sent
you. I don't know why.
Monica
let me
Alba
try
and
to
our
fix
team
it.
that covers the
Muffled.
Harris camp. And this is exactly
Let
the
me
point,
try to
right?
fix
Which is
that.
why I wanted to jump in here on this. She says, they say that the closeness
Can you hear
of
me
this
better
race is
now?
what we prepared for
Yes.
all along. They still see
Okay.
data
So,
coming in from Sunbelt.
in Nebraska, there are 5 electoral points up for grabs, it says.
This is what they're going to say.
Now you're muffled again.
Feeling good about Pennsylvania.
It's really weird.
Overwhelming turnout
I
in
can't hear you
Philadelphia and
now.
some of these areas. In Michigan,
Yeah.
there's still a lot of
Can
votes
you hear me?
remaining. In Wisconsin, there's still a lot
Hold on
of
one
votes
second.
remaining.
For some reason, I cannot hear you.
General Malley Dillon says in this memo,
Wow.
we've been saying for weeks this
And
race
you're
may not be
muffled.
called tonight. Go
We
ahead,
do
Liz.
have an NBC News projection in the state of Oregon. NBC News projects that Kamala Harris will win in Oregon when the votes are counted. Here's where
All right. Can you hear me?
the breakdown right now. 220,000
Yes. Can you hear
vote
me?
difference, 45% of the vote in. But again, Kamala Harris is
sure to
projected
speak
winner there.
right into
In
the
a road
mic
to
slowly
270,
and
you see
loudly.
it there on the screen,
I'm having
214
trouble
for
hearing.
Donald Trump. Harris with
Maybe I'm getting
153.
tired.
The big prizes, still no calls. We continue to wait.
Interesting that memo is focusing
All right,
on
can
the
you hear me, Dad?
wall. That's all but saying they're not
Is that
expecting
better or
a North
worse?
Carolina victory or Georgia.
Okay.
Or
Those are 2 states. I'm just looking
So,
at this at my computer. I don't see either of those 2 states mentioned.
In the
here. They
state of
talk about
Nebraska,
Nevada
there
and
are
Arizona
5
to
electoral
but the
votes
bottom
up for
line is they
grabs.
feel like this race is not
Correct.
going to come into focus until the early morning hours.
Fascinating.
The decision desk only has
we just
3
read. Chuck says this
projections
feels
here.
like
New Hampshire
2016.
1,
That's almost
New Hampshire
verbatim
2, New Hampshire
a
3,
memo that
and the
was out in
state, right?
2016.
So does that
Okay,
mean
we're
does that
focused
mean
on the
Trump won the
wall,
state,
everyone's
she
focused
won
on the
2
blue wall,
districts, and he
no
won
panic.
1, so it's a
And
3-2
this,
split?
a lot more votes
If she
to
won
go, so
2
I wanna be
districts,
very
yes.
cautious in saying
So this it looks like this, 3-2.
is fascinating.
He won
Yeah.
the state plus a
Well, not
district.
for nothing. They did their last
And
rally.
she-
Did you win the 2 other districts?
Well,
I don't
no,
know.
but she's way ahead.
Which is exactly
Okay.
what.
They had their eye on the ball.
She's
I mean, you can't
di-
say,
and
they
Nebraska
did it in
won.
26,
She's
right?
winning
She was doing
by
Arizona, she was doing Texas, and
2.
So they might be
Way ahead.
Yeah,
Sure,
Nebraska
they sort of
2. She's
beat the
winning
blue
by 10
to their
points.
Nebraska
credit.
2, she's going to win. Nebraska 1 is still up for grabs.
We'll
You think
see.
so?
There's probably a lot
Yeah.
of people
All
wondering.
right,
It's only a,
who should be running mate?
point and a half
Who
lead.
should be on this Democratic
All right,
ticket?
so it looks like this right now. He won the state,
Yeah. Yeah.
and then she won a district. He won a district, and there's one more up for grabs.
Josh Shapiro is a
Yep.
very popular
All right.
Democratic governor who was on the short list for vice president. Let's bring Savannah Sellers into this. I mean, what are you reading out of the
what
exit
the
polls?
heck?
Are you seeing any trend lines? I know you've got your brief. You really look at
Pennsylvania's looking
iffy.
iffy.
What
You think
stands
so?
out?
17% in. Trump is 200,000 votes ahead.
What the fudge?
57% of these first-time voters are under the age of 30. They are breaking for Trump. That is a major reversal from 2020. 53% for Trump,
From the
46% for Harris. Back in 2020, 64% went for Biden.
really dubious.
Tracking, and I've been even watching
There can still be 100,000 votes in Bucks County alone. Obviously, she's not going to win
That's not
100,000.
enough.
Right.
Needs to win 1,000 votes.
There's only half in Montgomery, only half in Chester. Philadelphia is almost done.
That's too bad.
But these suburbs, there's still about, there's more than half remaining in these Philadelphian suburb counties.
Right, that could change things.
Yeah.
So much going on internally, it was not as robust.
Don't give up on Pennsylvania yet.
I'm not giving up on anything. I'm just not happy.
Also,
right.
He is a meme. His things travel far. It's objectively funny when you see this information. So many young people, therefore, on these apps were served content straight from and straight about the former president. And we are hearing so much right now. I'm hearing that in lines in Arizona. Gotti was mentioning that earlier. It's so much. It was because I heard him on a podcast. It was because of this thing I saw on TikTok. I also heard from a voter in almost every single swing state and multiple in several of them, including Pennsylvania, voters who were eligible in this age group to vote in 2020 who did not. And they came out tonight to vote for the former
I'd be
president.
so interested. He's winning the youth vote in these exit polls. I'd be fascinated to see what the gender breakdown is there too, because this poll with young men, and that was a concerted effort by the Trump campaign, and the Joe Rogan and the bro wave.
Yeah,
I have
seems to
two
be real.
Gen Zers, okay? I have one who votes and one who's going to be voting.
Do a
next year.
special show tomorrow night, no matter what happens.
One in each gender. And
I don't know.
see
I haven't thought about that yet. We'll talk about it tomorrow.
This gap, this is not
I'm
about
not
Trump and Harris.
sure.
There is a growing cultural gap, if you will, between young men and young women.
I have that number
is
too,
really
if you
there.
want it. The gender gap on this: first-time men, Trump 62%, Harris 36%. First-time women, the gap is less here. Trump 46%, Harris.
I don't think
50%.
Arizona's moved at all.
Young men turnout is real.
Still a tie, huh?
That young women would be voting in droves for Kamala Harris, especially because of reproductive rights. I mean, that exit poll does not.
62% of the vote is in Wisconsin.
What Chuck has been saying, which is that the person who ultimately winds up winning this war of the sexes is the candidate who does a better job appealing to the weaker gender for them, whoever's weaker for them. And so we've seen Trump not only clearly energize, drive up young men of various different racial backdrops, but also chip away at Vice President Harris's lead. I mean, her lead among women continues to be, based on what we're seeing.
Still a
so
lot
far,
of votes in the
less than
PA
you think
suburbs.
of
Still a
men.
lot of
The gender
votes in the
gap is
PA
interesting, but
suburbs.
also, as we've alluded to here on the table, the education gap is also becoming such an interesting storyline here. As Chuck talks about kind of a realignment in this moment and where we are, that's another thing to be watching for tonight. Again, it is 11:11 Eastern time, but there's still plenty of vote to come in.
I want to go to Tom right now. Tom, I'm looking at Wisconsin. Looks like 62% of the vote in there. You're picking up some things. Sharon, what
Yeah, too close to call right now. Trump on top 50%. The difference is 39,000. Remember, the last two elections in Wisconsin, presidential elections, 20,000 votes was the difference between both candidates here. We want to go back to Madison, the capital of Wisconsin, Dane County. This is also the site of the University of Wisconsin as well. 92% of the vote in. Harris doing a little better than when we last checked in with her, but again, she's slightly underperforming Biden. She still has time to catch up. There's still 8% of the vote that's out. We actually know exactly how much of the vote is out. About 30,000 votes remain there. So maybe she picks up the margins there. We also want to talk about Milwaukee. This is the biggest population center in the entire state of Wisconsin. Right now, 54% of the vote is in, so a lot of that vote is still out. It's probably going to be a little bit later till we can call Milwaukee by itself. Biden was at 69. She's down about 2 to 3 points. Again, this would be concerning for Democrats. But look, there's still a lot of vote out in Milwaukee. Door County, if you've been following the presidential race at all, everyone's been talking about Door County in Wisconsin. It's this peninsula that shoots out into Lake Michigan. The last 6 statewide elections, presidential elections, I should say, they've picked the winner. This is a good sign for Kamala Harris. She's on top there, overperforming Biden just slightly. 95% of the vote is in. Again, Door.
That's okay.
Sure,
to
yeah,
past
go for it.
elections, it almost always picks the winner in the state of Wisconsin. So that's a good sign for her because it's a bellwether. I do want to check in some of these Democratic strongholds.
I want to thank everybody for their
92%
questions, their donations. Obviously tonight, it's just been wild trying to follow these results, and it's been hard to keep up with the chat too, because there's 40,000 people watching. So I apologize if I didn't answer your question or you donated without me noticing. Unfortunately, this show has just been nuts. And apologies to the members. I know I put a member tab up today saying, put your questions for today's show here, and just not going to be able to get to that. My brain is too fried at this point, and I apologize. How long have we been streaming for? 4.5 hours, holy moly.
State of Wisconsin, and they usually fare better, much better with those university students. We're going to have to wait and see, as we say right there, too close to call.
All right, we got a big projection to give right here. This is the Ohio Senate race. It was a hotly contested race. Bernie Moreno, the car
so many
dealer,
trolls in the chat.
Republican, will pick up that seat.
If you want to keep giving us money, go for it. If you want to boost our algorithm, go for it, dog.
Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it appears that Republicans, with that victory, will take control of the United States Senate. Again, it's not an official projection at that moment, but if things happen as expected, it would look like a two-seat gain here in the Senate. And so this is a hugely consequential vote here. Sherrod Brown, in a red state, was fighting for his political life. He's pulled that rabbit out of the hell.
I know the mood seems low.
Not here tonight.
3 times, Savannah.
I think it's because
he has been someone who's been very
there was
straddling.
There was a hope that it wasn't going to be this close. I don't think me or my dad has lost hope that Harris is going to lose, but I think we're both a little surprised at how close it actually is, for sure.
This Trump-backed candidate,
For sure.
Bernie Moreno, a car dealer, able to topple him tonight. Again, we've been looking for ticket splitters. Didn't find one here in the state of Ohio. Again, this in line with what we've seen, which is that ticket splitters have been diminishing.
He only overperformed, Sherrod Brown only overperformed Harris by
If you're tuned into us, we've got the most up-to-date projection map out there.
Democrats knew they probably weren't going to hold the Senate.
Here it is.
The question was, can they
Read them and
limit
weep.
the Republicans to 52? Because if they can limit them to 52, then
Thank you,
can find 2 or 3
CLSF.
seats to pick up in
Be
the
honest, is it
2026
over?
midterms.
No, it's not
But
over.
if it's to 53 or 54,
It's not over.
right? Which is very possible tonight. I mean, they got Montana, which Republicans are favored. They've already held their 2.
Could PA be similar to Virginia?
Nebraska's
Yes, I
sitting
believe
out
so.
there, and it's really is
Also,
a
how are Detroit and
close-up race
Milwaukee
right now.
doing?
That's a
That's
unique
a good
situation.
question.
But they could get to 53 or 54, which
Detroit,
could put the Senate out of reach for
Detroit,
Democrats for 4
Rock
years.
City. I think is
So
that Wayne
at
County?
this point
Yeah.
tonight, it's about
Only 15%
whether Democrats can
in
hold enough of their
Detroit.
seats this
So
cycle, so they
there's a
actually have a
long
shot
ways to go in
that
Michigan.
the Senate can be competitive in
Let's
2026.
check out
Sherrod Brown way outspent Bernie
Milwaukee,
Moreno,
54. So
money,
not a long ways to go, but there's still,
But remember why the Senate
she
matters.
could gain
not to be a
another
civics lesson
100,000
here, right?
votes
But
there.
The Senate can act in
Not
some
quite,
ways
but close.
as the brakes or the
So,
accelerator for
still a long
whoever
ways
ends
to
up in the
go,
White House.
folks.
They can either
And remember, all
get
she's got to do is win
president
Michigan.
policies
At this
moving
point,
to a
Michigan and
degree, the
PA
House,
and Wisconsin.
is the same
And she's
party
GTG,
or not,
good to
right?
go,
And that's
folks.
that's what this comes down to.
Long way to
How
go.
much
I'm
does
still
Donald Trump in the White House
hopeful
and a
that she's
Republican
going to win
Senate,
these 3
what could
states.
they do for his
I was
policies?
hopeful
If
that
it's
she
Kamala
might win
Harris
North
in the White
Carolina,
House and a
Georgia,
Republican Senate,
Arizona, Nevada,
how
but
does that interplay work when it comes to some of the issues?
I have to say, the House is much more important, though, at this point. If the Democrats are not going to win the White House,
there's still
they
a
have to
lot
have
of
that.
votes.
I mean, if you win the White House,
There's
you want your
still
party to have
a
that. If you
ton of
don't
votes out
have
there.
a chamber,
This is far from
no,
over.
Don't have the Senate.
Far from
it's
over.
the House you really worry about. Because the
Do
House
not
is
freak out.
And so if the House is of the same party, you can navigate Washington a lot easier. Senate's not easy, but you can find bipartisan coalitions in the Senate.
And this is what the House looks like, right?
The House, at this point, whoever wins the presidency, you want your party to have, because if you don't, then it's subpoena, and then you can be tied up. Your entire agenda can get tied
But
up.
unlike the Senate,
Correct.
we're not talking about the House tonight, and almost.
No doubt, we might not be talking about the House until we go to Savannah's for Thanksgiving. And even then, it may be the
Yes,
Friday
God, I know there's
after.
a lot of dead air. Chill out. I'm trying to think.
But I mean, the House
Trying to put my
is not
thoughts
expected to track
together.
the presidential. And
Correct.
so the
because
Senate,
of New York and California.
Yes, exactly. And we'll be waiting New York and California. Some of these tight races, it could be weeks. It was weeks in 2020. But I mean, the prospect is there. If you know, are we going to have divided government? As Americans have so often chosen divided government, they seem to like it.
Chosen or stumbled into it.
Yes.
Well, and remember, Democrats only need 4 seats to take
Yeah,
back.
why does everybody just comment
of the
dead air,
House.
dead air?
And
It's like,
so
all right, I get
they
it.
like their chances there. What's so interesting
freaking
is
get
that
it.
we're covering all of these various battleground states, Pennsylvania, and all of the blue wall states. The House is really going to be one in
DC says, don't give in, it's close, but she isn't
California.
close to
So
being
it's a
out.
very
This is far from
different
over.
terrain,
Also, stop
and
listening to
again,
the trolls.
could
They need
over
to
a
be
week, if
seen.
not
Yeah,
longer,
true.
before we know.
Let's turn to NBC's Garrett Higgins at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Garrett, what's the former president doing? I'm wondering if there's been any reaction to what appears could be a change of power in the Senate.
Not to that specifically, Lester, but let me set the scene for you here, just to get the lay of the land down here in South Florida.
All right, let's see. Let's check back in. It's a virtual tie in Arizona. Nothing's moved in a while there. This is our map. We're essentially just waiting for the last Minnesota. I don't know what's going on with Minnesota. Why isn't there only 14% in from Minnesota? That's a little strange.
Meeting with advisors, watching the returns come in, checking the numbers. At some point
And
this
nothing
evening,
in
according to
from
multiple sources
Minneapolis,
who are
basically. I
there
mean,
and
a couple
have laid
thousand
eyes on him,
votes.
he is
I mean,
transitioning
she'll
to
win
essentially
Minnesota. I'm not worried
party
about
mode
that.
already. Down in the ballroom at Mar-a-Lago, shaking hands, thanking supporters, participating in the celebration that has begun.
These states better hurry the F up, bro. What are you waiting for? Release your votes.
Despite a race that remains uncalled.
You know what I mean?
I'm also told, NBC News can also report that he's in discussions with his aides and advisors about
Stell says smaller counties don't take long to finish counting their ballots. The heavy populated counties will take much longer, definitely.
day after day.
Absolutely, you are correct, Stell.
Would he rule out the possibility of declaring victory early? We all remember him doing that exactly that in 2020 when so much of the vote remained to be counted. He has refused to take an early declaration of victory off the table, and it's our understanding now that conversations are underway for him to make some kind of address here tonight, regardless of where we are on the path to 270 votes.
All right, Garrett, thank you so much. And we're
Guys,
joined now
people are saying Wisconsin's not looking great. Michigan, there's still a long ways to go in these states. There's still a lot of votes to be had in these three states. Okay, these three states are a long ways. Well, Pennsylvania's getting close, but these three states are still a while from being over.
What are you hearing from the Harris campaign?
There are a lot of votes left. There are a lot of votes left.
Yeah, well, I always defer to the Pod Save America guys if they want to.
There's still half the votes left in Milwaukee. All right, not Dane
This evening,
County.
no indication when that would happen.
That's
Some
not
early
very big
indications that might
county.
happen in the course of this hour. No confirmation on that.
There's still half the votes left in Wisconsin. I mean, Milwaukee, okay? That can easily. So she's got a like 100,000 vote lead in Milwaukee. She'll get another, 80,000 votes here. Boom, she's 40,000 votes ahead. So don't give up on Wisconsin.
Anything happen?
She says
Nope.
that they have always said that the clearest path to 270 electoral votes
Michigan, they're all still too close to call. One thing I just noticed, I just pointed out, there's still almost half the votes left in Milwaukee.
Suburbs of Philadelphia. She says we don't have election day results from Philadelphia, but we do know that we overperformed turnout expectations.
PA,
We've seen especially high
still at
turnout in places
70. We went up like
with
2 percentage points, I think.
populations. One thing they're keeping a close eye on
And
right now.
she is,
Michigan
she's down 178,000 votes.
reporting out until roughly midnight,
But
they have seen strong turnout from early vote and election day voting.
There's still
in
votes
other
to be
parts of
had
the
in
state. And
Pennsylvania for
in
sure.
Wisconsin, where they're keeping a close eye on that blue wall, that they do not
The
expect
lead is now
results from
more
Wisconsin
narrow in
until tomorrow
Georgia,
morning
actually.
between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. But the biggest takeaway, perhaps, from this memo
But
is the
there's only
sense that
10%
as
left in Georgia,
the chips start
and
falling,
there's
it
still
appears that they are leaning
23% left
into the
in
blue wall,
Pennsylvania.
which started and maybe ending as their best path to victory here. In spite of some numbers that show they still have some ground to make up, there's still a lot of data out there, and that's where, at least according to her
We still
memo,
don't
which
know.
effectively
We
said
still
goodbye
don't
to
know.
staff for the night,
I'm
and we'll
gonna
do it
stay,
again
though.
late into the night.
I got a rising desk, so I can rise
Day
with
are
my
as
desk.
this night heads toward midnight.
All right, Peter, thank you. Now, without further ado, let's go to the hosts of Pod Save America, Democrats John Lovett and Dan Pfeiffer, both White House veterans. And Dan, I know you to be a number cruncher, and I wonder what you're thinking about the numbers that you're seeing. You just heard what the Harris
I know. That's why I had to
campaign
take my
is
break.
saying, but the vibe check is that this path is narrowing significantly, and that it's blue wall or bust at this point for
It's tough on an old man.
Look, if you want to sign off, Dad, you can sign off at any time. You don't have to worry.
Oh, no. I'll at least go to midnight.
Rural counties, and Harris is overperforming in suburban counties. And what is going to maybe the deciding factor here is primarily going to be.
If you sign off, I can always keep going on my channel.
And the vote margins coming out of Milwaukee, Philadelphia, and Detroit. And if they are what we think they are, then she has a very clear, albeit
it's only 8:20 here in the West Coast.
Oh, right.
John, let me ask you about what we've been observing. Young voters, particularly male voters,
4.5 hours.
seem to be breaking
Yeah, we have been streaming for.
She ahead in Michigan?
Yes.
Exit polls. Does that surprise you?
And what's happening in Minnesota?
I don't really know. There's only 17% in.
That's enough reason to drink.
And 0% in like a couple thousand votes in Minneapolis.
I think that's fine,
So
and that's
nothing
fine.
basically is happening there.
I think it's pretty early to be drawing conclusions based on the exits and trying to figure out what happened with specific demographics. I think where we're at is
That was a good shot.
it is close right now.
Say that
I
one
think
more
there was
time.
some hope based on
If she can pull out Pennsylvania, she still has a good shot.
Oh yeah,
based on
definitely.
some late polling and some late
The lead is
momentum.
growing for Trump,
Terrible
though.
event at Madison Square Garden could
It's
be
really
that maybe
strange.
this night wouldn't be as long, and the answer is no. The polls largely were showing a very tight race, and that's what we're kind of living through.
Dan, do you think it will ultimately come down to Pennsylvania? I mean,
51% in from Bucks County, 57% in from Montgomery County, 45% in from Chester County, 71% in from Delaware, 68% from Philadelphia.
There's still a shot.
Yeah, there's still a shot.
Replace Wisconsin with Arizona. You can replace Michigan with Arizona and Wisconsin, but you need Pennsylvania, and so we will come back
Yeah,
to Pennsylvania.
she could easily get
All right,
100,000
Dan
in
Pfeiffer, John
Philadelphia.
Lovett, thanks for your time. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
Yeah,
And we have
Georgia's
another call to
tough.
make. I believe we're going to get a Washington, state of Washington presidential call. Let's see where we are. NBC
How much did
News
Biden
now
win Georgia by
projecting
last night?
that Kamala Harris will win the 12 electoral votes
And
in the
88
state of
votes.
Washington.
God dang.
Here's how it breaks
800
down right now.
votes.
The difference
God
is
dang.
473,000 votes. In the road to 270, that leaves Harris with 165, 214 for Donald Trump down. Let's go to Republicans. Mike Dubke, White House Communications Director, under former President Trump, and Sarah.
Yeah,
Reagan,
I'm not worried
former
about that at
aide
this
to
point. We've been
George
streaming
W.
for
Bush.
4.5 hours. If you guys can't give us a second to
We've
not
had no
talk,
calls
you
in
can,
the,
you can leave the
stream
stream. I don't give a shit.
Is this a matter of?
Hey, watch your
viewing
language.
cases through a microscope
I wasn't talking
and
to my mom
understand
like
where
that.
this
I
is
just was saying that
Well,
generally.
it sounds that way from the Harris campaign, but I want to stick with the vibe comment that John Lovett just made, because I really do think that what we're seeing now is this.
The chat is so hard to
the
follow right
fruition,
now. It's so
this
laggy.
vibe versus issues
know.
election that
You
we
don't know
have.
that. You haven't seen the chat.
The Harris campaign
Oh.
really.
Well,
put out
I
the
get it.
vibes, the joy, and all of that. And I think the Trump campaign tried to stick to issues. Immigration,
So as I
inflation,
am.
instability around the world. And if you look at the exit
So,
polls that you all have been talking about,
Feliana
you
says,
really
"What about
see
the
that
absentee votes for those
Americans think
states?
that the country's on
The
the
issue
wrong
is that
track.
they're not going to be. There's not going to be a great
better
enough
off 4
margin
years
for
ago
her to
than we are
make up these
today.
giant.
And when you look at
Doesn't look
the
that way.
Harris
Because
tried to distance
absentee
herself
votes
from
usually
Biden,
just go by the
I
way of
think
the
this
state,
all came
right?
down to whether she
For the
was
most part.
successful
Not
with that.
necessarily, no.
No.
Hey, Mike, let me just ask you.
But
just
still, she would need.
They went very heavily for Biden in 2020, overwhelmingly. I don't know if they've counted the absentees or not.
I don't know either, but is that what happened? The absentees pushed him over the edge, or what?
Yes.
But
The mail-in.
And here's where it takes us. The
But
road to 270.
right,
Donald Trump standing
but
at
they've already
214,
counted a lot of the
Harris
mail-ins this time around.
That's what I think. I don't think you can count on the same
Let me turn to
wave
you
for
a little bit about
Harris that we had for Biden.
Right, that's what we were saying earlier.
Late surge.
Well,
Right,
I
that's
think
what
I don't
it's
know.
a campaign doing what it can.
Right,
to
but there's
try to
also
keep
a
hope
difference
alive.
between absentee ballots and
you know,
early
look, I
voting
don't see
ballots too, right?
There are
any
two
good news
kinds
for
of early
Democrats
voting
in these
ballots:
results.
in-person early
Donald Trump
voting
is running about
and
1
mail-in
and
early
a half
voting, which are
ahead of where
absent.
he was in
Another
2020.
word for
In these
absentee
Okay.
ballot.
counties, in these blue
Okay,
wall
gotcha.
counties that 75% of the vote is in, and Kamala Harris is running behind in these urban areas by 1 or 2 points compared to where President Biden
I am
performed.
starting to get the
You look
feeling
at
that
that
we're
coupled
not going to
with
know
Donald Trump's
until the
overperformance
wee
with
hours of the
Hispanic
morning
voters, with
or
young voters.
next few
I don't
days.
think they have a lot to hang
That's
their hat
certainly
on.
possible.
What
You
do you
didn't
mean?
give
It's not over.
Washington
There's
to
votes to be
the
counted. We should
Democrats?
point
I
out
did.
that
This is the
these
CNN map.
blue
This is
wall
our map.
states tend
Oh,
to be
okay.
I know
red
they look
You're
mirage.
way ahead
You
of
know, they go
everyone.
red
they
and
look
then
similar,
they
but
tend to
they're
go.
different.
Yeah.
The race narrows
Yes, I
as
gave
these
Washington and
big
Oregon
urban
too.
areas come in later. But if you just look
You
at
think
the
we're gonna get
All the
results?
obvious
of
states
Kamala
are in,
Harris and the
except for
overperformance
Minnesota.
of Trump, it's going to be pretty hard, I think, for her to catch
Yeah,
up.
so like
Yeah,
I'm
like
just
the
basing this
Harris
off of
team's
what I've
is
seen and read in my own
significantly
personal experience.
overperforming
I
in
sent in an
Philadelphia.
absentee
Does that
ballot,
give you
early
pause?
vote,
I don't
absentee
see
ballot
where
in
they are
Maryland,
saying
and like
that.
2 days ago they
Now
said
they're
that my
looking at
ballot has
shared
already
precinct
been
analysis,
counted.
and we're looking
Yes,
at
I
a
think they've
county
counted
level,
the
so
the
we should
absentee
give that
ballots.
caveat.
Right.
I don't
But
think we're going to
you know, Joe
get the
Biden
surge that we
got
got
80%
in
of the vote in
2020.
Philadelphia County, and she's not running at 80%. I think she's, the last I looked, was at 77 or 78%. So that's a pretty significant difference when a race is as close as it is.
All right, Sarah and Mike, thanks to both of you. Tom Yamas.
Michigan,
has
there are
welcomed the big
still
board on Georgia.
850,000 votes out in Wayne County.
Check of where we are. It is still very early in the night, right?
Wayne
And even though
County?
people
Yeah.
may
Yeah, they've
be
only
claiming they've won certain
they've only
states
reported
yet,
15%.
we still haven't called any of the battlegrounds
Yeah,
here at
look
NBC
how
News.
far ahead she
And
is.
a reminder, Harris's easiest path is
That
to
could
hold
turn
the wall.
Michigan.
If she wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, remember, she gets to the
never
White
seen
House.
anything like
It
that.
includes
She's
Georgia,
86
North Carolina,
points
the
ahead.
entire Sun Belt. She still gets
Apparently,
there.
someone
Let's
just
talk
said
about
that
Georgia.
David
Let's find out where
Packman,
we
the
are there in
YouTuber,
Peach
was
State.
chirping us,
Closest
saying
poll for
that you
NBC
guys
News
look
right
that
now.
we look
91%
despondent.
of the vote is in. Let's talk about where the vote
Listen,
remains.
David,
Look at-
it's
okay, the
it's
giant
stressful.
circle
It's a
around
long
giant
haul.
bubbles.
We're
It's
just
very stressful. I'm old. I've been on for
Yeah.
4.5 hours.
Right, we're just taking this step by step. We're not jumping through the roof right now, obviously. That would be weird.
No, obviously not.
That would be
Still
strange.
up for grabs here. Let's make some comparisons here. Remember, I told you Harris has to drive up the vote in the Atlanta metro area. 50% of the vote is going to come from this area right here. First county, Cobb County, she's performing just like where Biden is, slightly better. Fulton County, performing a little bit lower, but slightly, and there's still 7% of the vote out in Fulton, where Atlanta is exactly. Gwinnett County, 80%'s in. Look, she's holding the same marks of where Biden was.
Still
She's
a lot of votes to be counted,
Douglas
particularly in
County,
Michigan and
further
Wisconsin.
south. Look,
Pennsylvania's
she's
getting
almost
tight.
exactly where Biden was, all around the ring counties of Atlanta. That's good news and overperforming in Rockdale County.
He's still
When the
gaining.
Democrats
He's
wanted to
still
expand the
gaining
map,
votes.
we're
He's
not
now up
seeing
to
that tonight. A place like Cherokee, we're gonna see
188,000
they can
vote
make
lead
inroads there,
in
just
Pennsylvania.
north of Atlanta. It touches those ring counties. Trump was at 68% in 2020.
That's going to have to be
69.
overwhelmingly
And it looks like all
Democratic,
the
which
vote
it could
coming
be.
there.
It probably
I wanna
will
go
be.
down
Yeah, it
because
probably
there's
will
something
be.
interesting happening in the Black Belt of Georgia.
And
I was talking to you guys about the Black Belt of North Carolina.
So we may not know till they
Underperforming
count
there.
provisional
This
ballots,
is Biden's
overseas
number. This is
ballots.
her number tonight.
Oh, God.
Watch as we go around here, okay? These are counties where it's a majority African American. 52%, 50% for Kamala Harris. This is a rural
He's
county.
135,000
Trump is
votes
overperforming
ahead in
here. We go to another
Georgia
rural red
with
county.
92.
Overperforming here.
That's
We come down here to
gone.
Doherty
We
County.
called that a long
She's
time
slightly
ago.
overperforming Biden there.
Look,
We've been way ahead of
We've
everyone.
been way ahead here on Lick and Live,
Solid
folks.
from that.
It seems like she could be
Here's
doing
our
that.
map
Atlanta,
if you haven't
numbers
seen
are
it.
good for her right now in the metro
Yeah.
region.
Check out those 2 congressional districts in Nebraska.
Okay, Tom, thank you so much. We're going to go to Chuck because Chuck, we were talking about Donald Trump getting new
So
voters
it
that didn't
is-
vote in 2020, and those voters breaking
Trump jumped ahead in
Seeing
one
some
of them.
pretty astounding numbers.
Well, you are.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting.
Barely.
Yeah.
Look, Georgia is going to shrink.
She's way
She's
ahead
way
of
ahead
two.
of the other.
All of this vote is going to be Democratic vote. She's
And
got
in
win the remaining
Maine.
probably 2-1.
Maine
Yeah,
won.
what's happening
That's
in
like a
Maine?
reasonable
Maine
thing.
won,
I mean,
only 13%
Georgia's probably
reported.
going to be decided by 4 or
Maine
5
2,
digits.
34% reported, and he's way ahead.
What about Maine overall?
We might be sticking around Jordan for a while. Just,
He's
it does,
ahead
if you're them,
with
you can't
only 6%
fully
in.
write it off. There's a path there.
What's going on in Maine? It's like,
our pollsters
you guys, didn't they close like hours ago?
Comparisons to 2020, just simply Trump margins. These are not in the battleground states, but
CNN has more up to date on Maine.
Donald Trump could actually win the popular vote if he wins the electoral college tonight. So, for instance, in Texas, he only won Texas by a little over 5 points in 2020. He's won it by 14 points tonight.
Who the hell knows? At some point, it might come.
It's nearly
What'd you
15
say?
points tonight in Florida.
We can make Maine light blue.
13 points tonight.
No, we're not doing that tonight. We're calling
Okay,
states.
we're just making absolute calls.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure Maine will go Democratic, but not votes are in.
That's what the CNN stuff is doing, light blue and stuff. So we don't need to just do that as well.
What's happening in Virginia? Oh, she's jumped out to a pretty good lead with
has improved his standing in a lot of
81. We called Virginia, right?
But it is why this time we are
Jill Stein got 30,000 votes in Virginia.
split between the popular vote.
Good God.
Whoever wins the electoral college is probably going to win the popular vote.
Those are pretty dramatic margins. I mean, we're not picking about
Say that again?
one or two here. You're talking with Texas
5 points, 10
6.
What'd you say?
I mean, that's
this is the Hispanic shit in the South.
Arizona,
Texas, that's the
51
massive
hasn't
shift
moved
that
in
we've
like
seen
an hour.
tonight in those two states.
Still
But it may
tied.
be spots of it everywhere.
So I'm getting reaction in from
nothing from
Democratic operatives.
Not a single vote in from Nevada
saying,
yet.
look, we could still win this.
That's
thing,
really
we could roll to the
strange.
blue wall, and
Yeah,
that's
it's really weird.
absolutely accurate because
All right, let's go to our map.
Oh, Minnesota is almost half in. All right, should we call that?
If this race does not go
Here's our map.
Harris's way, this is a moment of reckoning for the Democratic
And call
Party.
Minnesota.
Person saying there needs to be a
Done.
hard look at what went wrong and potentially.
So it's coming down to those three states.
Passing of the baton when it comes to leadership.
Well,
And of course,
it might come down to Nevada and Arizona too. We don't exactly know yet what's going to happen there.
This is
72%
true.
are exit polls saying the country is headed in the wrong direction. That's the backdrop to all of this. President Biden and this immense dissatisfaction.
And still win if she wins Nevada and Arizona.
It could be the Democratic Party was allowed itself to just.
The law offices of James L. Arrowsmith says, conservative law firm channel who voted for Trump. Thanks, Mr. Lichtman, for your expert analysis and coverage. Don't let the haters get you down. You're respected with a great track record. Appreciate your analysis.
Telling you because
Nice.
look at the last the whole Biden wasn't a.
I'll give you a hint.
No hints. No hints. No hints. No.
Okay.
Quiet.
Some of our stations on the East Coast.
Check out Maine again. I don't know why there aren't more votes in Maine.
Everybody in Maine's asleep. They're like, oh, we'll just count tomorrow when we wake up. 22% in.
How much?
22.
A big lead.
Yeah.
52 to 46.
Should we call it?
But those all-important 7 battlegrounds still in gray. We have not called them yet. We've been getting minute-by-minute projections.
What about the
leading up to this
districts?
road to 270, which is the magic
All the
number
district.
needed to
She's
win
ahead
the White
in
House. So let's go
District
through some of the
1 and
boards
he's
here.
ahead in
This is
District 2.
Pennsylvania at this hour.
Let's just call it.
79% of the vote.
So she's going to get one.
Close
Right.
to call. We've talked a
And
lot
he's gonna
about the
get
different
one.
Plus the
counties and
state.
whether there's enough for Kamala Harris to make up where she's lost
What
in
happened
some of
to
the
the
rural
third
areas. It was
Nebraska
sort of Michigan
district?
too close to call there as well, but a lot more votes to be counted.
Yeah,
In
it's still
Wisconsin,
it's still
let's see
very
how much
close.
we've got there. About 2/3 of the vote or so. Too close to call. In
votes.
Georgia, we're getting close to a close there, but they do count their votes fast there. But
Yeah,
it is
Arizona hasn't
91%
moved in
but
a
we
while
will see
now.
what happens.
Still a
Too close to
tie.
call. North
All right, so let's look at
Carolina,
our map.
Too early to call.
Yeah, I mean,
We
it's
will
coming
wait and
down
see what happens
to
there, but again,
yeah,
starting to see
what
88%
we
of
thought
the
it
vote
would
coming in there.
basically.
5 states
Southwest
out.
Arizona, too early to call.
Yep.
Polls closed about 2.5 hours ago there.
So it isn't necessarily
What looks like
going to
we're
turn on
winner.
the
This
blue
just
wall.
came in right now. Okay,
It
North
could
Carolina,
also
Donald
turn on
Trump,
Nevada
their
and
winner. You
Arizona.
see the margin there,
Theoretically.
136,000.
In principle.
Donald
Yes.
Trump improved on his margin by back of the envelope math, 50,000 votes there in North Carolina. That's going to be a real disappointment for the
You want to see me do a
Kamala
funny
Harris
dance to
campaign.
cheer you
I
up?
hope that if North
What's that?
Carolina,
You want to see me do a funny
could decline
dance
back
to
into
cheer
the
you up?
blue column, perhaps
I
that
don't
would
think so.
open up
That won't work.
out west, the Sun Belt path. It is looking
Well,
like
cheer me up would be a lot of
that is
votes coming in for Democrats in Pennsylvania.
Electoral votes for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump in the lead
Right. Let's go to Tom right now and talk about now what this does to Kamala Harris's path to victory.
Yeah, let's show you real quick how Trump wins, right? How we project that he wins. Robinson right now, 64.9%, 30% in. You can see how Trump's overperforming here. As we go along these rural counties, you can see Trump's numbers are increasing. 63 4 years ago, 66 tonight. We'll keep moving along here. 50%, 53%. So Lester, you asked, how does this affect him in the race for president? Let's go back out to our big board here, the road to 270. When we started out tonight, right, the path to victory here, Trump had 10, Harris has 9. That's because we just called North Carolina. We can't even remove it anymore. This number before we called North Carolina, Harris had more paths than Trump did. But this is essentially where we started the night. This is the way it ended in 2020, right? He won North Carolina. President Biden had won the rest of the battleground states. But this gives the Republicans and former President Trump some hope. We now move to Georgia.
Nothing from Nevada.
Georgia, but as Chuck mentioned, very close.
As you just said, that 2% came in.
Come out of Atlanta in those ring counties right now. But a big win for
So
former President
at least
Trump.
the floodgates have opened. That's good.
Yeah.
All right, Tom,
Michigan has gone red.
Remember, there was some late polling in this state that came just over the weekend that suggested that
Wow.
perhaps Kamala Harris was
I mean,
surging in
38% in though.
She was making gains among some of these voters. That is clearly not turning out to be the case. That said, you've seen the reporting from her
80%
campaign that they are
in
looking at the
Pennsylvania.
all-important blue wall.
And
Of course, the
his
question
lead
is,
grew.
if Georgia goes, and you and Chuck were just talking about
Very
Georgia.
difficult.
If Georgia does end up in the red column,
my
it is
goodness.
Pennsylvania.
I don't get it.
Well, to that point, the Secretary of State in Georgia.
The only thing that could be happening is that we're wrong about this absentee voting thing.
On the
That's
record
the
that
only
Trump
thing I
has an
can think
insurmountable
of.
lead in Georgia.
Yeah.
With the number of votes.
As well we could be.
The Secretary of State, I think he knows what
And
he's
maybe in
thinking of,
Maryland they
but
vote, they count them, when they get them, and in Pennsylvania they didn't. I know in Georgia I think they said they weren't, but I don't know. I can't. I've lost track of all these state by state voting
Yeah, I
laws.
can't tell.
There's the breakdown right now, 134,000 vote difference.
All right, we officially have votes from every state in the nation now, except for Hawaii and Alaska.
270. Trump
We know how they're going.
40
Yeah.
from his goal. Harris with 185 electoral votes.
Okay, let's bring Jen Psaki in.
Should we just
former
call
White
them?
House
No, let's wait a little
Secretary,
bit.
and Mark Lauder, who was joining us earlier. Jen, we haven't had a chance to talk to you. I mean, look,
Yeah, Arizona
it's
hasn't
getting to be
budged.
a narrower path for Kamala
Nevada's
Harris,
still
no
at
question about
2%.
it. It's the
Wisconsin's
blue
now
wall
at
or bust.
69%.
At this point, what it's math.
see.
Yeah, it's math.
Ultimately, look, I think that gentleman
Still a lot of votes left in Milwaukee,
that
though.
you talked about a little bit
Okay.
tells you a lot about where
There's
the
only
heads are of the
58% in
people on the
Milwaukee.
campaign.
This is the chair of the campaign.
The chair
for
of the
Harris.
campaign. She was also the campaign manager when Biden won in 2020. And basically, they did not
Still
talk
only
about it. I know
16%
NBC's
reporting in
Colin
Detroit,
Burr, they did
in
not
Wayne
mention
County.
that Georgia's not a part
Oh,
of that email.
I think she's
North
in
Carolina,
Michigan.
You just made a call on that. It's about the
Yeah, I
rural
think so, too.
states, and she warns that Arizona and Nevada will take some
votes
time.
left in Wayne
What
County.
does become
Yeah.
challenging, I think, as part of the purpose of an email like that is also to buck up the troops inside.
with you, sir.
The team who's been working so hard for months, that's part of it, and also to send that note to supporters. But yes, it becomes, as the path becomes narrower, there's no more margin for error.
Any updates in Nevada?
Or no more margin for something
Say that again?
going a different way than you
Any
hoped.
updates in
Right
Nevada?
now,
Let
what
me
the
check.
Harris team is doing,
We
which
only
is
had
happening on every
2% in, I
presidential campaign,
think.
as you know as
Right.
well, is
Maybe
sitting
they're
in what you
pouring
call
in
the
now.
boiler room, which is kind of an intense word to use, but that's what it's
2%.
called. And they're looking at their vote goals in these counties and how the outcome aligns. And you look at everything from, did they get what they needed in the big cities?
Nebraska?
In Philly, there are some cities that haven't fully come in,
Not
so they're
yet.
waiting for those. But also what the margins are for Trump, which are higher, as you've been reporting. We've been talking about over on MSNBC.
58% in. He's up by 10
meaning he's
points. I don't
getting
know why
more
they haven't called it.
votes there.
Yeah,
than
we
they need
called
to
it,
make up
right?
more in the cities. So it's
Yeah.
it's a numbers game.
We're still way ahead of everyone.
Yeah.
That's-
Narrowing we just saw it in Virginia. We called it. Kamala Harris won it, but I believe by a smaller margin than she did, or that the Democrats did 4
CNN
years
just
ago.
called
I wanna
North
show
Carolina
Minnesota
for
right
Trump.
now, which we are calling too close to call.
That-
And this is
Yeah,
a
we've done that a
reliably
long
blue
time
state.
ago.
At least
Hours
the
ago.
numbers look like the breakdown. Half of the vote in. It's called too close to call. Again, when you see that wide margin, you were thinking, what are you guys talking about? It's because
Yeah, at a
obviously
certain
there's
point, the math
confusion
just
after
doesn't
they
math
know
anymore.
where those votes have come from,
Yeah.
whether
Again.
they're reliably Trump districts
I don't
more
know.
reliably.
And so, like, obviously, I don't remember 4 years ago, but like in a state like Pennsylvania, when they were counting all of these
Minnesota's a close state.
absentee ballots,
a close state.
the estimated vote was way lower, right? Because they still were estimating that those votes were coming in, right? Or am I remembering that incorrectly? I don't remember.
More vote total in,
I do remember. That's exactly right.
and narrower, and that's a bit where they are at this moment.
So that's why I'm confused with people saying, wait, there's more votes. It's like, no, there's only 9% left, right? So that's why I'm just not getting these people who are saying it's a red mirage. I think this is not a red mirage. It's close.
I've heard a lot from people on the left who have asked over the last several weeks, how can this be a tie? What's your answer?
I would ask the same question. I mean, I think
under the same scenario.
Because obviously with the economy, with the 2/3 of the American people who think the country.
Or was it that in Georgia they were saying like 99% was reported, and then they just kept getting more in that they weren't expecting?
Right.
Well, you just said right to both scenarios.
Party in power.
The fact that it's
Not happening this time. And he's actually increased his lead in Pennsylvania.
I know, that's what I was saying. He keeps going up. It's not. They're not narrowing the lead.
Not good.
Getting that overperformance in rural areas.
Jeff says some swing states in 2020 didn't flip for Biden until after 90% reported.
Jen, has the conversation begun yet about Joe Biden
But
and about the decision?
Georgia's already at 9.
Mail-in votes.
Georgia's already at 91%.
And obviously, there hasn't been a race called yet. If this is not a Harris,
Well, that a long time ago.
part of the discussion. It is.
No, I mean, I still believe that
107 days.
these three states are still totally up for grabs, but it's not like this is a comfortable win for Harris, you know.
Hell no.
If it is a win.
In terms of vice president,
Has Arizona moved?
1 percentage point, and I don't remember what it was at, but he's up 0.5%.
Gets back to something that we talked about. The favorability rating for President Biden is low, and you look at some of these numbers on how people feel about the country right now, and about 3 in 4 Americans in the exit polling say they feel angry or dissatisfied, and that is something that may end up being critical in this race as well.
Maine 2 is red, Maine 1 is blue. I think we already called that, right?
One of the big questions, would the economy be the top?
You haven't missed a call yet.
No, we haven't.
Would reproductive rights, given that
Nebraska
ballot in
1
10
is still
states,
razor
would that
thin.
be the biggest energizing factor to what we are seeing
300
is
votes.
that right now it seems like the economy and immigration continue to
That
be
could be important.
That could be important.
It's interesting to see, though, because
That could be important.
especially using Florida as the example, it was not close in Florida, whether at the presidential level or
Pennsylvania.
the Senate, but at the same time,
I'm starting to get a little worried.
And Donald Trump, obviously, they
He's
barely
200,000
defeated a constitutional
votes
amendment
ahead.
on
What's left?
So they almost.
Do you know if there's any way that we can see the 2020 map like by the hour? Is that a thing?
I
don't think so.
But I do like them.
And that's not something that is captured
It's just not
necessarily because
comparable
polling
anyway.
doesn't function this
Right.
way in polling about abortion rights, right? That there are people who could vote for Trump and also vote for protecting abortion rights. Arizona is another interesting state to watch on that front, as you know, Arizona native, because there are. I talked to Senator.
I just don't remember if in 2020 their estimated projections were off on total votes. Like if at 99% they were saying 99% of the vote is in, but actually there were so many absentee ballots that they weren't expecting that there was really still 90% left to go, or 10% left to go. You know what I'm
Awesome.
saying?
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, I just don't know the answer to that.
From midnight here on the East Coast, what are you guys doing tomorrow?
I can't remember. Yeah.
What you're doing.
All right, Arizona, he's 0.4% ahead. Georgia, he's 2% ahead, 2.7% ahead. Wisconsin, he's 3% ahead. PA is 3.7% ahead. Virginia, Harris is 4.1% ahead. Michigan, Trump is 4.3% ahead. Harris is ahead in New Mexico and Maine.
Ugh.
I'm going to try to find a video from 2020 to see if we can find some sort of hour-by-hour comparison. Wisconsin's at 71% reporting. But, yeah, Milwaukee's risen a lot. So, she's got 66% in 2024, and he had 16, so she's underperforming in Milwaukee a little bit.
It's the Arab vote.
You said that wasn't real. Isn't that mostly in Michigan?
We'd love it if Trump wins. He's going to be so good to the Arab community.
But hold on. Isn't that mostly in Michigan, the Arab vote?
Yeah, that's true.
Well, election night is about to be election morning as we creep up on midnight on the East Coast. Glad you're with us. We are moments away from getting more polls, more vote, and more closing. We get new numbers.
Thank you, Denise Demir, for your
Not just
donation.
the presidential race, but of course, we're watching the balance of power. The United States Senate, the United States House of Representatives.
Say that again?
Also up for grabs tonight. We've got Kristen Walker keeping
I've been
that. We just in the last
Give
hour
me
or
a
so made
second.
a
I'm trying
crucial
to
Senate call in Ohio. I know you've got some results.
Absolutely.
figure
So we
something
called
out.
Ohio for the Republican. Let's head over to Pennsylvania. Just
Keep talking
as
if
we
you
await
want.
the presidential results in the great state of Pennsylvania, so too we are waiting for the results of this very close Senate race. Too close to call. Senator Bob Casey looking for re-election against Dave McCormick. 81% reporting right now. Now let's head over to Wisconsin, where we have Tammy Baldwin looking for another term.
Too many
She is
freaking trolls in
trying
the
to
chat,
fend
so I
off
changed the
challenge from Eric Hovde.
I
This
changed
is
the
Eric
chat to
Hovde. Let's
subscriber
head over to
only at this
Montana
point.
now.
We don't need any more.
Montana, sorry, Michigan. We're going to go to Michigan
don't
first.
have our
Alyssa
viewers?
Slotkin,
We still have 41,000 people watching.
Wow.
That's pretty incredible.
And now let's go to Montana.
Well, if nothing else,
This is one of
they
the
saw
states
we're
that
way ahead of
Republicans are
everyone.
eyeing as a potential
No
pickup.
doubt.
John Tester looking for a fourth term against Tim Chee. This race too early to call. Let's take a look at the map.
CNN is
Overall,
predicting
the
Bernie
Republicans
Moreno has
have
won the
now
Ohio
picked
Senate
up
seat.
2 seats,
Wow.
which is a very good night
So
for them.
they've already
potentially
hit
putting them
50.
on the path to take back.
Yeah, they're going to go past 50.
Well, if everything holds and they had a
Maybe
two-seat
way
in that game, they
past.
would take control
Yeah.
of the Senate. There's
Bob
one
Casey,
race
the
out there
incumbent in
that's an
Pennsylvania,
odd
is
one
losing.
because you have a Nebraska
Wow.
Senate race where you have the Republican incumbent Deb Fisher up against an independent Dan Osborne.
Tammy
who is
Baldwin's
interesting.
losing.
If you read into, he has his views talking
I mean,
about not putting people
barely,
into
like by
categories. He's got an array of views. He calls himself
7%,
independent. He
but
appears
she
to be.
is
He says he
losing.
won't caucus with either side, and he's giving
they
her a
could hit
real run there in
55%.
Nebraska.
Giving her a real run. The polls
You need
have
55
tightened in
members.
recent days, and I think you hit the nail on the
Well,
head with what makes this
55%.
so complicated and fascinating. He's saying he's not going to caucus with the Democrats. So what exactly does that mean with independent Senator Bernie Sanders, for example? He does caucus with the Democrats, just to give people a sense of what that